Check 1 2 3.
कैमरा कुछ तो बराबर आवाज बड़ा डीजे तुझे आईची
She is used to that. They've played this team twice before. They know about the chaos and they've adapted to it very well. We're in Agent Select and it's standard for once in a Paper X game.
Standard?
It's double
standard?
duelist
Question
style.
mark?
It's the old standard from last year.
Yeah.
The teams have moved away from this, but it is still a good comp that I think works very well to these teams' playstyles.
Yeah, and I guess as well, abandoning the madness that was the Yoru comp as well, coming out from the split, which was the iteration that Gen.G played against last time in the regional finals.
I'm looking in this matchup at the head-to-head between
Oh,
the
look at
rookies,
my
Mondet
1.01 के हो गए हैं.
and on the side out from Karon. Both those guys have come out in their debut international tournament and looked incredible. They're both on the run for one of the best rookie performances we've seen.
And probably been the two loudest on the stage as well.
Yeah, well, let's get this Pacific showdown underway and send it over to your casters, who's been very familiar with the journeys of these two teams. It's Mixman and Tombiz.
Thank you so much, Insu, and our fantastic analyst desk. Yes, we're pretty familiar with these teams, as I'm sure
They played
are.
EDG, right?
Yeah, oh yeah. But, you know, we heard it from the desk. The only thing
Cuteness
harder than
नहीं
beating a team once is beating them twice. Paper X know that from EG over at Champs. Now it's an opportunity for them to give Gen.G a lesson in that very same thing.
Well, that's the thing. I kind of want to touch on what Mike said earlier, where it's like a head over heart sort of situation. I also think it's mind over mental, because the way that Paper X play is insane. So you kind of have to almost center yourself. We've seen teams do that throughout the tournament so far. The other problem for these teams as well is, yes, they've played each other before, but as it was sort of said in the interview there, like the video we saw just before, they would both like it if Pacific were able to win. They have never managed to win an international event, and it's almost cruel that they get pipped against each other. The only good thing is they won't have to eliminate each other because one of them goes down and one of them goes forward. That's the only sort of saving grace for now, but it does mean that you're almost wanting to just, okay, both teams play their best so that whoever goes forward is going to be able to match up against America. So I think most people at the moment are favoring in this tournament.
Yeah, it definitely feels like fan sentiment, and even from what we've seen, Sentinels have just looked unchallenged throughout this tournament. Other teams have had shakier starts, but
also you saw what Loud did in their last game.
I'd
be scared of them just as much.
Well, you know, talking about this map in particular, we're going to see Split popping up. And actually, for the whole series, Split, Lotus, and Ascent, the first three maps of the BO5 that they played regionally, that Gen.G won. Now, the reality is, coming into Split, Tom, it's not exactly the same. Because on a Yoru, himself and something were diving in, taking so much space. I think it was 13-4, correct me if I'm wrong, where Gen.G just got demolished on this map.
हाँ एक मिनट मी स्ट्रीमवरून चेक करतो एकदा तुला सांगतो अरे म्हणजे इफेक्ट्स वगैरे चांगले इफेक्ट्स वगैरे दिसतं वगैरे चांगलं तू आजूबाजूला आयटम वगैरे बसू शकतो हाँ चालू शकतो काय नाही चालू लेवल्स तर वाढव थोडं मी 14 लेवलवर आहे हा ते खेळून वाढेल ते
The thing is, though, the same can be said for their opponent.
हाँ.
We saw Gen.G.
तुला मी थोड्या वेळाने पाठवतो थांब मॉड्स काय काय आहेत ना तुला थोड्या वेळाने पाठवतो
Like the double duelist especially.
आवाज नाही येत मला हो ठीक आहे चालेल बाय बाय मैं खुद नहीं ले रहा तेरी दे पैसा मेरे स्ट्रीम पे आने के बाद ना वो राइट साइड में इमोजी के ना $1 का साइन है उसके ऊपर 40,000 आप भेज सकते हो आपने जैसे भेजा मैं पट से शेयरिंग बिल लूंगा नॉर्मल एक अप्रेसचं घ्यायला गेलं 8,500-9 हजाराला येतो आणि लॉजिटेक घ्यायला गेलं तर 34,000ला येतो
It's every time he plays Split, he has someone else's life.
It's not a second
life game. It is okay for anyone else. That would be the best game they've ever played. Unfortunately, he does that every week.
Well, we talked about this on the desk. Okay, if you think it's going to be 2-0, who is the team to 2-0 it here? And actually, looking at the veto, right? Split last time went to Paper X. Lotus was super close. I mean, if we go based on what we saw in the past, maybe the foundations are there for them to take that 2-0. But I'm expecting a 3-mapper between these two teams. The best of the best. Pacific #1 and Pacific #2. And it's time to throw down as the barriers go up.
Start it.
Yeah, and it's looking like we're going to get a brawl to start things off. Both
मोने भाई
teams
क्या
with the
कमाल
majority
करेंगे
of
आज
their
ह्यूस्टन की
players
तरह?
set up
क्या
outside
लगता है
the
किड
safe
भाई?
side. They both run pistols in this direction before. Good nade coming out of Forsaken already, and something, a Mind Freak peeking off the back of it. They're going to be stuck in the corner early on. This is a great start for PRX.
Munchkin's in danger as well.
हेलो ये क्या चीज़ था? मोने मैं तो रोज वैसे ही खेलते. मोने मैं कहा अलग कुछ है ही नहीं.
For Gen.G, 2 versus 5, barely any damage done. At least they've still got the spike, but they have to hope for some serious mistakes at this point. The PRX go running forward, or even rotate, assuming that it's a B hit. But you can see there's no real need for panic on the defensive side. They're just gonna hunker down and wait for Gen.G to take a step forward and give them the first pistol round win.
ऐसा क्लिक के इसी में गायब हो जाता.
The scary prospect as well is that on this map in particular, we have seen some sort of rougher attack sides out of Gen.G. Obviously, that has helped a little bit. But other than that, it's an absolutely flawless start to this one. Now, as said, expectations for PRX is this is the map that they'll win. If it's going to happen in this series, I think the next two, I would favor to Gen.G even more so because of the fact that we saw recently on Lotus the changes to the comp for PRX, and I'll be honest, I didn't like it. It didn't look good. So this is the map that I feel like PRX have to win. Problem is, throughout this tournament, I've said that.
Yeah, they've
won the other map because that's just how they are. They just managed to adapt. They have the individual players that sometimes they can just frag through a map. And that is rare. Like, it is very difficult to have people that are on that level.
At least from the games we've had, it has been an insane percentage of teams trading out their own map picks, losing your pick and winning your opponents. Gen.G, they've not got off to a great start, and as the push comes in, okay, actually they're getting close. The pressure's kind of being applied, not yet now. Blinded up, he's taken down. Okay, it's not a bad start at all. Gen.G gaining some ground, they're winning some more fights. With heals up, it looks like they've tidied it up eventually, but that got very scary for a moment.
I would love
MONTAGE XG player
POV in that, because what it looked like he did was jump down from the heavens with an outlaw in hand and try and face their entire team. Now that would be ridiculous to even attempt, but
crazy. But do you know who he is?
Yes, I do. He just lost his gun. It's now been given to something, and he's bought a judge to replace it. So that again, if you're talking about Forsaken, he's basically answered the question himself.
Well, it looks like we're going to be using that dash very early on for something. He's getting aggressive. Wall goes up. He's ahead of it. Looking to take someone down. He got the shot off. 10 HP left on Meteor, but that's the one problem. If you're the one taking contact with that outlaw, you're not going to kill the player.
Sky.
You need to get out.
That's the thing. They can just heal him back up, so that it's actually not that problematic for what was an early battle. You can already see heading over in that direction. Munya is going to get aggressive as well. Bear in mind, this purchase is fairly weak for PRX. Normally, you'd see a rifle or two in the mix. This is just SMGs. It can work more so on Split than probably any other map. This crossfire is fairly nasty, but that's the thing I've really enjoyed about Gen.G. They've been methodical. They've been careful throughout this tournament. They are not one of those teams that are just aggressively running in and blitzing their way through rounds. They can. They have the skill to do it, but they're always, especially in these sort of rounds, very careful.
Looks like caution's paid off for them. Whatever noise they made on A has sold it to PRX, who are now running the gamble on an A stack. Of course, there's an outlaw there that could be retrieved. I doubt it even will be. It's quite far up, and the player that will pick it is in heaven. Because that's coming down in a little bit. PRX, hear no noise, see nobody here. There's a flash still on the Vi that could be used to clear outside of it, but this late on in the game, you're just going to sit there, hope they dive into you. And as we can see, they've gone to the exact other side of the map. So for PRX, you know, it's hard to get back into a site with these weapons as well, especially a site like this where pretty much every fight on the way in is long range.
See, normally you talk about, okay, maybe going down to the spike or just trying to hold for exits, but I am waiting for Forsaken to attempt to try and blast back through something, and already Mind Freak taking a lot of control. Now, Texture, a fairly solo position. There's a chance. There's the blast backs already, and there's the judge. Exactly what Forsaken does. He got a rifle, but it's very short-lived. Well held by Gen.G, even with a little bit of chaos.
Yeah, I mean, they spread themselves out there. Lots of space, so even when that judge gets up close, and it's an immediate drop. The rest of the players easy to deal with when you've got that kind of weaponry advantage and you're not caught out of position. 2-1. It's a fairly bog standard start to the game. Pistol win for PRX, follow up, and then they lose I mean, the one thing that we'll say is that maybe that third round could have seen a bit more damage out of that side. But again, they did gamble on a site. It didn't work out. This is what happens. The opportunity, though, to deal that damage here as we get the operator out on something right away. And the shot is not landed, but yet good for one and drop the B site under threat. But
ये भी बाहरी था येड़ा बनाने के लिए
they've been leaving Meteor outside of A to catch a rotation. He hasn't found one, but one can assume that rotation's going on through the spawn right now if you're Gen.G. They don't know that Mindfreak's still very much close.
दोनों वाइपर
They
बोलो
also
में
flash mid
सीधा
on the
सीधा
defensive side, so they have the information that there was no one there, so they're able to gamble an early rotation in towards this A site. Forsaken still with the judge, is just going to make sure he keeps controlling mid, but it's slightly more stacked up than you might expect. The only problem is he might get caught. He's switching between utility. Finally, will pull the gun out, but the aggression of his teammate gets absolutely nothing. And wow, there is the floor of the judge. Not going to find anything more, and for something, I hope to God he's going to save.
It's not the round you want to see him throw his life away for, is it? A 1v3 with the op? Possible, winnable, but not to be. If you had a few more kills along the way, a few more orbs picked up, something like that, maybe you'd risk it with the Blade Storm, but even then, the op is just so expensive. Doesn't want to throw it out. And for Gen.G, I think they're sort of realizing that they heard the op earlier on, right? They know that it's in play right now. So they're gone spread out. Already sending Munchkin to try and find this player, and based on the time, it looks like he might be safe. They'd have to start hightailing it in that direction now. So an op for the next round, but just look at the credits on PRX. It's not like they're going to be able to fully recover into a standard buy. I think the pendulum's kind of swinging in Gen.G's favor now at 2-2. Economy's under their control, and ults will come online soon.
Yeah, and as I said, when we saw them play against EDG, they had a really stellar, aggressive, and confident defensive side. So I think for them, any sort of grinding out of these early rounds is going to be really important. Sure, you're still going to have an operator onto something to cause issues in the round. But as said, they've been methodical. Their utility's been good. They instantly had a snake bite that went through to deny him that early aggression. It's expected at this point. By the looks of things, they may even just be going for an early A take. They are all set up outside.
I liked what I saw last round. I don't know if you caught it in the replay, Tom, but a fist bump into a high five. Let's see how many high fives there are for Gen.G after this one. They've got a lot of space, but that flash was perfect. Deadly from Devi, and he's managed to slip away towards the elbow. He's actually got a teammate in there. I don't know if they've seen Forsaken, but they certainly have now at heavy cost. Smokes are down, but so too are the majority of PRX players. It's only something left, but he has that off. The 1v2 he didn't go for. The 1v3, it's tempted him. It's pulled him in for the fight. He hasn't found them to start off, though, and that dash already halfway up. Wants to close the distance. So many tough angles, tight angles to clear with this op in hand. And no idea there's a player up top. He's checking the right angle. What a shot! But Lakia was close by, ready for that play. A third round found for Gen.G. They're running away with this early game.
Yeah, still a close round for what was invested. That was a decent stack up in the early stages for PRX, just basically having the majority. And somehow managing to dodge some shots that I don't really know how they did, but bringing it down to just one player surviving, keeping that economy a little bit more honest for Gen.G. And, well, you see the danger of how fast this man is with the operator. The problem, though, is he's not going to be able to have it for this round. They didn't have the extra finances and the quick trading. Again, the fundamentals of Gen.G, sublime.
1 kill, 1 death as well, so he's still 2 away from a Blade Storm. So we're down to just that rifle. But as we said, ultis were coming online. We saw the Seekers used by Lakia, finding a lot of information. This time around, PRX have theirs, but also a showstopper online. That's a big weapon to have in the back pocket of Forsaken, and could play a role later on in the round. For Gen.G, you can see their spread. This is a full default play. At this point, they're expecting PRX to make some adaptations and to throw out some of that signature early round aggression. Still hasn't happened, though. They're happy to bunker down and wait for that push to come through. Like I said, the other problem here, Gen.G have a lot of credits built up. If PRX lose this round, it's going to be a skyrocket.
Oh, maybe that's not the start they were looking for. 2 players down immediately. Forsaken's been a hero before, but down to just 5 HP. That's not really going to work too well for them. And the Seekers went towards mid, but also in towards the A site. The realization's there eventually. This battle, it could be huge. I don't think they're going to expect him. It's such an obscure position to be in, but then it's almost revealed. Devi, though, has done well. bringing back 2 kills. The spike just about making it to the site, and it is going to bait in. Nice work from the side of Munchkin, teaming up with Texture. It leaves this guy to get healed up early in the round. As said, he's been ever so devastating. Showstopper might just be able to clear, shoots it into the Viper's pit, but actually, Munchkin's just teamed up with his teammates, just left it. Doesn't even mind about the pit. I don't know if Forsaken realized it, but it doesn't even matter. Loses the fight to his counter raise, and the march continues on for Gen.G.
Gen.G are having a field day right now. Like I mentioned, the economy was in their favor. The ults that were there for PRX burned up in that round to try and gain some semblance of an advantage. And Divide did incredibly well. In his position, he stayed down in screens, waited for the swing out with the player Munchkin up top, almost sacrificing himself because he's so out in the open. They swung to try and trade him, and Divide had that beautiful off angle to just rip them to shreds. We're seeing elements of that team play there from PRX. We're seeing individuals win some of their fights, but it's not enough right now. Gen.G have come locked and loaded with a huge lead to start. I mean, it's doubled the rounds, but it's the economy that's really the problem for me. You've got players 7K, 5K, 5 and above is average for the Gen.G side right now. PRX, they're going to be on stick, weapons, no ultis to fall back on. It ain't looking great. Off rip. Already, Gen.G have found the same number of rounds they did last time they played PRX here.
Yeah, I said it's looked like a different beast. I think they're a team that have done really well with the coaching staff. Someone as legendary as Solo, I don't think you're ever going to have the same mistakes twice. This guy has been around the block multiple times, and even just giving him a moment to talk here is going to be beneficial for them. Mind Freak off to a bit of a slow start as well, but also it is just reliant on those individuals a lot of the time. I think we saw some of the statistics posted earlier. Is like you compare the 5v4 conversion, Gen.G, I think it's like 70-something%. For PRX, it's only like 60-something. But then they have a higher 4v5 because they have those individuals that can turn rounds on their head. It's not the greatest stat you want to have ever because you'd rather just be winning the rounds outright. But they need some of those heroes to come online because they've been okay, but it's not been enough to take rounds off Gen.G.
Haven't seen the numbers of clutches from Gen.G versus PRX, but PRX also do very well in those late rounds. Players like Forsaken previously bailed them from so many situations. Now, weaker weapons, like we said, close range surprise factor is probably the best way to find value. Mind Freak has at least picked up one, but Karen is making this one look easy. 3 kills already under his belt, 40 HP, and he's tucking in the corner. It looks like he's going to get this one easily with Mind Freak dropped. That's his 4th kill of the round. The confidence builder if ever I've seen one. And that's the last thing that PRX wanted to give to their opponent. Again, not talking about them losing the round. That's expected. It's the amount of players still alive on Gen.G. They're farming credits by the minute, but something has picked up one more. 3 to go. One hell of a play if he made it. And it ain't going to happen. Look at that firing squad down below.
Yeah, I think against any other team, maybe it'd have a chance. Gen.G have been so good just playing off of each other, trading effectively. They don't even lose another member of the squad. 5 and 2, and I love the sort of switch up in tempo, especially in these anti-eco rounds. They're not allowing their opponents to really figure out anything that's going on. You had the instant team to the back of sight, information clearing things out. The rest of the team quickly execute, and Karen actually sticks around. He just keeps the spot, keeps the control. Doesn't allow anybody to get too far ahead, and he even takes himself 4 kills while he's at it, so why not?
This is definitely where on the side of PRX you start to feel that mental pressure applied. Defense has been tested again and again. They failed the test again and again. For Gen.G, and now ultis are there. Showstopper fired off, and Munyet had no chance. No smokes for the way back through. No paranoia to play with. Still some flashes on Divide, but PRX set up with a man disadvantage on a retake. Seconds into the round.
It's not going to be easy to get back in here. As said, they're not bad in these 4v5s, but Gen.G are even better in the 5v4s. Opener again. Karen takes down another Forsaken, trying his best, but he's almost dead. It is, and well, Lackey and Meteor combined might be one of the fastest rounds we've ever had in the VCT. That was so quick from Gen.G. And you could just see the more the confidence build, the faster these takes are getting. Gen.G are getting opener after opener. They've used a couple of ults, but they're also able to stagger them. Like you're talking about, Showstopper used this round. Last round they used From the Shadows to get the same sort of information. Although that's already back online.
Yay, oh wow, huge.
Hey, got them the space in the round prior. And then Kara got 4 kills. That's why it's back online.
Well, this has to be a crushing one for PRX off rip. Because again, they're left to weaker
GEN.G
weapons
जीत सकता है
in
मैच
theory, but they've actually managed to mix it by with light shields and full shields on something because he doesn't need a weapon. He's got 5 knives locked and loaded. We'll see what he can do with those. But the reality is, yeah, the momentum is very much in Gen.G's favor. The economy is riding high after several reinvestments. Just take a look at the credits on that right-hand side. It's looking pretty for a number of rounds to go, maybe for the rest of this half. Still possible for a 6-6 scoreline, but it has to start here with a much better defense. Now we talked about some aggression from this PRX side, seeing it early on in rounds. With a minute left on the clock, they're going for it. Good paranoia, but the fights don't go their way. Gen.G winning out every single one. There's no competition, Tom. Barely a lick of damage done, and what is negated by the heal. This is a disaster. Something might be able to save them. He's made big plays before with the Blade Storm. There's one! And not 2! Damage, but no kills.
Oh! Munya has a chance. Somehow this has come back into a winnable scenario. Just needs to hit the bullet. Oh, that's so unfortunate. A nice try for the new man on the block. I didn't think there was any way that round was going to become competitive. Somehow Munya made it close. The thing is, though, again, you just have to give props to Gen.G. Like, the beginning of this round, they were so ready. They had their whole team just waiting in mid, ready for that push to come through. And sure, the utility from PRX was good onto a couple of the players, but the deeper players were so ready for that push to come in. It ends up being quite an easy fight.
Yo, not even close, guys! Not even close!
Not even close.
Yeah, like I said, you know, there was no chance of them losing that clean. I thought something would be the hero, but Munya, they complimented his calling and his play in the video we saw earlier, and I can see why, if he's fragging out like that. But again, close but no cigar, 7-2. Gen.G finding next to no struggles. Close opportunity for PRX to clutch it, and this could have looked very different, but instead, they're on Eco, they've already lost something. Stingers to play with, Sheriff on Forsaken. And Texture's got confidence for days. He sees an eco and he's diving down into vents after them.
The thing is, they've got so much control towards mid that they have to just be ramping out from another position. But look how passive the players are. They know that there's going to be weaker weaponry, so they're just not giving them any of the close range fights. Powering up from above, there's not really an easy way to kill him.
Yeah,
maybe there is. Somehow Munya got past all the defenses. Even still, though, this post-barn looks strong. Nades still available. They've been taking these sites so quickly that they've had no problems just having late utility. Wow, the time almost looks like it's gone. Trying to bait some space, but it's all too easy for Gen.G. Another 3-man player surviving. 8-2 on the board. And this is PRX's map. They have lost 8 rounds in a row. Other than the pistol in second round, they've achieved nothing.
It's hard to think about. Even the round that was close, Tom, it comes on the back of the player needing a 4K to get it across the line. It's not what you want to see. Early on in a series, on a map that previously Gen.G got absolutely obliterated on within their region. Now they come to the international stage and
they might do one better.
Yeah, 13-4 us, well 13-2 you. An opportunity here at least to shut down the first and the second one. Yet as well, Rockets on point. And with Lakia down, it looks like PRX are set to finally put another round on the board. Long have they waited. It's Karen to try to challenge, and he got an opportunity. It was shut down eventually by something with only one standing. It's an easy win. 8-3. PRX finally back on the board, but hell of a distance yet to go.
Yeah, and again, it comes off some individual brilliance out of Forsaken. Definitely had support. I think he doesn't get that kill if it's not for Munya being able to kill off the close player, but it's at least a breath of life. We've seen them have strong attack in halves before, so even a sort of 8-4 scoreline wouldn't be a complete death sentence. I'm looking at 2 operators on the attack, though. Obviously, it's something that can be dropped, but they are waiting for aggression here. And it's coming. It's coming.
They ain't waiting in the right spot, though. Those ops are elsewhere. And that mid-control is going to be completely conceded. The golden gun on Lakia. Good to see him showing up. Really swinging. I think he's currently 12 and 6-2 KD on the board and a chance to push it even further at 8-3. PRX tried a mid-push, got denied. Now it seems like they're caught 1 foot in the grave. They don't know whether to continue on that aggression or reset. for the later play, and Gen.G have not made a decision. With 1 minute 5 seconds on the clock, they don't need to rush. They're holding tight, waiting for PRX to make the mistake.
They're so nervous of someone being within the smokes that
Chatting for his
most of the time
no,
the
eating
smokes are
also.
being put
Vada
down
pav,
by
aega?
Munya just to deter aggression, which is exactly what it's done.
Eating and chatting.
Might have a
Eating,
fight
watching, chatting.
because they're so
ऐसा.
passive. The operator could be so valuable here. There's no one on the backside once again, but the spike
तो आने वाला था मैं
wrap
सुना
around in the other
वो ऑफ लेके
direction.
बैठे ये लोग सीरियसली
A peek out from something. Oh,
नहीं रे आज बिरयानी
I think
बिरयानी
Meteor's
बोलते
seen him, but
बुलाओ
it won't matter too much for now. He's going to activate the dash. Something goes peeking, but now I'm just looking at that timer. TP into the backside once more. It's been cleared out, so the spike will be able to go down. This almost has to be a complete retake.
और को बोलते मेरे को वजन कम
as
करना
well. There's his 13th.
Spike drop.
An opportunity indeed with that spike down. 15 seconds left. It's time for Gen.G to get a move
प्लांट नहीं
on.
किया अभी तक
Munchkin has to step out from that corner, and he's being caught.
Oh,
They need a dive
oh,
on that
it-
spike and get it planted, but PRX are in their way.
मैं ये ठूस रहा हूँ
4 rounds at the half. It's not a death sentence, like you said, Tom, but certainly nothing to celebrate. This has been a strong performance from Gen.G. Lakia leading the charge, and plenty more left in the tank for this second half. You have to hope that
पर से
PRX
2-0
have got
2-0
something
करके
special
छोड़ देने का
planned
2
on
मैच
their
खत्म हो
attackers.
जाएंगे
This was a really, really rough
खाली वो
scenario
लोग को
for
इतना
them to
बेटा
have
के
to
रखते
fight back from.
Yeah, it is definitely a troublesome position to be here, but the fact is, there's definitely still opportunities. Even still, though, you said Lakia's performing. Let's hear from him now.
안녕하세요. 젠지 e스포츠 소속으로 활동하고 있는 라키아 김종민이라고 합니다. 무엇보다 플레이오프에 진출하게 돼서 행복한 것 같습니다. 일단 첫 스타트가 되게 힘들었었고
ये पहले क्या हुआ
오늘
तो
또한 첫
ट्रांसलेट करके क्यों नहीं
경기
डालते
자체는 되게 힘들었는데 그거를 잘 극복해내서 좋은 모습 보여줘서 기쁜 것 같고요. 이제 플레이오프에 진출이 원래는 첫 목적이었는데 너무 이루게 돼서 기쁜 것 같고
वो दोस्त ETS तो आएगा ना अभी
이제 잘 준비해야
तो इसने भी लिया है क्या बोलते हैं अपना इसने भी लिया है
To just one player actually within the site. They have to go running in, though. Karon might be able to just ruin their day, and that's exactly what he'll do.
먼치킨 선수가 젠지에 들어오게 되면서 저희 게임 스타일이나 그런 수준이 되게 올라갔다고 생각을 하고 그리고 이제 네, 개개인의 실력 또한 이제 먼치킨 선수가 저에게 콜을 되게 많이 해주는 게 피드백을 많이 해주는 게 있는 것 같다고 생각합니다. 자신감은 늘 넘치고 우리는 준비되어 있고요. 그리고 이제 진짜 더 잘하는 모습과 더 좋은 모습을 보여드리기 위해 잘 저희가 준비해야 될 것 같습니다. 이제 플레이오프까지 진출하게 됐고 이제 또 경기들이 며칠 뒤에 올 텐데 그때까지 더 좋은 모습을
कितना
준비해서
मैच खेला रहेगा इधर तक आने के लिए
저희가 이제 잘하는 모습을 보여드릴 수 있도록 할 거고요. 진짜 항상 응원과
ट्रांसलेट करना चाहिए नीचे पढ़ कितना पढ़ेगा आदमी पढ़ पढ़ के
팬분들
डायरेक्ट सुनाई दे तो अच्छा लगेगा ना उसको भी
게임을 하겠습니다. 감사합니다.
Well, it was third time lucky for Gen.G last time facing off against PRX. Now fourth time fantastic, at least kicking off in that first half. 8-4 when we left you. And now it's time for Gen.G to close this map out. At least that's their mindset going in. PRX, their attack side is about to be put to the test. And the big thing to write home about last time was something diving into sites. The thing is, he had a Yoru causing a lot of chaos for him. Now it's a little bit more conventional, but that's never the name of the game with PRX. In he goes! Something's looking for a fight. Paranoia is perfect. Snake Bite's even better. And with 1 HP, Lakia doesn't stand a chance. The rest of the squad comes in to save him. But they've ended up falling to 3 versus 1 with Meteor left standing and his back wide open. That's a mistake. And it almost was a costly one too.
Yeah, the Munya needed to hit that headshot at the end. It looked like there was a realm where Meteor...
उन लोग को भी मारने रहता देखा पीछे से अपन ही नहीं है वैसे
It is the pistol round for PRX, and that is the thing. Even with this compositional change, the thing that it adds is, firstly, you're going to have that paranoia available for Munya to sort of set them up in, as we saw at the beginning of that round.
Whenever
but also,
Martin
it just almost, we're going to continuously see the switch up of who's going in first. So you're going to have Forsaken sometimes taking space for something, maybe if he has that operator in hand, and something in that round taking space for Forsaken. They are a deadly duo, whether the Yoru's there or not.
There's a reason that they went to this combat. Well, nice shot by Meteor. Opportunity for more, and he's landed that shot as well. Forsaken's very low, a big help to any teammates that end up taking that fight. We may talk about the Outlaw, but this man's making it work with the Marshal, cheaper weapon. And Okay, an opportunity if they had have spotted the player in the corner. Monyet, though, able to deliver the killing blow. Mindfreak fell to a snake bite after being... Oh! What is that push from Meteor? You will rarely see a man with the goal or the gumption to do such a thing. Karen, 1 versus 2. A serious opportunity. Yes, he's far away, but that might mean by the time he gets here, he could pick up a weapon.
It depends.
PRX,
that's the thing. The blitz plays of PRX have been so fast that there's actually still loads of time. They don't need to over-aggress. They've just thrown out the guiding light, the flash to get them a little bit of extra information. Still no weaponry found. Now, Karen does have himself a paranoia. He's brought up his full belt of utility. If he can somehow isolate one of these duels, for now at least, it seems like he's waiting for that site to be taken. Smoke will give that away, the spike being planted, and now he can look to try and see if there's any gun to be had, and well, there you have it.
Thank you, Yeti. Yeah, we've got a Bulldog to play with, 100 HP, a Paranoia still online, both smokes. Timing is key, and they swung him together. That's a 3-2-1. Perfectly on cue. They won the round, Tom. 3 players down. This definitely isn't how they would have wanted to start it. When I add to that it's a Marshall headshot, okay, what can you do? And another Marshall headshot from a guy pushing a smoke close range, using it like a shotgun. That's not going to feel great. And the other player died to a snake bite. So few kind of random engagements that ended up, well, rocking the boat a little bit for PRX. We'll see how they recover.
When the thing is as well, the player you really don't want those alls to be going over to is Meteor. 3 away from the Bladestorm. Even just a bit of damage in this round, and he'll have something for the next. Now, this purchase from PRX has players now fairly low on cash. You've got Forsaken and Mindfreak down at 150 credits. So for the next round, they might be in a little bit of trouble. He's just gone walkabouts. He's sprinting after LOGITECT, but he isn't going to be able to land the shot. And at least for now, it's only going to be the control that's lost for Gen.G.
No heavy price tag associated with it. Down in vent, this is an uncouth hold. 2 players and they're dropping in, landing on each other's head. It couldn't be easier for Lackey, assigned, sealed, and delivered to this man with the heal up for his teammate. Munchkin's going to be back up in fighting form, and in a 5v3, that's another nail in the coffin for PRX. Tagged up a little on the range. Adjustment from Munchkin, clinical. As now there's only 2 attackers standing. Their chances are looking pretty slim.
Yeah, he almost killed Devi through the screen as well, so he's going to be half HP entering the side. No, the Munchkin's there, a perfect reposition. This might be a flawless return to form as Devi's the only man left standing. A 1v5 scenario. Talk about can he do any semblance of damage. As said, they invested some extra credits into this round, so the next round's not exactly going to be pretty. Wouldn't normally talk about saving, but I think actually holding onto a gun here would have more value, and he's just been seen and knowing exactly where he is now. I imagine there's going to be pressure placed onto this man. Blast packs could be thrown in, but it's just going to be the entirety of the squad looking to just jump down upon him within those last few seconds. And well, it's not even needed. First one gets the job done, and Gen.G will extend their lead.
5 players alive, you know, it's a little scary because it feels like since the very beginning of some of these halves, Gen.G haven't had a problem when it comes to economy. And I think for this 6-9 scoreline, PRX attack side, they get a decent buy out of it. You know, it might even seem weird to look at the timeline. You lose the 3rd round after winning first 2. What's the issue? The issue is the damage done. 2 players alive coming out of both of those rounds. It meant constant reinvestment, and PRX now have a Stinger and a Sheriff. Light shields on most players. Some heavy disadvantages to play with, and that orb, well, I mean, it kind of has worked because Munchkin fell in. Not doing exactly what they intended.
It's not going to cover up above. They've had to re-smoke it. Again, an explosive start to the round. Almost a kill. Well, I say almost. They've ended up with 3. This is exactly what PRX does. These fast-paced plays into the site. As mentioned, this was a weaker purchase. They had some pieces missing with that Sheriff and Stinger. Now that you look towards the players of Gen.G in this 2v4 scenario, Flash is already going to reveal Texture's position. And they've spotted Karen as well. Although I say that, the peek out never really came in. The player behind the back of the site should have probably seen him. Now it gets a little bit more interesting. Space given to Texture, but it's both shots landed by Mindfreak. He's been quiet so far, but popping a couple of heads with the Sheriff isn't going to go amiss.
Well, this is definitely the time to wake up. You know, we gave the same caveat coming into the last half, and then Gen.G ran away with it. But here, a challenge early on, and more importantly, a challenge with so many weaknesses on the board. I mean, this was a round where you have a couple of rifles, and what ends up winning it is a Stinger diving onto site, 2 kills out of a Sheriff to close the round out. Doesn't get much better than that. It was even a classic jumping around the corner to find one of those opening duels in elbow.
It's also now, you've talked about, it's 8 rounds in a row that were lost. An 8-2 scoreline. The difference is now just 2. That's how close PRX have managed to bring this. Going onto their favored side, the B site under serious pressure. Half the team still waiting patiently. Karon's reposition. It's sublime. He's managed to TP behind them. He gets away with murder. Brilliant from Karon. We talk about picking this player out of ranked. He's put the rank play into the pro play.
And it works. You know, sometimes you just got to throw out those curveballs. You're focused on so many different things. You don't think the Lunatic's going to be up top, but my goodness, what a reposition from him. And clearly one that wasn't expected on the other side. And again, we fall back into economy discussion around this squad. They've been sitting pretty. They've been looking fantastic. They were able to obviously rebuy in this round because of the damage done early on. And well, they only really needed one of those rifles by the looks of things. A timeout called by PRX as they can now feel that it's getting very late into this game. We're at a stage where if Gen.G picks up one more, they'll be knocking on victory's door. So, yeah, 17 and 14. He's had a great game, but I think that double kill from Munchkin, that tripled his kills.
Mindfreak.
I said Munchkin, sorry, I meant Mindfreak.
Yeah.
Munchkin's been doing well.
Yeah, Munchkin's going to triple his kills,
out.
that'd be impressive. But yeah, no, Mindfreak's definitely had a quiet performance. I also think something, though, like we talked about the duelists in this matchup, other than, I'd say even Forsaken, they've actually all been a little bit underwhelming. It's been other players stepping up in this matchup, and I think that's really what we're seeing at the moment is the depth of both teams individually, but more so just that interplay. I think we're seeing much better fundamentals out of Gen.G, and it's mostly been those explosive plays from PRX, like going off the back of Paranoia, everybody diving in together, and you see if it's even a slight bit disjointed like that round, Karon just pulls out a crazy play and is able to win the round for them. 10-7, as you said, everything on the brink here. Seekers available. On the other side, a Bladestorm as well for Meteor, but I don't know if he'll use that in this round unless he sees the value. An immediate setup for the Paranoia, but this is a ruse. The spike is over on towards B.
Costly ruse, perhaps. Forsaken. The decay is going to fade, but he's still half HP.
Eh?
Munchkin finds it too easy to deal with him.
ये किस पर है ऐसा?
And he's down and out. Now we need to see
कुछ
the
ऊपर
return
के
for Gen.G as another is found.
नहीं
Something
होता भाई
falls.
पहला क्या
2 rifles
Gen.G
still
जीतेगा
in play.
पहला
Seekers
Confirm.
still in play, and a few flashes here and there.
मोने भाई का
Fact
टाइमिंग हो रहा है
still
कुछ ज्यादा
divide.
टाइमिंग हो रहा है मोने भाई
Not a lot for them to fight their way back through with utility, but it's this man's position that might get
ऐसा
them
टाइमिंग
something.
अच्छा
He's
है
found another with the weaker weapons. This man's an animal. Oh, he's being put down. And for
ऐसा वाला
PRX,
नहीं
they look to take it elsewhere, but those steps are heard. Meteor's in position, unbeknownst to them.
Hello?
You might have
Huh?
her trail, but, well, it's a little more difficult to deal with her cleanly. Mindfreak, the last man standing, 1v3, and Munchkin's already spotted him. He's a known quantity with a flank underway. Munchkin just needs to buy some time.
विन होते हैं मोने मोने
And let his teammates take it. And gets this kill.
काय झालं
He's got
जिंकला
himself a
प्रीमियर
Viper's Pit to play with. Or if he dies, I suppose.
That's the thing. He's literally just playing with him because he knows that flank is coming. I really love it. It was brought up by Lakia in the halftime interview that he believes that like playing with someone like Munchkin has brought a lot of depth to his own playstyle. And you can just see the intelligence even in this round. He literally just pulled Mindfreak towards him. He had no plans to fight him at any stage. Wants to just play the higher percentage play. And that's why Gen.G have been able to convert a lot of these advantages. And for PRX, a lot of the time I don't mind these gambles, but I feel like Forsaken has been one of the sort of glimmers of hope. So you were almost going, he has to get something, otherwise it's just now a push without him going into the site. And it didn't work with him.
You know, the thing is for PRX right now, at an eye test,
इन लोगों को बाई नहीं आ रहा कब से हो रहा है
11-7, 4-round gap. It's not that bad.
ले लो
There's a
नहीं
chance for
मारेगा
them to fight back, albeit here with weaker weapons. But
ले रे
they've
नहीं
won
मारेगा
there. The problem is they've won 4 of those 7 rounds off the pistol and
टेक्निक
follow-up.
भी
Like,
16 लोग
the
का
injection
उधर माइंड
of
पे
rounds
गच्छ भी गया
early half makes this look like a much closer game than it is. But Gen.G have been dominating in rifle rounds. Now they've got 4 ultimates to fall back on, up against weaknesses. But no Lakia, a big opening kill for the side of PRX.
ये क्या ऐसा 360 मार के अंदर
Gen.G might might start to might make a mistake, and with Munchkin inside the smoke isolated, that might just be the mistake they were looking for.
सब चालू कर दो.
This could be big. He actually switches away, and it's just going to be the shutdown. Surely from
करने के
Meteor.
बाद भी कुछ नहीं हुआ.
He starts off the round and ends it as well. 12-7. This map looking over. As you said, in terms of buy rounds, we've barely seen anything. 3 of them, in fact. Well, guess what, Mitch? They need 5 in a row.
5 in a row up against 4 ultimates. Only the Blade Storm that's gone. Like, keep in mind, Gen.G have a full buy with Seekers, with a Viper's Pit, with a Showstopper from the shadows. And so that's a lot for this defensive side to close out this game. If you remove those ultimates, it looks like they'll close out the game because they're winning almost all of the buy rounds thus far. The closer rounds for PRX have been individuals, and they need to show up individually and together. 5 in a row needed, and the challenge already underway.
Okay.
अच्छा ये तो सिर्फ इनको देने के लिए उड़ा था.
Slow this push a little bit, but the fact is they underestimated the pacing. LOGITECT in the corner, but they expect it. He's stuck in the mud. Good utility usage in this round. It leaves now Karen. He's had some magical plays, but they know exactly where he is. Well, it seems so. Munya goes bouncing past him. There is a flank, and no one really watching it, although it seems like Texture player behind. Also a 1v1 taken, but it won't matter in the end. A 1 versus 5. Some serious mistakes needed. Munya's going to put him down immediately.
Okay, there it is. The start of the way back for this squad. They've actually managed to deal with the vast majority of the ultimates as well. Their Gen.G are left now with just a Viper's Pit. We listed all of them last round. They got used, they found nothing. So not only winning a buy round, but winning a stacked buy round in terms of ult economy. They've still got some left to play with themselves. The Blade Storm can help out. The Pit can win rounds. And with 4 needed, Gen.G are finally seeing some negative economic state. They're that peak from LOGITECT was not expected. Good flash too, and it's a double. He's got his teammate Meteor with him. Absolutely extinguishing the flame of PRX's early fight. This squad's going to have to go back and reconsider, surely.
Yeah, I like this. Just a direct counter. These A-side takes have been one of the major problems. Viper's Pit, although they might just about
spam
dangerous spamming. And because of that, being able to get rid of Meteor is a big pick, because that was looking like map control and a man advantage for Gen.G. Instead, much more of a problem. And also bear in mind, LOGITECT is the only one who can't be healed.
I mean, that cam there is very important. Just seeing something clear the spawn, you see how much space they lost, because this Viper's Pit isn't just stopping a push, it's stopping all of PRX's plans. Their plan was to blitz A. They get slowed, they get stopped, and now they have to go back and re-clear everything. Even if there's not a player flanking, if they're just pushed up in B main holding that aggro intel, you're going to find it very hard to actually dive in. Now this TP is to B side. Up top, it's going to be broken last second with something down below, spotted and taken down. Gen.G have the advantage. They're going to challenge Munchkin inside the pit, and what a mistake that was. Welcome to his world with Munyet, the last man standing, and a free kill presented. He's got 3 seconds. He's found the 4Ks in the past, Dom, but this would be exceptional. Good luck to you, and good night.
And the fact is, the
40-50 मिनट में खत्म करते हैं पहला मैच.
That Viper's Pit with the spike, they needed to clear that man out immediately. It did not happen. A stellar map, losing both pistols and only losing 8 rounds. What a performance for the side of Gen.G.
It's even more impressive considering Munyet on PRX, a player that we've highlighted again and again, that was a big talking point, not just from the desk, but even from the team themselves when they were being interviewed. And he comes out fragging. The calls were good. We had some good fake plays, but at the end of the day, this was a Gen.G map. 13-8 doesn't sell it. This was convincing. And now they move on to their pick of Lotus after this.
Reckoning stage filter में तो family मैं बल्टन अरे क्लिक मत कर रहे Gen.G वर्सेस PRX, Gen.G वर्सेस PRX, PRX वर्सेस Gen.G, तो वही कर रहा है क्या? G2 वर्सेस ये क्या है? अच्छा CS मिलान जी Gen.G वर्सेस PRX, Gen.G वर्सेस ब्रैकेट डे, रॉक्सी भी वही, ये भी वही, सबरूजा नखरे वाली PRX लूसी काश हो जाए। ठीक है यही बचा जिंदगी में अभी देखना। सोच रहा मैं चैनल का नाम चेंज कर दूं। 500 पे सोचा था मैंने, मोना लूसी भाई मोना लूसी भाई लिखता कैन फॉर घंटे। इन लोग में एक अच्छा लाइक का सिस्टम नहीं है ना, ये टीचर लाइक का सिस्टम नहीं है ना। रिपोर्ट लाइव स्ट्रीम ड्रॉप्स एनेबल, ड्रॉप्स तो दो पर अरे क्या लुसींद्र लुसींद्र ये क्या है लुसींद्र? लुसी समजते येणार काय? क्लिप थिएटर मोड, ऊपर ऐसा भी आता है क्या? ये मस्त है फिर। एफिलियन का फुल स्क्रीन ऐसा कुछ नहीं होता। ओम कर भाई लुसींद्र काय ते सांग मला, क्या मीनिंग है उसका? केंद्र लावेंद्र, हाँ एंद्र म्हणजे काय? नरेंद्र देवेंद्र एवढं घाण कसं लुसियन गंदा है बहुत। ये लोग को 5 मिनट में मुतना हगना खाना सब करना पड़ता रहेगा ना। Gen.G title by watching Valorant, play Valorant, view details। ठीक है, end title connected, view drops inventory, end title एक ही मिलेगा सिर्फ n बस, एक ड्रॉप के लिए इतना बकचोदी? 4-5 दिन बाद दिखने एक ड्रॉप के लिए, वो तो एक टाइम पे हो जाता। क्या चेंज करोगे? नाम वही सोच रहा हूँ क्या डालो। 500 पे सोचा था चेंज करने के लिए, 1.01 हो गए। सोच ही रहा हूँ मैं अभी तक। आज अलग क्यूटीज है, वो वाली अच्छी थी।
PRX is a very shocking team to play against if you don't know them well, but Gen.G does know them well. So how do you as a team dissect their style?
페이퍼렉스가 익숙하지 않으면 그 플레이 스타일에 상당히 당황하기 마련인데 좀 젠지 같은 경우에는 페이퍼렉스 스타일에 대해서 충분히 잘 알고 있고 잘 분석이 돼 있잖아요. 페이퍼렉스를 상대로 좀 어떻게 경기를 풀어나가려고 하셨나요?
일단 페이퍼렉스가 진짜 많이 공격적인 팀이다 보니까 피지컬을 앞세워서 게임을 많이 하는데 저희 또한 피지컬이 지지 않는다는 생각을 하고 있거든요. 그래서 저희도 공격적으로 하자는 식으로 많이 얘기를 많이 하고 있고요. 그런 게 좀 잘 되는 것 같아요. 네, 저희가 피지컬이 좀 더 좋은 것 같아요.
कितना
지금.
उसने बोला और वो भूल गए तो
Of course, PaperX infamous for their W gaming, but I feel like Gen.G players can match up to their
अरे पागल
firepower
है।
as well, and I feel
इतना
like
इसने
we're
बोला
shooting
और वो
more
भूल गए
heads
तो
too today.
क्या बोला इसने रिपीट करने लगा
So
तो
we just came into this matchup with the mindset of
तो
you know
वक्त
what,
तो
fight
बटन ना तो
aggressive
एक दूसरे
teams
दाबना
with
रेस
aggressive attitude. You know, don't be afraid to take those fights. Don't
सी
give
नो
them too
पर
much
यार
respect.
मैं भी वही
And I
बोला
feel like
स्टार्टिंग
we're
में
just having a
कॉड
really
वॉर्जन
good
मोबाइल खेलो
day overall.
वॉर्जन मोबाइल मत
Yeah,
बोल
it's
सकते
looking
कुछ
really
भी
good for Gen.G. So
अभी
thank
ये
you very
लग
much.
गए ना
Let's see if they can close this out.
मोबाइल से राम मेरा हाथ नहीं लगा था मोबाइल को
It's not just a good day. They've had a great tournament so far. I'm Yingsu and I'm back here with Mimi and
Hey.
Hypo. You heard it from Solo there. They're confident. They're hitting
आज
their
मजा
shots. They know how to deal with PaperX. And Mimi, it's not looking great on the other side.
आज मजा
Yeah,
नहीं
to be
होगा
quite honest, I think that Gen.G looked like a better PaperX in this game, right? They had the
उसको
ridiculous
मैसेज आ रहा ना आज
individual
क्यों नहीं आई
moments, they had the pop-ups, but they also had excellent fundamentals. You compare the info these two teams were getting on their defense with the Sky Util. Gen.G was always on point with the rotations, setting up reclears, swinging together, whereas PaperX looked like a team who was, you know, playing for the individuality.
Yeah, and the telling thing for me is Gen.G
ये
willing
दो
to
वही है
step
साले
into
ये
that zone
टकला
with
नहीं है
PaperX, where you know you have the flood pretext or you know stacking up.
ऐसे
bodies
क्यों
with
चेंज करते हैं
very
लोग एक ही
aggressive
रखो ना
engagements.
कोई तो
Gen.G were getting down and dirty with them. I'm kind of coming out on top.
Yeah,
लोग
you guys
देखने
have
आते
hyped
इतने
up the rookie Karen coming to this a
चलो ठीक
lot,
है
and here he is in the Verizon high-speed moment round
चलो देखते
17. I mean, you gotta check
Uh,
your
किधर से देखो
corners, man. You
This-
gotta check it.
This is exactly the sort of scenario that I'm talking about.
Around
Making
50,000 लोग
plays
देख रहे हैं,
this,
तुम
getting
ऐसा
ahead
करते
of
हो।
this execute. You lose to PaperX when you allow them to execute onto you,
एक तो
come up,
पड़ी
play
रखते
very aggressive and Karen, I mean,
गलत
Tom
मारा।
nailed this as well in the cast. There's a sort of rank play that catches PaperX off guard because they
अरे
don't
राइट
expect
साइड में
people
छूट
to
जाओ
match
तुम लोग कुछ भी
their,
करो
their level of unorthodox.
I think that's exactly the point, right? They're
ये
used to
कैसे
teams playing back, cowering in fear.
हमारे तो
playing for
लगते नहीं है
flood
ऐसे कभी
pretext against a squad like this instead. Gen.G can give it to them. They're so willing to get proactive, to fight into these executes, and their site anchors were constantly staying alive, doing stuff like that, and actually buying time for the team to rotate over and help everyone out, which you contrast that to PaperX. Their players were trying to do the same thing, and they were getting owned by the
तो
executes.
Yeah, and you saw it in the vibes as well. After every round, they were giving it, they were
Yeah,
shouting
yeah.
across the stage. And on the other side for this, for
Japanese है
PaperX, as we
अरे
take a look
Japanese रहे
in
कुछ
the
भी
aim
रहे
lab shoot around. Monyet, again, he was kind of one of the players we were really looking forward to watching, but what else has he got?
I mean, he was looking pretty deadly at the start of this map here. Again, super aggressive, almost like in the pistol round. He forgot he was put onto the Omen, still on the race for some reason, jumping in. But there's just a number of situations where you're looking here, and I was talking about, you know, some of the aggressive plays that PaperX made. They felt very
Arigato?
disjointed. It felt like it came down to
Arigato?
one
ठीक है
person delivering at the end of that sort of play.
ये
As
तो हर
opposed to
भाषा
the
सीख के
typical
आए हो क्या
PaperX, too strong on the front line, fragging together.
And I think that's,
इतना
that's
स्लो क्यों
exactly
कर
it,
रहे हो
right?
मने
Like,
भाई
this is
थोड़ा
a
फास्ट
team that can rely on those moments against lesser teams, can rely on those moments against a team that's not
बोल दे
familiar
लाइक
with them. But Gen.G
तो तुम
knows
लोग
them
कुछ
so
नहीं मेरा
damn
क्या
well.
है
They're used to dealing with these individual plays
Absolutely.
and not letting it get past them.
I mean, we've been here before. I'm not
मारी
expecting a
नहीं मार
smile
रही
from
है
this man, but I am expecting a
बोला
solution.
ऐसा
Let's hear what
इधर
Alex
नहीं है वो
had to
ऊपर है
say
मेरे
ahead of
पास
map 2.
Hey
मस्त
guys,
एकदम
I'm here
ऐसा
right now with Coach Alex of PRX. So we did see that, you know, although the team struggled on that map, once the side switch and PaperX was on attack, you got some of that momentum back.
एक
And
तो
we do
रखते,
know that
इधर
the
तो
team is a
रखते,
very momentum heavy
उधर नहीं
team.
रखा
So
तो।
what do they usually need to hear, like maybe from you, in order to get that push,
तीसरी
in
लोग
order
होना
to,
फर्स्ट मैप कौन विन
get
झालं
that swing
आपला
into
ये
their favor?
जनान जी
I mean, usually momentum comes when you win
तुमको
some
बोला ना
rounds,
मैं
you
तुम
know,
बोले
so
एक मिनट में
I
आता हूँ
try to
मैं
just figure out how to win the round, and then if it goes well, you know, then we can snowball.
And I guess calm them down a little bit and make sure that they get their nerves in check, yeah?
I guess so.
Yeah. Okay, let's see if PaperX can wrangle in those nerves and get map 2.
अब ये वापस ये भी जीता तो वापस
Before. Come on, boys. I want to see them have some fire
मैं
in
फुल
their
ऐसा
Dude, Yinsu, we
दिखा
gotta
के
get you
पूरा
down there. They need
क्या होगा
this
मैं
energy
सो रहा मेरा
for
मस्त
map 2 or they're going to be in the lower bracket. Looking at this comp, what is this, Mike? The fourth new comp they've played on this map?
Yeah, we've
Whenever
gone
it is
back
the
again. We've got the
feeling.
Cypher back in and Monyet back on the raise. So I guess maybe then indicates we did see that on split. He's going to be the front man here on Lotus.
अभी
This
कौन आके
does
दिखता
fix the issue of having these flanks
yes,
open.
हार लो
It
आज
fixes
सही
that
करो
issue. But I think there's another issue in this comp. You're lacking stall util, and
तो
on
अभी
the
पूरा बाहर
attacking side, you're way more readable because you only only have one piece of smoke, Util. I think that Forsaken is going to have to be very specific with how he uses his cages to make up for not having this Viper.
And the big concern last time, actually, is that eyes go towards Devi here. His inability to really have impact
Real
alone
में
on
साढ़े
his
दस लाख
utility
होगी.
and opening up opportunities for PaperX in the mid-round was absolutely, it was absent last time with the Astrocomp, so really going to be scrutinizing him.
Oh, well, PaperX, if they don't win here, they will be going into elimination on day 1 of playoffs. Mitchman and Tombiz, how are you
साढ़े
guys
दस भरोसा
feeling
है ना
about
ती
this?
बुढ़े बन जाइल ना अगर इनका तीन हुआ तो.
I'm feeling excited because at worst, we should have a good game on our hands. Last time around, Gen.G won both pistols here on this map, and it was still a very close game with them barely edging it out.
नहीं अजून time है.
11. Now, Tom, they come in
Hagamos.
with momentum on their backs and a map that they've put the prep into. For PaperX, it's looking like elimination might be on the line.
लोगों
soon.
भारी हैं सब.
I
people
don't
ने
mind the change
आर
back.
पर इन्होंने ऐसा
Obviously,
expert.
This isn't the comp they played last time, but it is the comp they ran versus Heretics. I think it's slightly better for them overall. Still has something on the Jet as well, because they had a similar comp to this, but with him on the Reyna. I think this just allows him to do more damage. I like the start though from Gen.G. Oh, okay. They had that 3-man push initially. Didn't expect anybody to still be around the angle, and because of that, they've lost the first battle.
One man down already.
जो यहीं पे भागे सब लोग.
Heading into the right spot. The read is good from the side of Gen.G as they move to the A site. Here comes PaperX diving a little quicker than expected, but there's the return. We're not expecting this many players to be on that defensive side already. Anchored down, and they're winning the fight, leaving Devi all alone. The 1v2, good damage done, and the follow-up, and he's out of ammo. Wins. He brought a knife to a knife fight. 3 kills already. This guy's been sensational.
Got respected from Karen. He's like, you know what? I'm not gonna be the coward. I'm not gonna go and reload.
Respected it.
I'll take you in the 1v1. And well, I'll win it out. And well, PaperX, that was again. We talk about the advantages and their conversions.
उसने निकाला ये बोले मैं क्यों कम है?
As they get into the site, they get the initial opener and they get an entry, and then they don't convert the round. It's good work from Gen.G, but you always have to look at PaperX and go, these are moments that you expect them to be able to convert. Not the start they were looking for. And again, we're going to see the same proactive approach from the defense, constantly looking to go.
You seem to be offline. Hello.
PaperX, they got straight into the site.
Oh god.
Oh yeah.
Oh god.
You can tell that as soon as Munya picks up this agent, and
गोली काट के
very
मरेगा.
nearly died to the turret. Not a good start, but Spike should at least be plantable. No nade left online for Gen.G. Nothing to really force these players out of the corner.
हाँ उसको बुंडे पकड़ लो तुम उसके अभी.
Position. It's only
वो नहीं बैठा है वो
10
पूरा अभी.
HP or so because he was so low. And the problem now is you have to fight back through all these close range
Phantom
attacks.
inspector यहाँ वाला Phantom कैसे आ गया?
The numbers to play with on a lot of the fights they're going to take. Decent damage on the headshot. Good follow up, and then it's clean house.
Texture पे मार रहे
Two
गलत.
players lost. Not the end of the world.
Yeah, could have been
Like
much
मारा.
worse.
Ting ting
Interestingly,
ting.
yeah, something buys shields into that round. So maybe hoping that they could get a kill and he could steal a gun away, but doesn't come to fruition. Texture as well is one off a showstopper going into
Sexy
round
मार लाया
three,
अपन.
so
एक.
especially on this map, it definitely is a little bit more difficult for challenge for those orbs, but it might
हाँ
mean
चिल्ला रहा
that we see
भाई.
a bit more of an aid push, an opportunity to find something there. Well, this is
Final
where
के
we
दे
are
तू
gonna
दा.
get the investment. Mitch, you'll be happy. Forsaken is already bringing in
कुछ तो रहेगा ना मतलब इस मैच के बाहर में सीधा ऐसा हारने के बाद कुछ तो.
He's just proven my point, isn't he? You won't expect this off rip if you're Gen.G, and a little bit of danger for Texture. That crosshair's lined up on his head, and it's done some damage, some serious damage by the looks of it. Down to 77. Texture's tagged, Lucky has dropped. And we can continue on with the spams. Heals for most players. Devi the only one to stay quite low, not having anyone to bring him back to full fighting.
Left check कर लेना please.
They're in a pretty good position. The close range spot by Karen shouldn't be left unchecked. There's still a flash on Devi. You expect that to pop as they move forward. No, in fact, it's just a double swing and the same thing there. Exactly.
क्या चला रहा है वो?
For PaperX.
Yeah, it looks like it's
टुक
going to be
मार
fine
रहा.
off to fight. Meteor now has to try and pull off some individual brilliance as well. I think a little bit too predictable on when he'd make his move. Munchkin on the other side of the map, and
गाँव के वो कोने में
he
बैठा है.
could just hold this through to the next round, but I don't expect him to. When there's an
एक
opportunity
एक करके ना जाओ.
to have an upgrade, maybe take a gun away.
अरे
Oh, indeed. Yeah, I mean, not a position you're going to be clearing a lot of the time. Done well to start. Player close is low. Devi and Mind Freak both playing without shields and with a bit of dent to their health. Forsaken also with
घुमा
no
के
shields
दिया
and no
ये।
head anymore. This is getting very costly. The attacking side with Munchkin not stopping anytime soon. He's already picked up 3 and now
ले
he's
लो भाई, ले लो
quickening his
Munchkin
pace
भाई, ले
to
लो
the
तुम ले लो,
side.
सबको ले लो।
Time is so desperately low and he doesn't
हाँ,
know
उधर
where
देखते रहो।
Defy is. The element of surprise gets PRX the kill.
उगा से sound देता है।
But at what cost?
पैसे का पहले ही कम करता है।
Absolutely everything. Every single gun just goes for overhunting a player that was going to have a gun in the next round anyway. Like I understand wanting to earn those extra orbs up, but this is one hell of an overextension.
Hey,
Just constantly fighting versus a player that had a bulldog. Munchkin, wow, you can already see him smack talking. And, well, it's not the only thing getting smacked.
Round निकालो फिर भी कुछ उक्का मारता, नहीं निकालो फिर भी उक्का मारता.
Round 4, and there's going to be a real challenge for this attacking side. Weakness is already seen.
अरे कोई तो मरा.
To shut down the way back through for PRX very early on. We know this is a map that both teams can pull to.
Something में थोड़ा सा ज़्यादा आगे चले गए ऐसा लगता नहीं?
Having done that extra work on it, picked it into this series. I'm worried for PRX. It's early times just now, but with showstoppers online for both squads, we knew this was coming. Munyet's on the way, head caught on the arcs on the way through. It slowed him down enough and actually bought some time for Meteor to escape. And for Munchkin to round the corner, no one's going to go down to that showstopper, but it's claimed a lot of space.
Yeah.
Oh, they didn't realize how close.
Karan he had to move because of the Tiger. Monya's going to try and aggress this. Multiple players on the other side. Showstopper, he should be dead. He actually almost managed to catch one, even still though for Gen.G. This is looking fantastic. Timing couldn't be worse for something either. It's going from bad to worse for PRX. They need to find a miracle through these spams.
और एक spam.
He's been able to get one, but they don't know if the player's still on the spike. The second tap will definitely help them out, but it's loading, just going through. Too many bullets to dodge there. But Gen.G, they break back immediately. And while we mentioned them losing all their players, it's going to hurt now.
Yes, it absolutely
कुछ
is.
भी लगा है.
See the
ये नहीं दिखना चाहिए रे.
Well-placed showstopper by Textures. We said there were 2 online, only one found its mark.
मैंने मैं बैठ जाते मस्त कोने में उधर.
Every time you see someone on PRX turn their crosshair to look towards an angle where they've just seen someone swing or they've just lost a teammate, they get shot in the back because that's the exact timing that Gen.G go for the retake on all sides. Gorgeous stuff. 3-1. Odin being kept through Lakia, going way up in my estimations, let me tell you, buddy. And the spams, well, they're not having too much success, but they don't need to. In this round, PRX have basically nothing to play with. 4 sheriffs.
Well, also they've already taken the control. That's the main reason. You've got Karan aggressively up. It's allowed for a gamble rotation, so he's just moving Odin elsewhere. It's not the most common door to spam because you are open to a couple of angles, but it won't matter. And this is the thing.
2-0 होने वाला है क्या?
Scenario many a time. Find a kill, TP back. Karan is excellent at knowing when to reposition as well, so they can lead those.
इधर ना spam दिया दोस्त. Oh, timing होने वाला है.
Where is he going?
होने वाला है.
Where is he going? He's made it just about around that corner, but well, that was risky. If they came through
उतना confidence है उसको कि उसके पीछे जो भी खड़ा है वो मारेगा बराबर उसको प्रॉब्लम को.
Spray good for Munchkins, a narrow alleyway to fight in, and wow, that's a lot of damage. No chance.
Munchkin भाई भी ले लेगा चलो कच्चा.
Did mention they have those weaker weapons. They don't have a lot to
तो
play
अंधे
with.
पे मार रहा है
They'll
ये.
get nothing done. A flawless round.
2-0?
Harp on the economy, but Gen.G off to a flying start with it yet again. It's feeling
Absolute
reminiscent.
2-0 हो रहा है
But it
इधर
is still very early days. Plenty of time for PRX to find their footing. They don't want to waste time throwing rounds away. They've called a timeout.
That's the funny thing. We might actually get to the point where we can just highlight when Gen.G don't have money.
Yep.
We'll just say
Yep. It's the play.
They've had it the whole time throughout the series. I like the pause though. Because this has been rough. And even looking back versus KC, they struggled when it came to this.
हाँ इधर क्यूटी बैठी है.
A lot of that with a bit of a peculiar composition, but I don't know if this one's looking any better for them right now. Also, it has a lot of reliance again on this double duelist, and there was a moment or two at the beginning where I was like, okay, something looks like he's here to play.
Because मध्ये पण PRX तो मार लो
And everyone on the other side for Gen.G has looked utterly.
फिर इसका भड़कना बनता है.
In this round at least, one off a Blade Storm. Showstopper, the only ult that isn't going to be playing a part in this round for either side. And Munchkin already having that Viper's Pit online. Clearly, this is a time where Alex needs to earn
कुछ
his money.
कैमरे लेके कुछ उसके अंदर.
PRX taking that fast track straight to the lower bracket.
I want to at least get that third map out. You know, officials are a different ball game to talking about regional play, especially against a team you've already played on that map. You're testing so many deeper things, and I think for them, bombing out like this in the uppers, it wouldn't speak well for what's to be seen, because
Sentinels,
they're not going to be any easier.
Yeah, no. I wouldn't want to face up against either of those teams right now. Here we go, though. Again, early paranoia. I think this one is not really going to be played upon. I like the idea, again, using that haunt to get them space, but something, I think he's just going to disrespect the utility. He's had enough of these pushes coming through. He is going to get pinged up. They know where he is, and Texture's already there to support.
That's it. They're trying to punish the Odin. They know that it's not easy to fight from this angle, especially when the door gets open, and now he's dead. But that's what it's all about on Gen.G, filling in the spaces and being able to fight afterwards. But with the return from PRX, they've got a real chance. The headshot angle held by Mindfreak, but Meteor was just ducked underneath it, playing the limbo, and he's winning this game with Mindfreak down. It's 45 HP, and a dream turned to a nightmare. PRX losing out on another take. Managed to put the players on the back foot and filled in every gap that Gen.G were trying to stuff their way into. They always had someone to take that second fight. They had someone to take the third. This time, though, they lose out when it comes to the post. You gotta say, they really could have used that round.
Yeah, this is one of those things
देखो उधर देखते से जाओ उधर थोड़ा डिले आएगा.
In a 2v2 scenario, the amount of times I feel like I've watched him just get both kills and his teammates still rotating. Like he's just so confident at this stage in his individual
Beast का हाँ beast है.
Even just ducking under where he assumed his opponent would be holding.
जोते
Once
छोटे
again,
तू.
another big round for PRX. A lot invested, even having some decent early trades, but
ऐसा लगा फिर game.
and now, well, Bladestorm is really all we could talk about, and this
इधर उड़ी मारने का
initial play
बच गया.
almost goes down, but has managed to dodge that singular bullet fired by Texture.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think is that sending them elsewhere.
You know
it was trying to
Okay.
claim some space through. We saw good success
Zavar
from
ne
that.
edene.
I think when Yad on the previous map was thrown at a few of those little
Dur 2 minutes.
feelers. But the idea now is you can't play up against that op. This ain't
ना
around
अंदर जा
for
सकते
your
ना बाहर जा
Bladestorm's
सकते.
already gone, and everyone else has pistols.
But
Close
क्यों भाई
range,
क्यों?
numbers advantage is the
एक
way to
मार.
go, and they've done it. At least trading out the first.
मार के
Karen,
मतलब
though,
क्या है?
he has been consistent every single time they've challenged him. This guy's coming up with multiple.
कधी बीच वगनर मी तुला असं मारता मारता ना.
Ready to swing, and luckily because Karen was dropped very quickly, so too is Meteor. Hell, it's winnable for Divine, but his knife was pulled out. Tried to evade some spams or some.
अरे तुला कसं माहित जेवतोय मी. अरे तुम नहीं, तुम भी खाना खा रहे, ये भी खाना खा रहे डिस्कॉर्ड पे बैठ के.
अभी ये Gen.G वाले बोला
हाँ.
खतरनाक टक्कर दे रहे हैं.
खतरनाक.
भाई ये जब इसमें था ग्लोबल स्पोर्ट्स में था तब
कभी नहीं मार रहा था.
हाँ ना तब वो कर रहा था.
Gen.G are consistently
टीम ने बना असर पड़ता ना.
watch out the late round again, as you said,
Aye.
odds are in their favor.
अरे पर ये लोग ने जी वालों ने इतना कम पैसा दे के हायर किया रहेगा किसको.
असं काय नसतं.
The side of PRX.
कम पैसा
क्या?
दे के हायर किया
Operators are
रहेगा.
going to be invested in
कम
that.
नहीं रहे मतलब वो बोला बहुत ज्यादा पैसे से हायर किया इसको.
Start to this game and
Texture
reaction
और
from
इसको.
Texture already puts down Munyet.
You see the idea?
तर नाव चेंज जास्त काय लागलं नसेल फक्त एंड टाकला असेल फक्त एक मध्ये.
Because Gen.G are getting aggressive,
Ah,
giving
उडत गेला तू
PRX
बाई.
a taste of their own defensive medicine. This is a really good start with 4 ultimates to fall back on, 3 of which will help you out if you're in a pinch. For PRX,
समथिंग भाई भी
where
ऑफ
do they
लेके
go?
बैठे पर
Where
वो
do they
बड़ा सा
take it? Maybe
खट्टा
they
लेके
commit
बैठा
a
ना
neural
ओडिंग.
theft.
अबे ओडी
गेला,
नॉर्मल हो
गेला.
गए वे ये लोग को.
हाँ,
अपने इसमें तो गाली गालते हैं.
Wallbang kill with the Odin from Lakia. That's something dropped. That's the op down, and he's looking for a little bit more. I don't know where they're going to take this on the attack, but I think I know what the result will be regardless.
ये 4 सेकंड के साइपर खेल रहे हैं. यूरो वीरो खेल रहे हो.
Reposition.
आहे ना एक दोन डोरी शायद ना आधीच.
Will make things a little bit more interesting. The reveal as well will tell exactly where their opponents are. Knowing there's only one player here, the turret though, keeping things disruptive and Meteor
कुछ ज़्यादा ही.
again, full sprinting to help his teammate out.
Even when they
गया लोअर ब्रैकेट गेला.
Gen.G
Gary गेला
continue
खाली.
their
नहीं रे
utter
अटैकिंग में
dominance in this
निकालेंगे
match.
पूरा.
हाँ काय फिरवून दिलंय.
I don't know. Yeah, second pause going to be called for PRX at this point. I feel like they're running out of ideas. I also just did tip
ऑपच्या
as well.
फक्त
Last
ऑपच्या फक्त
3
त्याने हे नाही
times
बघितलं.
Gen.G
तांडका दिसतं त्याला फक्त ऑपचा
yeah,
स्प्रे
played
दिसलं त्याने.
and won this map.
मराठी बोल रहे 20 बोलने तो कुछ भी
They're 7-1
मराठी
up on
बोलता
defense.
काही
वे मी याच्यासाठी मला हिंदी बोलतोय
कोणासाठी
I would say that's very
तुझ्यासाठी
bad. If you're a paper
वाह
expert,
मी मराठीमध्ये बोलतो आणि ते हिंदी बोलतो नाही सुन
मी ऑडियन्सच नाहीये बे आप जे
this map against this squad again.
अशी
Now
चालले
it's looking quickly for me to
PRX को
take
देखने आए वो
the
लोग
same maps. But the funniest thing is something.
ये मोठा क्या खेलता है बे खत्तर ना
अरे सेक्सी मारतो तो मन्या भाई
मन्या
भाई येतो
दोघं होते ना याच्यात जी मध्ये दोघं पण होते ना
नाही हे PRX वाला नव्हता याचे हा होता एक्सेल आणि तो दुसरा एक नाव
मोनियत
नाही नाही मोनेत होता मोनेत PRX चा का जेनजीचा जेनजीचा कोणतरी होता ना किती लिखा ऊपर ही
consistently, at least that hasn't been the crux of their attacking side. The problem is,
अच्छा मोनिया टेक्सचर XG प्लेयर है ओके
literally 10 to 15 seconds in, it's 3v5. No control, no
जेनजी का प्लेयर है दोनों
one guy goes down, they push somewhere else, that guy goes down, then they sit there with nothing to do.
Think about the spots that Gen.G are also willing to
हे
claim.
त्याचं नाव दवाईचे आणि ओमकार मिया उसका नाम दवाई है
They weren't even holding
डेविड
the
नहीं
deep
है
angles anymore because I
हाँ
was
लाना बोले इतने
And they pushed A.
पिछले साल से उसको दवाई दवाई सुनते आ रहा हूँ मैं
So like this is the thing, you even peek your
नाम
head and
डेविड
they
ही
go,
लगता
boy,
है
they rubble, yep they are. I'm
डेविड
dead.
मेरे दवाई
everywhere.
Now,
दवाई
we have
ऐसा नाम
इन गेम नेम रहेगा क्योंकि वो अपना
Insta smoke.
ये
B control being taken by 3
तारिक
players.
विरिक सब वो डिवाइड डेविड ही
Waiting
बोला
to see
थे
if the push will go through in that direction. It's going to
खेलता
allow
गया
a
खतरनाक
fast take back of this control.
Bad, bad.
Paranoia immediately
Bad.
put through. The trade's not awful in the beginning, but they quickly
Uh-huh.
divulge
Ah,
into
okay.
nothing for the side of PaperX for taking.
हाँ नाइस नाइस नाइस
अरे
आया 4 सेकंड भाई आया 4 सेकंड भाई आया
Well, this is the round that he needed to wake up in. That spike is theirs, and they can walk it straight to the C site once that door is closed. 16 HP.
4 सेकंड भाई आए पर कुछ कर पाएंगे क्या 4 सेकंड
Got
भाई
an op. And an aid.
दोनों की बड़ी बड़ी है
That's the snake bite left. This could be very, very dangerous indeed. For now, though, Texture's not
नहीं
deploying
डालेगा
the nade.
दिखेगा
4 सेकंड भाई ना
Sitting
पीक ना
down.
दियो
Op in hand, 16
अरे ना
HP
दियो
down to
ना
0. Nice shot with the
रुक जाते 4
operator.
सेकंड मिया
Spine Freak now is a nade below him. He's safe. Up top, he's got the angle. Could even pick off Munchkin. That could make it winnable. But Texture's a
angle है
little
फालतू
too quick.
I love it.
I didn't think he could fire off that quick.
It's just like
जिंक्स नाही ना म्हणून मोना खेळतोय अच्छा
as a negative, and then it's like, no, never mind.
Wide swings it. Like,
अरे जिंक्स तो
we're quick
कधीपासून नाही आहे पूर्ण टुर्नामेंट नाहीच आहे तो
For Gen.G, 8-1, Tom. Yeah, I almost wanted to say coming into this map, well, it can't get
2-0
any worse.
coming.
It just
वही लग रहा है
has.
अभी.
It was 8-2
Yeah.
at least last time.
Yeah, it definitely is looking like a
जबकि मैंने छोड़ दिया क्या रे
class.
किसने
Again, considering this is the number
रकीब
1
भाई ने
and
खेलते हैं
number
ना
2
रकीब
of
भाई
the same
डायमंड पे
region, that we've already seen them play in the best of 5
समझा
series.
वो
It was a
डायमंड पे
3-1, and a lot of the maps were close. It looks like Gen.G have
कैरी करने नहीं आती
leveled
कि
up,
भाई क्या
and
बोल
for
रहा
PaperX,
मैं तो हो जाता अभी तक
I don't know if they've fallen off, because that's looking like the difference between these two is not the same we've seen before. All 5 ultimates, by the way. Gen.G don't need them. That's actually the point we're in. They
8-1
don't
चालू है
need
इसको
the ults.
8-1
They're just winning the
मैंने
rounds
लगा नहीं था
anyway.
इतना गंदा होगा
Be thinking at this point, oh, let's just throw one out just to see.
There you go.
There it is. Okay. Cycle the economy a little bit. Here comes the big rocket.
Ah,
It's not
see?
landed. It's not found the value.
ये
it needs
कैसी
to. The lockdown
रियल
has
गान
been
के लिए
destroyed
रेस थी
and
आधीच
Meteor was tagged
बराबर
down
मारा भी
quite
लगता
a
तुला
bit.
That's the value, right? That's the value.
वो
They
उड़
got
के
rid
गया
of the
वैसे ही
shield,
बाहर
they
था
got
वो
rid of the lockdown, so they can at least claim
आराम बना होता
some
लोग
space. He's screwed. There's no
Like,
way he survives that.
ओ भाई ओ भाई ओ भाई
It's a little messy. It's giving PaperX a chance, Tom. They
टीवी
haven't
टू
planted
निकाल
this
दो
fight, but
सेक्सी
they
लिए
don't
थे
need to if they win these fights again and again, and they have.
हाँ भाई
Lackey a
8-2
drop leaves
8-2
Munchkin
जान में जाने
1v3. If
वो
he wins this,
इधर है सब
I'm putting the headset down. They've got decent amount of
बंदे ने
HP
पूरा
and
रोटेट
they've
करके
lost
आया
Spine
वो
Freak. Okay, but it's all right. They've still got 2 players. No
कहाँ टपके
utility
मार
to
रहे थे
play
ना
with. They're gonna just take these fights, not one at a
अबे
time.
Phantom
That's
कैसे
the
मार
only
लेते
thing
हुए
I beg of you. Not one at a
जैसे
time.
अपन
Not up
Phantom
against
मारते वैसे
Munchkin
वो
right
Phantom
now. He's
मारता
अबे
11-4.
एक लो आया एक
After round,
फालतू
but a
मैंने
reposition by Forsaken.
हाँ
A
मेरे को
swing
लगा
is
ही
good.
2-1 करेंगे
And the double peak wins the day, 8-2. Deja
Nine-
vu.
nine-
गोटे गोटे जाम झाले रात्री काम
Well, Gen.G got to be feeling confident. The good thing is they
अरे वाई टू दकेत भाई
शकील भाई
That's what I
जी
mean. That they lose the rounds, they use the ults. That's the weird thing about it. And again, a lot of
हे
this
सेक्सी
came
दोन
down
घेतले
to
तिसरा पण घेतला असता पण
some really
थोडासा
individual play
ऊपर
from something. Finally putting a couple of kills on the board. The fact is they did peak.
ये चल रहा है क्यों नहीं मेरा
Much
स्ट्रीम
good
चालू है ना
First player peaks, dies. Second gets dinked, and it's only finally they reposition. I think we would have needed a new desk completely for Alex if they managed to lose that round, but it's scary that it even got close.
I think just get rid of the desk,
लोटस
man.
पे होते
Punch it
जाते हुए
back
कभी
with
देखा ही नहीं रे
an LED screen in it.
लोटस
Whose
पे
face
उठ
is on
जाते
it?
हुए
Depends on the game. Make it interchangeable.
4 सेकंड में
Well,
मार रहे 4
Forsaken
सेकंड
picked
मैंने
off
ले लिया
Karen.
कुछ तो
That's
ले
a
लिया 4 सेकंड मैंने
fantastic kill.
गोली
Look
खा
how
लिया
open the A side is, and they've made that realization. There's no further challenge. There's no utility. There's no
अकेला घुस रहा है
reaction
देख दम देख ना
from
पहले
Gen.G. So
प्लीज
Forsaken realizes it's wide open, and he gets caught by Lakia. That timing was near perfect. You have to, well, I mean, you can call it a mistake.
ते
At
लोग
the end
किती
of the day,
हरामी
he was
बोलावे
open
ना
like 6
पळतात
angles,
इथपर्यंत
so
पळायचं
he has to
दाखवलं
just
आम्ही
be
येतो
clear
इथं
enough
परत गेले
constantly being paranoid about them. The site, though, is lost, and PRX will find the plant nonetheless.
Showstopper online. Not wanting to allow them to set up something's going to try and get aggressive, but he's not going to manage to land the shot. Now, I think the flash through the back might have actually caught Munchkin. So he's going to actually reposition through B instead. Move away from the flank position. It's open. I think it's because Divide's having to check too many angles. The Seekers at least will give it away. Showstopper has been thrown
ना
in.
करो
He might get caught by all of the Seekers, but his teammates got his back.
आई
And that
ग
means he'll be
एवढा
able to
लांब
kill off
पर्यंत घेऊन आला
Mindbreak.
तो
The remaining players a bit of an obscure position. Monyet has not been cleared yet, and because of that,
सही
he'll
है
be
भाई
able to deny
हाय
the
हाय
defuse
हाय
or the
दूर से भी
spam
पड़ रहा है
doing
इधर
so
से भी
much
पड़ रहा है क्या
damage.
करेगा
And now it's all on to Divide with an
ए
operator.
किधर ओप लगा के बैठा है बे
Yes, but he just needs to kill the guy.
नाइस
Defuse,
नाइस
and
नाइस
he's
हो गया
done
हो
it
गया कोई
now.
ना
There's no time left.
चलेगा चलेगा
Finally, PRX.
अच्छा आगे गया
Thank you.
तो मेला असता ना
We've
झालं
seen
असतं
from them, but everybody will go down with the ship.
लॉन्ग पासून मेला असता ना ते उसका राउंड था जेनजी का राउंड था
लॉन्ग पे आ गया क्या पहले
थोड़ा सा
This time, PRX didn't have the pistol to help them out. They weren't both on the previous map, putting them up
हाँ
4
का
rounds.
स्पैम है
They
भाई
ended up
स्पैम
8. But here, they're doing it on the rifle rounds. They're doing it in
आयन
the
चालत
clutches
नाही रे
as
आयन
well,
दम
as
स्लो आहे ना
close as they
स्लो
may
बोलते
come.
एकदम स्मूथ
It's still
वाटतं
giving
आयन
them
कारण
that little
चालू
bit
हे
of a
लोक हे चालवतात
heartbeat
तेच कळत नाही
to continue on forward. Now, this round, the last of the half, Gen.G come in with the Viper's Pit. That's going to be a problem to
9-3
fight
कर दो
through
भाई
on the defensive side, or potentially a very strong tool for retakes.
तू पिक ले मैं नहीं 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 मैं भी नहीं तू ले नहीं मैं भी नहीं जाना ही नहीं
Round, but
4 सेकंड मैं बोले तुम घंटा मारा मैं जा रहा
as long as they're getting the rounds, I don't think they're going to mind too much. This battle is now changed. It was previously
मारेगा
Karen
मारेगा
being
मारेगा
solo,
नहीं
and now it's
उसका पिक
Texture,
किया
and his operator has been fierce.
कोणते कोणते पिक समोरचे फायदेशीर असतात कोणते कोणते आपल्या
अपने फायदे का कुछ है ही नहीं रे
Is there flashes or anything? No.
माहिती ऑपरेटर तरी का असतो
ये
पिक
ऑफ
द्यायचा
सही है रे ये ऑफ मस्त है
Players have
त्यांच्या
stopped looking to trade, but
सगळ्यात
मैं
तट्टी
सबसे
ऑफ
बेस्ट मेरे को यही ऑफ लगता है
सगळ्यात तट्टी हीच वाटते मला
PRX have given him another shot.
ऐसा
And
स्मूथ
it looks
लगता
like
है
another
Nice.
bite of this apple. As the
कुछ
round
ज़्यादा ही
comes
smooth
another,
लगता
but
वो।
finally the
आगा,
miss is
आगा,
there.
आगा।
Texture gets the reset though with
अरे,
OHB. He's
क्या
dancing
dash
around,
मारा
but
है।
he's being caught. There was no escape this
Nice, nice.
time, and with Lakia falling, a real chance
Oh
emerging
भाई,
for
नीचे
an
से
8 to
ऊपर
4
सीधा।
half. It looks like PRX
8-4,
have
8-4,
finally
8-4,
woken
8-4.
up. They found some punch to be packed.
पिछला भी
Let's
8-4 ही
see.
हुआ था
Meteor's on his way in. Up close.
चेक नहीं करेगा रे उसको चेक नहीं करेगा
चेक करेगा नहीं कि नहीं बाहर आएगा ना वो थूकते हो
बाहर है
Well played. Now they can group up and try to force this 2v2 with the Viper's Pit. That was a little
अरे
scary.
मतलब नहीं है बेस्ट टाइम देंगे ना वो लोग क्या
But now
कर
they've
करके
got a
मतलब
lot
है
of space as they close in the
भेटता
distance.
मतलब
No
असतं
snake bites
मित्रा
to play with though. That could help out keep them
हे बास
way out of this pit. And with
देख
Munchkin
ना
falling, it's
टाइम ही दे रहे हैं
अरे
ना
हाँ मस्त
PRX 8 to 4 at the halftime. They found some legs to stand on, some foundations laid. But the second half will be tough if they lose the pistol.
8-4
Yeah, it's almost identical to what we saw in the last half.
काय कुठे
A
मारला बघ त्याने
streak of
कितकुसा यायला
rounds.
मारला
That's just disgusting. I was thinking from Forsaken's point of view,
अपने को
I was
अक्का
like, I
बंदा
didn't
दिखता वो
really
भी
see
लगता नहीं
anything.
है
That's how good Texture has been. But again, it's those player deficits that are actually what
ये इनका
turns
ये
out
बहुत ही
there.
हाइपर होता है क्या
हाँ गोटी खाना है उसको गोटी देने वाला बराबर उन लोग की पकड़ के
Well, Tom, it's time now to toss this one over to
ला ला ला
who had some words to say earlier.
मैं फुल
Stressful game.
Huh?
I feel like for me personally, I feel like
दवाई
playing against ourselves because the way they play is kind of
I don't know.
similar, you know. I mean, trying to outsmart them. I mean, they were very good. I would say they are smart and they're kind of like one step ahead, especially on
बीच ला
Lotus.
रन द गल्ट करी उधर का
Way behind them.
Tiffany.
Yeah, I think we were taking too easy. I
Ult
think.
हमारी
I
कुछ तो हो सकता है
mean, they did exactly what
पर कुछ हुआ
we
नहीं
were watching them. Like in the VODs, like they play the same. Like they are not scared, even though these like I think for some of them it's like their first time in Masters. And yeah, I mean, very surprised with how they actually perform.
Yeah, you're gonna be put to test.
लाइक
Put
कर
the
दो रे
task goal.
किधर गया मेरा
That's
स्ट्रीम
rough. Blinded and Monye just popping off.
ये देखा था ये इस देखा क्या
वो माहिती है उस दिन भी स्ट्रीम किया था ना मैंने
Box, this guy's on
टेक्स्ट के मार लेते थे
absolutely on the money today.
उधर से तो नाम पड़ा हम लोग का मोने भाई.
I mean, the good thing is probably we might be able to get some revenge, you know. I mean, we lost to them in the Pacific.
किती मोठा डोका आहे बे याचा.
And yeah, I mean, I think texture is
उधर से तो
giving
मोने
us
वाला
no
नाम पड़ा
problem,
उसको.
like just
मोनियत का.
killing us or like punishing
मोने
us
भाई.
over and over. And also, Karan was playing insane as well, even though he's a newcomer. But I think he's probably like the top player in the league. I think he got MVP.
सिंगापुर वाले नाकत का बोलते विचारों डिटेल.
Yeah, I mean.
हाँ मैंने कोई स्मार्ट नहीं ऐसा.
इधर इसका आवाज बड़ा.
किसका?
Cook some strats, you know, to cook these two.
स्क्रीन का. डिस्कॉर्ड पे बड़ा है.
डिस्कॉर्ड ला थोडी वाढवू शकतो असं. मारे तू राईट साइड ने खालून वाढव ना. तुला असेल बघ खाली राईट साइड ला खाली आवाज असेल.
Pretty well respected. He's got 6 kills, almost a third of what his teammates.
कुछ बोल रहे?
Hello.
It's been tough for the side of PRX. They haven't found a lot of success, but that little 3-round streak to close out the first half, Tom, it's given them a chance here. We want to see them take the pistol.
8-4
Yeah, we want this to be a competitive match that it definitely has not been. Gen.G looking like a competitor for the crown.
Wow.
Thus far, we haven't seen the PRX that we know and love.
इथे ते 4 लोक बघ कुठे ते.
This pistol round might just be a deciding factor, but a great
मोने
start
में
from
देखते नहीं मोने में सीधा घुसते.
already pushing aggressively on the other side is something waiting.
अपन भी ट्राई करना चाहिए रे.
He's going to go back for a little bit more. Has to use the dash to get out of there and is now waiting for the cavalry to arrive. As the team somewhat far away, an opportunity, but forsaken with a good trade.
ऐसा कुछ होता नहीं अपने में. अपन वो लोग एक किल मार के पीछे आते हैं. अपन एक किल मार के बोलते हैं अपन मारे आगे जाते हैं.
He's done some damage, and there's the follow-up.
और सिकंद भाई क्या शॉट दिया है.
That's going to put us in a 4v2 with PRX. Definitely favored to take this pistol now. Forsaken fallen. A little bit more of a chance. Something though delivers. Okay, he's up top and not spotted.
Hi.
Something
मैंने भी गुस्सा था.
Looks like even he's starting to heat up.
देखो क्या तुझा
That's
गेम.
exactly what they need. Just him having confidence, because you look at some of the fights he's taken and there's definitely risks about it, but that's always been his play style. Even on a gecko, he's basically an op main, so
हाँ 60 मारला पण काही बोल. You flick दिली तरी अशी एकदम छोटी सी.
on the duelist, which is exactly what's happened thus far.
नाइफ कर देता मस्त इसको ऐसा उल्टे साइड पे उतर के.
That sniper into his hands.
हाँ भाई थोड़ा ताए थे वाला लेने.
Definitely slip back. As said though, for the majority of the
जान में जाना है. जान में जाना है.
Mostly in Pacific, Gen.G have been much more consistent on their attack.
Pistol win then was essential for PRX. Now the
डरे नहीं उसको. हेलो.
Very little to play with for Gen.G, and even if they drop something, he's the player that's rocking with the
वो बोला बॉल भी मारेगा वो भी मारेगा क्या करूँ.
Already been reached here. Any further kills will be costly. Will force some level of reinvestment.
PRX स्किल नहीं है क्या बे उसका?
है ना.
They can keep distance.
प्रत्येक टीम से.
Gen.G have, they're definitely not favored on ranged fights.
Defiant will be solo, but you can see the rotation already coming out from Monya. Jump peak will give him the info to go back in with that.
वो दूसरा दिया वो लेने का ना वन टैप सीधा एक छाती पे मारो किधर भी मारो. हाय दवाई भाई.
Have any opportunity to win the weaponry.
दवाई भाई इको फ्लैगर.
Not falling into the hands of the kills they've garnered and.
देखो राइट देखो. हाय मस्त नाइस.
अपन तो चेक पर नस्ता है.
PRX as they manage to bring things again back within 2. But the fact is, it has been the buy rounds where Gen.G truly have been.
अभी उन लोग का बाय है ना दोस्त.
Well, just look at your screen besides something. This is a round that often you're going to look at as an eco, but 3 orbs away from a blade storm means he can an operator and potentially
5 किलो बैठा है वो बंदा.
lose the round with how
ना भाई भाई इको फ्राई करके पट से ऊपर आ गए.
I would definitely put stock in him finding at least the 2 orbs. 1 kill and a death. We'll see what he can get up to.
दोनों कंट्रोलर ना.
They can gamble the control. They've got him holding onto the A side, an aggressive position. This is not really
एवढा क्लोज मारते तो.
Somehow he gets out of there unscathed.
मोने में आराम से.
They also had an initial setup for players outside C, but after
वो सचल मेरे को भी आता है वैसे मारने के लिए पर कभी मारा नहीं मैंने.
मारने को.
एक बार मारा था उल्टा पड़ गया मेरे पे. बॉट लगा. बॉट लगा चाहे अच्छा मतलब तो मारूं गिल्ले.
Here's the chance for that operator to finally show its ugly face. Ugly for the side of Gen.G as they lose a player right off rip. and it's Texture, the man with the responsibility to take the space to close the distance. Now they'll be a little bit slower on the way around these corners, which is just perfect for something. He had to be watching the right way though, and Munchkin caught him unaware. The same happens with Devi though. Leaves it with 3v2, defensive advantage, and Devi walkabouts. He's been so good. 19 kills, looking for his 20th and his 3rd of the round. He will get the opportunity, but he's being dropped. Doesn't matter, because Munyet's there to catch him when he falls. Gets me excited for PRX. That round looks way back in contention because Gen.G got an
तुम्हारा देखा मैंने कल एडी
I like the way they play it as well. After the initial spot that there was at least one player lurking, they know there's an opportunity to potentially steal a gun away. So they 3-man push, even a trade there's not too bad, knowing there's some things on the other side. And even though he only gets 1 kill, he does enough to delay and allow for those rotations. Devi as well though, as you said, he's been fantastic. 19 and 10, topping the entire scoreboard right now. Something once more. They know he's going to be here. They know there's a high chance he'll be here. They're actually going to really put the pressure on early.
किती तो दम दाखवायचा ना की आम्ही येतोच येतोच येतोच
They have players lurking elsewhere. Trap just got broken on B. So now for PRX, they have to be worried about the flank. It means you're not going to have Forsaken there to help with this fight. Instead, something has to do with it.
Oh, texture पे बोलेंगे हर बार मैच क्यों?
They try to seize the space within.
हाँ फिर शेरिफ ने तुझा मोशन राउंड निकता ना?
2 versus 3 medium.
इको राउंड निकता त्यांचे पण बराबर हेड पे लगता है ना वो. हाँ.
For Mind Freak.
पता है कि इधर है क्या? आहे ना माहिती त्याला. बीचा हे तुटलं ना ट्रॅप.
Well, they're very much aware that something is going on. I mean,
ऑफ लिया बीच ने.
Why haven't they?
Why are they not trying
to fight for any bit of control? And that's not something they'll find an answer to until they looks like because they've spotted players.
अपन ऑफ मिला नहीं मेरे को दे.
And they're worried about their spawn. They're actually going to go fighting aggressively. This could be a big win if it goes through. Nice work from Meteor.
Blind पहले अलावा होता.
1 bullet left. And nothing being spotted towards the spawn. This means they know where they are.
Seriously?
Perfect, and he goes
Bro.
pistol. He does it alone.
दो ऑफ से एक से.
The Mastercard Thrifty. And what was looking like a round firmly in the hands of PRX falls to one man.
शेरिफ से खेल के निकाला है.
पुढे मागे असते एका मागे एक लागला होता दोघांना.
Also, very ambitious to go for this. I could have put it to a 1v1 top, but he was having none of it. That's
त्याच्याकडे फॅन्टम तरी मारू नाही शकला बघतो. वैसे इको राउंड इच.
When it's him a 2v2 and he goes, okay, I've got the first one. He always picks for the second, and weirdly he always gets it.
गया भाई जेंजी गया वापस बाहर गया. Sorry. जेंजी अंदर गया. यार इस बार गया.
Well, fine then. I guess that was the right play.
Well, uncouth, but it works this time. Certainly caught his opponents off guard with Gen.G 9-7 and claiming that round. PRX weaknesses.
मैं भी किया था उस दिन. मैं भी उस दिन ऐसा 1v किया था पर.
Look at where he is.
अरे वो ये देख something नहीं किधर आगे बैठा है.
वो वर्सेस वन बसला ना तो.
Oh, nice flash. That's good. But he doesn't have the dash anymore. It's faded out. The shot's missed. And Munchkin's been given a second chance at life while the show's
प्रेशर में खेल रहे हो बहुत.
Oh, I thought just he fires it out close. No, he doesn't pull the trigger.
एक गोली. हाँ नाइस. ये दिया है इससे.
अबे वो छोड़ा क्यों नहीं? छोड़ने का था ना उसको.
तेरा इन्फो नव्हती ना. आणि त्याने जिथं मारलं तर समोरच्याला कळलं असतं हा इथं आलाय.
They went aggressive.
अरे सैचल करून आला है.
उसको उतना आवाज नहीं जाएगा ना कि वो ये बराबर इधर ही घुसा सचल करके. बेला सचल मार रहा था ने. शिफ्ट पर उड़ी मार देता पुढे.
Potential crossfire just with the amount of time that can be born. Munchkin is just looking at that clock. That's all he really aiming for. Sitting back, waiting for the push. He manages to land the first, almost onto the second. The PRX respond in time.
अरे तेरे सचल इतना मारला आणि पुढे गेला ना तो. आणि त्याने पुढे शिफ्ट दाबलं.
In this second half, and they close the gap once
At
again.
least our strategy तोड़ मेहनत बेचारे और तो ही मारा था.
इन्फो नहीं देने का रहेगा उसका. ये तो शिफ्ट दाबला देगा. खान मिला पना. अंधे में मरा बेचारा.
I can understand he doesn't want to give away his position, but you know, you make a decision there. Do you gamble it? Do you not? And well, he chose wrong.
Chips
on the wrong
left hand play.
फैंटम मार के दिखाओ तुम कभी ऐसा.
really got their hands
Phantom चली गई तुमसे.
वो अकेले लेफ्ट आर्म पे चला रहा है क्या?
हाँ.
ये
There's a Viper's Pit online with 1 kill from Munchkin, 1 orb, 1 plant. But the main thing is something has got basically an
अरे पूरे कुठे गेलास?
Yasin dash.
मेरे जैसे गलती हो जाता है
No
थोड़ा.
punish. The
ओ
reposition.
भाई सेकंड बार पण घेतला यार.
अबे कुछ तो
यार जिंदा है.
सही है.
जिंदा है.
This
यार
is
जिंदा है.
PRX.
यार जिंदा है.
Second blink and you miss it as we're 9-9.
जो पुढे गेला तो डॅश कर.
Somehow made this comeback
बहुत
happen.
बटा रहेगा रे उसका. अबे
One in
किधर
the
जा रहा
second
हूँ?
half after
कहाँ गया मैं यहाँ?
basically we were
ये
at a
क्या दबा दिया?
scoreline where this looked over. What was it? 8-1.
कितकू सा डिस्टेंस जाते
3
पर
rounds in a row. And that's the thing.
उसके ऊपर उसने शॉट मारा है.
You think it, you don't really think it at the time.
अबे ये नहीं क्या शील्ड नहीं था क्या उसके?
नसेल
It seemed like Gen.G
140 देतो ना तो समोरचा. आणि पुढे पहिला मॅच हारलेला आहे. पहिला राऊंड हारलेला. लाईट शीट घेतली असेल त्याने.
Now we're starting to see players rise up. You were mentioning it. The distance between Devi and everybody else was a lot. Well, something has been closing the gap. I'm also just looking.
बस ऑफ गेम मध्ये फर्स्ट सेंटिनल, सेकंड फोर्सेकन, थर्ड रिवर, फोर्थ एंड फिफ्थ आरजे. सेंटिनल ने मेरे लिए फर्स्ट एक ही है. मैं ऐसा 1 2 3 4 नहीं है. मैं हंडा. हाँ भाई कौन ऐसी मार रहे हो? दवाई दो कोई तो जल्दी. भाई कुछ नहीं नहीं.
Viper's pick could change the game. They're trying to get in as quickly as humanly possible.
आई
but
गॉड.
BG's there to defend.
नाइस वन.
निकाल सकता है बे ये लो है.
As said, he's had a
समथिंग
real
में जाओ समथिंग में. वो लो एवढा लो नहीं है. 50 तो 4 गोली बस ज्यादा नहीं.
पैसा भी नहीं है क्या इलेक्ट्रॉनिक्स? है ना पैसा निकाल सकते.
just looking to reposition completely.
नहीं बे अभी कूद रहा है बंदर है क्या?
ओ भाई
Still wins the battle.
उसको आइडिया नहीं चाहिए. हाय अभी है.
अबे क्या?
अरे दोनों क्लासिक.
अबे क्या रीड है बे?
These rounds are getting insanely close. And it's a back and forth once again.
10 न वापस.
Really is like a pendulum swinging. There's no stability to be found for either of these teams. 2 rounds for PRX, an immediate answer back by Gen.G. But the fact that it comes down to this, that the Vipers drop outside the pit.
राउंड काढला त्याने पण.
Clean as can be with a
अबे PRX में नील लाया था बस.
close it. Gen.G.
तक तक बढ़ गया रे उसका पूरा.
Set up in front of them, Tom.
COSMO,
There is a
yes.
showstopper for Munyet. Other than that, everybody is
मेरे
just
को
on the
लगता है PRX
rifles.
जीतेगा ये.
Credits are low. Gen.G
भरोसा
could be
नहीं
on
ना.
the home stretch very, very soon, and Forsaken in that corner
clear
needs
him?
value.
अरे
He's good for 1 and damage on
अबे क्या?
texture. The whole
स्प्रे ट्रांसफर झाला असता ना गेला असता पण 8 एचपी आ गया.
facts for us as PRX look to move back through. So many players are low.
दे दो वन अभी किधर तो.
Corner, it's the rock.
हाँ भाई. अरे तो एचने मेला पण.
Trade's all right. That was the low HP player that goes down. I don't think they're going to mind that whatsoever to put it back into a 3 versus 3. Something about to try and go through this. His teammates
तो राइट ला काय चढून
a
बसलाय.
bit further behind. No flash available for Device, so it's just going to have to be the raw push.
अबे तेरी गन कहीं काट ली बे?
दूसरी गन अच्छी पडलेली होती ना.
Remember falls. Gen.G
मोनाची.
now get a double back of their own. And the major worry here for PRX. They
Get
don't
it
have
now.
backup credits. They don't have anything.
मोना
in
तिकडेच
their
मेला ना रे.
pockets other than the play
मोना
store.
बोलतोय पण.
This could be the
मोना
beginning
तिकडेच
of the
मेला
end.
ना. मोना भाई मेरे चाचा का लड़का लगता है मोना.
2-round gap. Gen.G in
Yeah,
this series
एक.
have just been
ठीक है भाई तुम ये कर लो.
these rifle rounds. And again, it seems strange.
अरे अपना ओमेन तो दिख रहा ही है
to
PRX
talk
का.
about it as a dominant game. Yes, it is a strong score.
माइंडफ्रिक भैया बाहर है. माइंडफ्रिक भैया थोड़ा चिल कर रहे हैं माइंडफ्रिक भैया.
Look at both pistols. That's a 4-0 start based off of coin flips. And PRX managed to just about come ahead. When it came to rifle rounds, they weren't.
किती चुत्या बनवायचं म्हणजे.
Now early push. It's not quite a rifle. Instead, it's a set
अरे
of blades.
कशाला एवढा गेला.
इतना क्या घुसने.
They lay by his side as he falls to the floor. Something down. So
गेला
too
12.
is Devi, and they're ready for another
12
player
now.
close. There seems to be nothing that PRX can do to surprise this Gen.G roster in the last few rounds. And with 12 looking like it's on the board, Tom, these players, they have to be feeling the crushing weight of
Smoke
this
हटते
series.
one tap
The
दिखने वाला है.
lower bracket is beckoning them.
किसी एक का
They'll
तो.
face elimination against the Sentinels are allowed.
लगा
There's
लगा
no
लगा.
fight for them than a team that they know. The devil they don't is coming.
Seems like Gen.G have got their number.
अबे मैं इधर माउस क्लिक कर रहा दूसरे प्लेयर को देखने को.
It was a weaker investment, but they had to use one of the ults, and it got absolutely nothing. And the second we've got into these post-plans, that's where Gen.G have looked their most fearsome. A team from last year that started strong.
12-9 वो 12-8 था, ये 12-9
Made a huge
पिछला मैच
overhaul of this roster with risks taken. Players brought back who
सब मार रहे
been
Gen.G
at
में
Masters right at the beginning of Valorant. A player they got from ranked.
ऐसा भी नहीं एकदम दूर दूर है 19 19 18 16 14
Success elsewhere. Texture, one I think we can really highlight. Like in G, he was okay. But to go into a Gen.G roster that's now playing for a minimum of top 3 if they win this match. Unheard of, surprising, and now looking like that pinnacle of Pacific.
अरे मेरे को तो लगता है PRX का आधा तो पुश के कारण 1-2 राउंड तो हार रहे हैं.
मागचा मॅच पुशने मागचा राउंड पुशने गेला ना.
उसके पहले वाला
ब्लाइंड करून बघून मागे आला असं झालं असतं. कोई है नहीं तो आ जाओ पीछे ऐसा. जरी कोणते कोणते शॉट असे मारतात. 3 जण होते समोर काय ट्रेड घेणार. ट्रेड में जाएंगे खुद मर जाएंगे.
लेकिन अभी भी ये लोग मेरे को तो लगता है बी जाएंगे.
जितना यूटिलिटी खत्म करने का उतना दिखते ना वो लोग भी. अंते लोगों पेशेंस चेक करते लोग तो भांचो कौन पी देगा पहले मेरे को.
माइंड फ्लिक और इसका होगा यार क्या कीजिएगा.
Problem is, okay, good nade up close. That's going to force that player out in the open. Problem is, Texture was covering it. And now the push on mid is spawned as well. 3 players left for Paper.
ओह भाई और एक लगता स्प्रे में डाला होता.
Won't evade it. He's being caught. But, oh, it's
fake. Oh, भाई.
The shrouded step has bought a little bit of an advantage for Mind Freak because he's still alive.
ये देखिए ये पाल अरे आराम से खेलो तुम लोग साथ में पुश लो ना.
2v2
Very much known towards that
2v3 सर.
Mind Freak's on the wraparound. Wants to move towards that singular door.
निकाल सकते हैं PRX
needs to buy some time.
हाँ.
Still has a flash to play
वो नीचे वाला
with.
तकलीफ.
सिगन सा एंगल ये मरेगा तो वो देखेगा वो मरेगा तो ये देखेगा ऐसा है ना.
A chance if Mind Freak can make it to divide. If they can take this fight together, but they don't know where the last players are. And the nade has even forced them back for a second. The time now very low. And with 2 players still to root out, it might be too low. Divide just dodges that seize, but Mind Freak down. The time now not to be played with. Okay, no Texture went out swinging. There's no chance. There's no chance whatsoever. He had to stick it underneath his nose. And short of a big misplay, it was never swinging the other way. 13-9 and 13-8. A consistent showing from the side of Gen.G.
हाँ त्यांना माहिती आहे PRX मोस्टली पुश करते ना म्हणून ते लोग ऐसा आरामात बसून होते हैं. उनको मालूम है ना PRX पुश करते हैं मोस्टली. त्यांचे पण एक जण पुश नाही करते चौघे जातात डायरेक्ट मागच्या मागे. इसलिए लोग बुन टिका के बैठे क्या हो तुम लोग क्या हो तुम लोग को मारता ऐसा.
2-0 किया बे. शश
कोच घोटी लेने वाला उनका कोच अभी आज.
घोटी देगा अपना.
अभी नेक्स्ट मैच में जो हारेगा उसके साथ अभी आधा घंटा टाइम पास 6:15 वाजले आत्ताशी 15 मिनट टाइम पास म्हणजे. इधर तो इतना खुश दिखता कुछ हार गए तो ऐसा मुंडी पकड़ता.
कौन सा है इसका अभी इसके बाद कौन सा है.
सेंटिनल्स
लाउड सेंटिनल है ना.
यस वही तो मेन है.
वो भाई वो
टेंस भैया को देखना है अभी.
नहीं अभी वो वापस खेलने लगे वे पहले जैसा. पहले वो डैपर वीपर थे वैसे तब वैसे खेलने लगे सेंटिनल्स.
वही तो देखने अभी टेंस भैया को देखने अभी बस. उस दिन कांगकांग को देखने आया तो कांगकांग भाई ने ऑफ लिया.
कांगकांग खागा ना.
कांगकांग भाई ऑफ लेने आए. कांगकांग भाई ने ऑफ लिया उनको मुंह पे मार दिया. बोला भाई साहब जिसको देखने आया उसको तो मुंह पे मार रहे हो.
मत देखो
स्क्रीन था ये डालता है स्क्रीन सीधा.
आज भी PRX देखने आया गू का.
हाँ PRX देखने आया PRX के भाई दिसते का स्क्रीन. हाँ आता बराबर दिसते. जाते ना मध्येच
स्क्रीन क्यों जा रहा है तेरा.
टिंग 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 अब नहीं जाएगा.
वो कहाँ है सागर किया.
PRX ला अजून चान्स आहे पण अगेन्स्ट लाउडर सेन असणार सो PRX घरी आता भगवान जाने. ते लोक मोस्टली पुश करतात.
एनिमेशन थोडी आहे.
अरे हे ना आता लोअर ब्रॅकेट PRX लोअर ब्रॅकेट फाइनल्स मध्ये. हाँ आता त्या दोघांमधून जो हारेल तो खाली जाईल और फिर वो दोनों वर्सेस ये दोनों जो जीतेगा वो. लाउड और सेंसिटिव लिखना है बस। आज कोई क्यूटी दिया नहीं इन लोग, क्यूटी भेजा नहीं आज किसी को। मेरे को लगा कोई क्यूटी वगैरह आएगी।
अच्छा
क्यूटी नॉकआउट आता। अच्छा म्हणजे अभी ओके अभी समझे मेरे को। नॉकआउट मतलब ये दोनों में से जो भी जीतेगा वो पीआरएक्स के साथ खेलेगा, ऐसा ना?
नॉकआउट मतलब बाहर।
हाँ तो मैं क्या बोल रहा था, दोनों में से जो जीतेगा वो पीआरएक्स के साथ खेलेगा।
ये भी तो नॉकआउट था।
ये नॉकआउट थोड़ी था। आज क्यूटी है, क्यूटा है, क्यूटा है, गंजा है, गंजा।
नॉकआउट तो आज थोड़ी है, नॉकआउट तो 23 को है। आज जो जीतेगा दोनों में से वो अपर एंड लोअर का ये जेनजी और पीआरएक्स दोनों के साथ मैच होगा एक ना।
हाँ
फिर बाद में उसमें नॉकआउट, फिर बाद में नॉकआउट है।
हाँ तेच तर सांगतोय मग।
फिर दोनों में से जो हारेगा दोनों का निकल के नॉकआउट हो जाएगा ऐसा।
तो दोनों में से जो जीतेगा वो फाइनल में जाएगा असं।
फाइनल वो तो डायरेक्ट जाएगा।
यामधून जो हारणार तो पीआरएक्स बरोबर खेळणार। बराबर तो बोला, फिर मैं उर्दू में थोड़ी बोला भाई। अरे
जो हारेगा वो उनके
क्यूटी
साथ
उधर नहीं
खेलेगा,
पर क्यूटी इधर है।
जो जीतेगा वो जेनजी के साथ खेलेगा। समझ रहा है?
हाँ
फिर बाद में उनमें से जो हारेगा वो बाहर। ये प्लास्टिक प्लास्टिक की क्यों मजा नहीं है?
गलगले चावले रील बघितलं रे कुत्रे?
पाठवला का?
पाठवला का? इतना इंस्टा पे डाला है मैंने। क्या बोलने का लोगों को आजकल।
हाँ अरे इंस्टा खोला ही नहीं।
शेयर बियर नहीं
Distraction
करते।
नहीं है अपने लाइफ पे। नाम क्या है तेरा?
नाम क्या है तेरा? ठीक है दोस्त।
क्या रे?
तो 500 लोग के 742 व्यूज किया उसके ऊपर। कम से कम इसके ऊपर चला जाता मेरे। स्ट्रीम रिवाइंड कर, उल्टा बोल रहा। अरे
स्टोरी पे डाला वो क्या?
हाँ हाँ सब लोग डांस कर रहे हैं, मैं मोंटाज बना दिया।
अबे तू उस पे स्टोरी पे डाला है पर वो अवतार डाला है बीच में।
हाँ उसके आगे स्टोरी देख ले फिर, नाही तर अरे जा ना डायरेक्ट माझ्या प्रोफाईलवर। अरे मी बोललो याद होगा मग जो जिंकेल तो पुढे जाईल, जो हारेल तो खाली जाए लोअर ब्रैकेट। अगले दोनों में से जो जीतेगा वो आगे जाएगा और जो दूसरा जीतेगा वो लोअर ब्रैकेट जाएगा, ऐसा ही ना? और फिर जो जीता वो दोनों का मैच, जो हारा वो दोनों का मैच, ऐसा ही ना? एम आई राइट और नो?
अरे दोनों हाँ बराबर है।
हाँ बराबर है ना?
वही है,
फिर
जो भी है वही है।
देख क्या है मैं
दोनों के
शेड्यूल।
साथ मैच होने वाला है, कोई बाहर नहीं गया अभी तक।
नॉकआउट मैच आगे होगा।
नॉकआउट कल।
फोन कर, बस बस हाँ या ना लिखो, बस पैराग्राफ मत लिख दो। ना लिख दिया मेरे को समझ जाएगा फिर मैं। देखिए भाई चाइना जाएगा, चाइना।
तो उसके हाथ में वो क्यों पकड़े उसने? क्यों पकड़े हो?
मेरे को टेडी गिफ्ट करना है ना उसको। टेडी डे चला गया ना।
देगा क्या इसको?
तेच तो सांगतोय मी, टेडी डे में उसको गिफ्ट करने का था पर मैं मिला नहीं। तो बोला आज स्ट्रीम देख, स्ट्रीम नहीं ये चले वॉच पार्टी चले तो लूसी भाई को एक टेडी दे देती हूँ। आएगा मेरे पास, रुक जाए ऐसा कैमरा मैन दे, मैं ऐसा पकड़ता इधर से लेके आता। हाँ
पकड़ने को कुछ है ही नहीं उसको।
हाँ।
अच्छा रेडी कर दिया।
अरे हेलो नहीं, ये नहीं बोलना था।
ये सब अब क्या देख रहा हूँ पता ना, अगला मैच कब चालू हो।
यही तो देखने आए हैं हम लोग। मैच का क्या, मैच तो फ्रेंड्स भैया डाल देते हैं मैच जीत गए तो, वो हम 12 मिनट में देख लेते हैं अच्छे अच्छे शॉट्स।
तारीख के स्ट्रीम पे देखने का।
क्यों तारीख की स्ट्रीम पे क्या रहते? अच्छा
अरे
हाँ
after-
था।
बाद में।
ओके तो रिएक्ट देत होते ना, मागच्या वर्षी मी बघत होते।
मैं तो ये साल पूरा इसके स्ट्रीम पे ही देखा रे, लाइव देखा ही नहीं।
किसके स्ट्रीम पे देखो?
तारीख के स्ट्रीम
अच्छा
आप मतलब ये वीडियोस पे।
हायलाइट्स मी पण नाही बघितलं। मी आता मागच्या मॅच पासून बघायला लागलो। एखाद्या स्ट्रीमवर गेलेलो तो पण खेळत होता, वॉच पार्टी करत होता। मैं बोला भाई कैसे एक्सेस मिला हमको भी तो।
देख रहे
मग त्याने एक फॉर्म दिला।
ए फर्क देख रहा है क्या?
क्या फर्क?
वो ऑडियंस को सामने है ना ये दोनों
हाँ,
बात कर रहे हैं, तभी भी वो लोग का ध्यान देख, वो लोग क्या बात कर रहे हैं उस पे।
कुछ है ही नहीं तो कैसा देगा?
समझ रहे हो? वही तो।
वो देख हरावी लेफ्ट वाला, हाँ आंख मारता।
वो ढूंढ रहा है एक ही।
ढूंढ रहा है वो, कुछ दिखेगा कि नहीं? भाई तो मेरे से ही बात कर रहे हो लोग। हाँ, ऐसा ऐसा फेस रखने का बीच में, फुल स्क्रीन कर देने का। भांचो में इधर क्यों?
निकल गया, निकल गया वो।
वो निकल गया, वो निकल
तेरे
गया,
को ये दो आया था वे।
वो निकल गया। हाँ अभी आया वापस। यस। कौन बात कर रहा है बे? हाँ ये, नहीं नहीं माइक अंदर मत डाल। मी तुला दिलं होतं फर्स्ट, काय क्या दोस्त? क्या पहले बताओ क्या क्या दिया था?
ए पहिला स्प्लिट होता का?
हाँ
ओए स्प्लिट पे हार गई पीआरएक्स।
यस, ठीक आहे ची कुत्र्या।
वेरी बैड, वेरी बैड।
जेनजी का सपोर्ट तो है, ऐसा लगा जेनजी का साइड ले लूं। हाँ तो बुक का तोंडावर मार ले त्याने।
तो लगता है माइंड फ्रिक की वजह से हार गए।
नाही रे, कोच 2v1 होते हैं, त्यांच्या साईडला 2 कोच होते। भले वो ट्रांसलेटर है पर बिठाया ना 2 जन, सपोर्ट मिलता उधर
वो
बेचारे को एक को।
ट्रांसलेटर है क्या उसका?
हाँ इधर ये नाइफ हुआ ना, उधर ही मैं समझ गया भाई हार गए। ये देखो ये, मुंह पे दूंगा मैं।
ये बहुत टॉक्सिक लगता है बे।
वॉच पार्टीचा इन्फो आणि फॉर्म, अरे तो ओमेनचा होता ना इंडियाचा। हा मी दुसऱ्याकडनं घेतला, हा दुसरा फॉर्म आहे, हा तो वाला फॉर्म नहीं है। पर अपने इसमें ऐसा आपण आपल्याकडे पिक घेऊ नाही शकत ना, असं असं पिक नहीं घेऊ शकत, माहिती आहे का तुला? तू दीवार पे मुंह रख के ऐसा खड़ा कर, सामने वाले का स्पेशल नहीं हो, आके तेरे को बुट मार के जाएगा। मी 2-3 ट्राय केला असं
अपने
पिक घ्यायला।
अपने इधर बंदे ऐसे बैठते भी नहीं रहे उसके जैसे, अपने इधर
हाँ
पेशेंस थोड़ी है।
हाँ
अरे वो ही प्रॉब्लम होता है ना, ये डायमंड प्लेट इस पे ना कुछ भी होता है, इसलिए अपन ये नहीं कर सकते, प्रेडिक्ट नहीं कर सकते। उनमें वो प्रेडिक्ट किया है कि हाँ बंदा उधर ही खड़ा रहेगा।
तो पुढे
अपने
येणार
इधर
पण नाही
बंदा
तो।
जैसे इधर उधर इधर उधर क्या चलता है।
सीक्रेट लैब रखित भाई, एक चेयर भेजो ना एक, ऐसा मस्त रिव्यू करता मैं, मेल डालो मेरे को बस। प्रॉपरली सीट बेल्ट सब बोचा ऐसा
नीचे नहीं
मस्त
उठते
रखेंगे,
चेयर के साथ।
पैसा भी उतने रहेगा। मोने हुआ एसी तो सोए थे पूरा, सॉफ्ट
लास्ट ईयर
फाइबर।
तक वो लोग ये अपना इसका इसका वो स्टाउट का ये बेच रहे थे,
श्राउड होता ना लास्ट ईयर।
उसका बेच रहे थे वो लोग
हाँ मग तो आलेला म्हणून।
चेयर। ऐसा क्या है सीक्रेट,
सेन मध्ये होता ना श्राउड।
सीक्रेट लैब। कलर
कितने का रहेगा ये
फिक्सिंग
चेक?
है क्या?
कितने का रहेगा ये ऐसा एक?
अबे हो जाता है, बहुत ज्यादा है। वो तो लास्ट
15,000।
टाइम में इसका अभी देखा था, मैं शेयर देने का था मेरे को, तभी देखा था तो फिर इसका देखते हैं प्राइस क्या है बंदे
ये देखिए मेरा 2,000 का, मस्त एकदम पिछवाड़े तक जाता है, एकदम पीछे तक, टिक टिक जाओ ऐसा पूरा, सो जाओ।
16,000 का है बे।
बस 16,000, तुम 2 लोगे
32 का बे,
कितना?
32 का है।
मेरा उतना पगार भी नहीं आता।
शेयर के बारे में बात कर रहे हैं, मेरे को मस्त ऑफिस से मिला है बोल, तो खुद का भी नहीं है।
ऑफिसला सांग ना, मग अजून एक चीज आहे ना सर, ही खराब झाली।
घर मांगना पड़ेगा उन लोग से। अच्छा
सांग
ये लोग
त्यांना
सब
थोडंसं
यही
एक,
शेयर यूज कर रहे हैं ना?
कोणता तू ऐकतोस ते? हा तेच
फिर
म्हणून
वो
तर
लोग का
बनवला।
सबका ये भी है, सबका पेपर एक टीम के हिसाब से वो लोग कस्टमाइज कर रहे हैं।
हम्म,
ओ, भाई ना बे वैलोरेंट गेम से गेम के हिसाब से इनका भी धंधा बढ़ रहा है।
सब चालू है ना उन लोग के पास। सैड PRX इन द
$539 का
लोअर
है।
ब्रैकेट, वाई सैड? और एक ट्रांस
$539 मतलब कितना होता है?
40,000 अराउंड,
45 तक जाता है।
40 अराउंड बोलला ना मी तेच। और थोड़ा सा ऊपर पकड़ लियो। फाइट फॉर टी और उसके ऊपर कितना डॉलर बोला तुमने वो लगा दो। मस्त चेयर है ना। ऑफिशियल फाउंडिंग पार्टनर वो 40,000 का चेयर है, 45,000 का चेयर है, उसमें मेरा 2 प्रोसेसर आएगा। यही सोच है ना तुम्हारी, इसलिए तुम नीचे हो। लोग ऐसा बोलते स्टारबक्स में जाके बैठो कॉफ़ी पियो, फिर उधर तुमको बातें सुनाई देंगी ना लोगों की, दूसरों की, तब तुम्हारा मेंटालिटी चेंज होगा। मैं एक रील बघितला काहीतरी आज असाच, और तुम 500 की कॉफ़ी का पैसा नहीं दे रहे हो, आजू बाजू का सराउंडिंग्स का पैसा दे रहे हो, तुम्हारा एनवायरनमेंट चेंज होता है। मेरा चूतिया बना मत, उधर बच्चे आगे ही पीते कॉफ़ी। प्राइस लेस दिखा है उसके ऊपर। वाह, लेकिन वो ट्वीट मारो ना एक, नाइस ट्राई पेपर एक्स करके, आपका भी नाम दिखेगा फिर इधर नीचे, #valorantmasters करके मारो मारो।
आप मारो, वही सब काम लगा है।
मैं मार नहीं सकता ना, मैं सिर्फ लिख दो मोना भाई जिंदाबाद, हम तुम्हारे साथ हैं।
मेरे साथ कोई नहीं होता, हम आपके साथ। आप खेलोगे तो लिख सकते हैं।
कभी कभी बाथरूम में बैठते देखे थे, कभी कभी बाहर थे पूरा। अरे हम क्या, हम खुद झोल पे झूल रहे। सेन वर्सेस लाऊड मॅच विन होणार तो पुढे जाणार, बरोबर। आणि जेनजी बरोबर जो हारला तो PRX बरोबर है? कुछ समझे नहीं मियाँ, ओंकार मियाँ, थोड़ा विस्तार में बताओ। आऊ कैमरा में आऊ। सेन वर्सेस लाऊड मॅच जो जिंकणार तो जेनजी सोबत खेळणार, आणि जेनजी सोबत जो जेनजी आणि माचुदा है भाई। ए जाओ दे, नको सांगूस, बघून गेल मी।
इसमें से जो जीतेगा वो जेनजी के साथ खेलेगा, जो हारेगा वो PRX के साथ खेलेगा।
हाँ तो मैं भी वही तो बोला था पहले। हम किधर कुछ अलग बोले थे भैया, ये भी चल जाएगी आज के लिए। किधर गया मेरा, अरे बाल वाले को हटाओ यार, क्यूट उसको देखो, काय माहिती नाको ही नको, त्या दिवशी भारी होती। वो दिन मस्त थी एकदम, क्यूटी क्यूटी।
इसको हम VCT1 से देख रहे हैं।
VCT1 से देख रहे हैं? VCT1 मतलब
जो पहला हुआ होगा।
हाँ VCT1 कहते हैं। 119 9 मैच, 9 मैप 3 मैच,
और 20 बहनी
रोड टू प्लेऑफ्स।
क्या सीन है ये? 9 मैच 3 मैचेस,
7 मैप 3 मैचेस, 6 मैप 3 मैचेस,
3-3-6-3-9।
Something like 12 hours of prep
उसका ही सुनते ना।
playing Heretics to then play KC and beat them, and it was the same in Americas. They played more rounds than the rest of the teams in America's playoffs combined. But finally, this team has had a bit of a break ahead of playoffs.
Yeah, and I mean, this break is going to be very, very important for them as well. And speaking of that, here is what Coach Kaplan had to say right after they secured playoffs.
I cannot wait to sleep. It means a lot. It's been really hard to have such a quick turnaround. We showed everything we had pretty much in kickoff.
एकदम सिंपल वाटतो इनसा कुछ।
We didn't have a lot of turnaround time to deal with that strategically, right? Especially even scrims, your jet lag. There's just so many challenges. So having some time to
लास्ट अटेंड से हाईलाइट बघितलेली मी भाई, वो स्प्लिट मध्ये पूरा टेबल हिलता, वो ऐसा हाथ घुमाते वो लोग। बाकी किसी कुछ बोलना नहीं, सब मोबाइल में।
Everything so far without that a little bit of a break. So how much stronger do you think Sentinels are about to be?
I think they're going to be really strong. We've already seen, even with the low prep time, how good
इस बार भी एस से चालू करना पड़ेगा तेंज भाई को।
Heretics and Casey, I think the squad came in with really good
बहुत
game
tough होएगा
plans
बे
to
ये
fight
तो
forward, to punish their opponent's tendencies. I think they're really good when they have even more time. And we saw that in
ये
Americas,
इसका
when they went
आसपास
into
गया है ना
playoffs, they
इसमें
further leveled up.
किसका
This is a
आसपास किसमें
squad
गया?
that when they really take that
वो
effort to
दूसरी
study
टीम में
their
गया ना कौन
opponents
से
and come prepared to a match.
Yeah, and I think
आसपास
individual performances here.
आसपास
Sassy a
गया है
little
ना
bit of a
हाँ
concern,
शायद
but
से
I think
आसपास
if
ही
there
है
are
ना
going to be any change to the composition,
पता नहीं
the way that particularly Zach
क्लाउड से
tends
निकल
to
के
both
इसमें
perform
गया है
individually,
शायद
there's room there to put them
टीएल में
यहाँ
गया
सीजन
है
मसलनेस खेल रहा
outside
था
that. John QT as well, individually
टीएल
standing
में
up
गया
so far
लगता
in
है
Madrid.
Yeah, let's talk about
लिक्विड में
Tekken
Tens
here
भाई
because we say Tens
जा भाई जेकन बहुत भारी है
we
बे
kind of
खतरनाक
debating
रेस
rookies here and there, but there is
बेस्ट
no
रेस
debate when
एवर
it comes to these two. Mimi, they
बेस्ट
are
रेस
the
मोना
best
भाई
right
है
now in this tournament.
Yeah, both
नहीं
these
बे
guys are
पागल
looking
है
like top 5 players in the tournament, and they're on the same team. And the thing is, they're always playing together. These guys out of the server.
मोना भाई बराबर खेल रहा है
Their
भाई
teammates call them the kids of the team. They're always hanging out, and they're setting each other up together in the server.
एक मच्छर
as
पानी में
they're
गया
a
सॉरी
very aggressive duo. You'll see them take risks, but the difference between them and maybe a team like PRX, as a player like
Oh, bye.
Forsaken per se, is it's always together, and it's always being really
Tens me,
well
yeah.
integrated into John QT's system. When they go for these risks, when they go for these early fights, the rest of the team is calling around that. They hear Zach and say, hey, I want to make this play. Tens knows how to set him up, and the rest of the team
कैसा फैंटम चलता है इतने लोग से दूर 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 दूर
Yeah, I
तक
think as well, just to double down on that, the support system here is really the difference. To have everybody here delivering individually,
हमसे बाजू वाला मरता नहीं
to lead the charge, it's terrifying to have.
हमसे तो कोई नहीं मरता है
हाँ देखिए तो 4 अकाउंट डायमंड पहुंचा आप और बोले बाद में हमसे कोई मरता नहीं
अरे आप प्रो आदमी
आप प्रो आदमी बोल बोल के आप डायमंड चले गए
Verse that comes out in the series that they need to
चाहे
deliver.
कितनी गोरत थे लोग ना
necessarily think they've shown that so far.
अरे
but
20
coming
नाम
out and bouncing back the way they did.
पैसा ले
The
उनसे
follow-up series we talked about obviously it being a bit of a concern, the loss to Gen.G, but outside that you still look back and you think, well, what series has Les been playing in? In particular, Les having another MVP worthy performance.
Less is more, my friend. Less is more.
Yeah, and I honestly think
फ्यूचर में ऐसा नाम आएगा सेन लूसी
to a form where they can be a contender for a title. I think they worked out some of the
Direct.
issues they showed in the kickoff event where they're playing these like Phoenix comps. It's not really working.
गलती से ऐसा आंख में आंख डाल दिया तो उसका आंख नीचे चला गया तो
weaknesses on Breeze, but on the maps that they're committed to, their Sunset, for example, they've looked
जो कूटेगी उसके बाद में वो
really coordinated. Players have also leveled up. Quick in their last game looked so much better.
अरे त्या याच्या मागे ना त्यांनी हे ठेवले स्क्रिप्ट ठेवली काय बोलायचं काय नाही म्हणून ठेवलं त्याला
They get into tournaments. It seems like they find the ability
इने बघ एवढे ठेवले हिला आठवत नाही वाटतं
in like every event.
Yeah, and I think as well that they've already shown
तो
here
बघ
that
मध्ये
they
मध्ये
are
खाली
willing
बघ
to kind
बघ
of detract away from
अबे कितना देखी मेरे एक दूसरे को घंटा लाता रहे
obviously busting
हाँ
out
ना
the Euro in particular, but QCK's individual performance across all the duelists has been pretty incredible. I keep saying that nobody plays this much Phoenix and comes out looking like, you know, a great duelist or a great individual player, but somehow he's doing it.
पटकन बघितलं काय वाचून घेतो मी लगेच
He's
वरती
also having a great tournament. I believe he is standing by with Mika Fabs. Take a look at this. Not just
Lordless.
What about this?
What about this?
I want to look at this.
इन लोग का ऐसा नाम चलता लाउडलेस DSG में चलता नहीं
They are every time. Les is the consistent member of this squad with Osmus.
हाँ बीच में मैंने नाम चेंज करने का 500 पे सोचा था अभी 1000 हो गए
अबे चल ना करते
क्या करते
नाम चेंज करते
वो भी मेरे को करने गए पर मेरे को सूझ रहा नहीं है कुछ अच्छा
मैं सही में व्यूज नहीं आ रहा पता है
है आ रहा है दोस्त मेरे पास एनालिटिक्स है मेरा
अरे एनालिटिक्स से बोल रहा है मैं एक बार चेंज कर
जिस वो नाम डालने के बाद मेरा चैनल दिखता है
नहीं दिखता वही कन्नड़ वाला दिखता है ना
अरे तो आगे वैलोरेंट डालना पड़ता है अलग चीज है
तो वो फालतू कौन करेगा
सब करते
पागल है क्या
ऐसा बीच रास्ते में ना रोका करो लाउड रख दो नाम इधर लाउड डलेगा मेरा चैनल पट्स
मेरे को पता है ना मेरे दोस्त लोगों ने सर्च किया है
हाँ मैं सांगतो
नहीं लेता कोई
मैं हर एक नाम ट्राय किया मैं प्रत्येक नाव ट्राय करून झाले असे वेगळे नाव असे वेगळे पण टाकले ना तरी काहीतरी येतच
कुछ नहीं आता चल अपन 2 दिन में नाम चेंज कर दे चलो एक काम कर चैट में डाल दे थंबनेल चेंज कर दे नामकरण कर देंगे 2 दिन में
चैट में डाल दे थंबनेल चेंज कर दे 2 दिन में नामकरण हाँ आज ही बच्चा हुआ है बराबर आज ही हाजिर हुआ है ना 2 दिन बाकी है उसको अभी
Well, eager to see that next step. Keep that vibe going and best of luck.
लोड सेंटिनल्स है
ये पहले भी यही कोच था क्या इनका?
कौन है? जॉन क्यूटी, ये भी सेक्सी नाम है। लूसी क्यूटी लगता।
हाँ लग सकता है। लूसी टी रखते हैं। मैं बोल रहा था ना वही नाम बहुत अच्छा था, समझा ना?
कौन था?
3-4 नाम सजेस्ट किया था मैं।
घंटा तुझ्याकडनं एक नाव आलं नाही माया।
क्या बोल रहा हूँ? सागर नहीं है, सागर गाजी
हैं? से बंगार नाव नको तुम्हाला।
अबे इसका कोच दे।
कोच अरे हेलो हाय क्यूटीज।
क्या रे?
काय?
लाडू का कोच वो लड़की थी ना?
मुलगा होता बे, हा बहा।
अबे अब भी है बे, नहीं रे बे, वो लड़की थी पहले शायद।
लड़की नहीं थी रे, यही थी, यही था।
PRX से थी क्या लड़की?
PRX में भी नहीं था।
अरे वो नहीं क्या लड़की थी, किसकी थी बे?
किसकी कोई लड़की नहीं थी
अबे ये लोग ने लोटस बैन कर दिया।
भाई। ये तो इतना ये तो ग्रुप बना क्या है? ये भी 2v1 करेगा। सिलेक्ट मैप, सेंटिनल स्प्लिट, पहला मैप जिंकली स्प्लिट, आइस बॉक्स, सेंटिनल पिक्स अटैक, दूसरा मैप भी जीत गया सेंटिनल। 2-0 होने वाला। देखो भैया कुछ भी करके अपने घुस घुस के पेल के मारने का है बस। लाउड वाले के लाउड लगा देने का बस।
ऐसा करो वैसा करो।
हाँ बाकी कुछ नहीं। 2-0 होते ही पट से अपन आगे। फिर से अपना 10 बजे आप भी जा सकते हो। काय सेन कडे पण 2 कोच आहेत। हाँ बट 2v2 है। फिर मुकाबला भारी होने वाला। ये इतना बग कर रहा है साला, मैं मेरा खुद का करूंगा जो करना है वो। टेंस भैया आखिरी में बैठते ना? भैया मेरे बाजू वाला है क्या वो? हाँ बैठ आखिरी में बैठते। देखा हल्का फुल्का VCT हमने देखा थोड़ा। अरे हेलो हाँ इधर ही रखो ना। क्या है चेंज करना है कैमरा? रखो उधर ही। सेंटर में तो पण भारी होता आधी, लास्ट ईयरला होता तो।
रैपर
नाही
कानकाडा
नाही क्या नाही रे, तू घेत जा नाव।
क्या?
तू नाव घेत जा, सांगतो मी कोण।
सिक हो गया, रैपर हो गया, कानकाडा हो गया।
तो काय पण इसके जोरात ओरडायचं
हाँ तो यही है ना वो सेल्सियस।
ओ नाही या टीम मध्ये नाही येतो।
अबे यही है बे।
अरे कौन कर मेरे को मालूम है। ओमकार भाई वो था ना वो
बॉडीगार्ड ना?
नहीं रे तू थांब तू हाँ
वही है ना सेल्सियस।
नहीं रे थांब बघू दे चेहरा बघू दे। कौन है सेल्सियस? नाही रे या 5 मधून नाहीये कोण। तो गेलेला सोडून गेला तो। क्या उसका नाम याद नहीं मेरे को।
अबे वो छोड़ के लिक्विड में गया था।
अरे तू घाबरत था 2 मिनिटं। क्या 2v2 2v1 ही है।
Extremely true. We have so much influence and power actually over Riot Games here.
और फिर लास्ट ईयर के सेंटिनल का स्क्वाड बताना जरा।
Started well, our second match of the playoffs, and it's
इधर ही सुनता ना।
we've already had it, you know, a sneak peek of it at least in the regional finals. These two teams clashed, and they're kind of taking over that mantle now. You know, me and you, Josh, were talking about it just before we got into the game, but you know, you think of that Optic Core versus Loud matchup. That was, you know, El Clasico, and now maybe the passing of the torch over to this one. We've seen Sentinels versus Loud now many times so far in 2024, and it's always pushed both of these teams to great heights.
It's possible that we'll see it even later on in
मंच
the
मेरे को नाम भी याद नहीं उसका अभी।
to really discover which of these teams.
चेहरा दिखाओ रे, चेहरा से मालूम पड़ेगा।
मैं बोल रहा है ना यही है वो सेल्सियस। नाम डाल यही है वो। अभी सिर्फ बाल बढ़ गया उसका। यही है वो बॉडीगार्ड जो गाली भी दे देता था सीधा उठ के जेल से उठ के।
नहीं
This is a really cool regional matchup that you have between these two teams. You know, last year we only had one regional title in Americas to fight.
Nice.
That was Loud that ended up taking it away.
अबे तू जैसे तेरे को समझेगा ये देख ये देख ये देख ये देख सामने नीचे नीचे हाँ ये
ये नहीं बोल रहा मैं नहीं रे दोस्त ये नहीं बोल रहा मैं
मेरे को पता है तू कौन बोल रहा है
तुला कळालं पण तो मला पण
चिल्ला
येत
देता
नाही
अबे तू डाल तो सही जल्द से डाल
रुक जा दोस्त कुछ चालू हुआ क्या
They're not just fighting here for the rivalry, but they both believe, and I think a lot of the fans do too, that they've got a serious chance of being able to win.
करी ये क्या है करी नहीं करी भी नहीं
बाजू होने
जस्टिस नहीं रे यहाँ नहीं जॉन क्यूटी तो अभी भी दिख रहा है मेरे को नहीं
क्या बोल रहे
टेंस भी नहीं काय नहीं था जरा मेरे को याद है
देखना लास्ट टाइम को स्क्वाड देखना
नहीं वही देख रहा हूँ
वो लोग साथ में खेल रहे थे पैन ये देख नीचे नीचे देख नीचे पैन करे के नीचे देख स्क्रॉल डाउन ये देख जेंसिस
अरे तो नहीं ऑपरेशन नहीं है सांगतो तुला तरी तो ऐकत नाहीस
पागल है बोल रहा हूं मैं
मेरे को उसका लेके आएगा मेरे को कुछ क्लिप एक क्लिप कुछ तो लेके आऊंगा मैं उसका
अरे बाबा मेरे को पता है तू एक काम कर YouTube पे डाल
नहीं रे हाँ नहीं है
तू जाना YouTube पे मैं बोल रहा हूँ मैं ये खोलना नया खोलना
अरे ये मिल गया रुक जा पहले मैच पहले राउंड देखे जाए
इसको लाउड ही जीतेगा
हाँ बड़ा लाउड हिटर सॉरी सेंटिनल हिटर
किधर गया वो QC की किधर गया है
वो कभी नहीं जीतता है
मियां थोड़ा शर्म करो मियां थोड़ा पीछे आ जा कसला रे बोलना अरे तो होता ना एक सेंटिनल मध्ये लास्ट इयरला मेरे को भी समझ थांब मी सांगतो थांब
taking that territory with bodies, instead looking forwards to the fight in mid. Kawanzin did not use a...
त्याचा आणि त्यांचा डू एकदम भारी होता आई गो
तू कौन सा बोल रहा है बॉडी वाला चिल्लाता है वो
नाही तू कपड़ा सांगतो मी तुला
पैन कार्ड बोलता है
नाही तू कपड़ा ना सांगतो मी
and Lauda re-exploring down mid as well. John Cutie and
सेंटिनल सा मैप मैं पहले बोला सेंटिनल जीतेगा ये देख
John QT left to do so much more there. Just the one before the trade comes through, but the B site now opened up entirely for them. Will be that plan. Sassy's out wide into the open.
अबे ये राउंड का
पैन कार्ड ना है रे
staves it away, and a call is made to try and fight into the spawn. Zelsis. Snake bite now being held, but he's got 3
अभी तक तू बोल रहा था वो बॉडी वाला
नहीं उसको चिल्ता हुआ सुना ओह मर गया पास उससे मर गया
I love watching Sen set up these kind of little plays.
Nice.
You could see it constantly when they were playing against the European teams in the Swiss stage, and they didn't want to offer them opportunities to go for retakes.
VCT गेला
Cook up some kind of post-plant aggression, and they've always got a different idea.
हम 2 मिनट इधर ऊपर देखेगा मेरे को इधर तो
Seriously, these players now have just a depth of micro plays that they can add in. This one a snake bite off.
अरे हम भी आ रहे हाँ हाँ हाँ
शाजाम बोल रहा है
हाँ शाजाम हाँ इला ना होता तो इतने दिवस ये बंद करना ओरडतोय मी इथं
उसको तो याद ही नहीं रे वो अपने को IGL था वो
तेच तर बोलतोय मी शाजाम हाँ आता आठवलं तो पण भारी खेळायचा असं कायला अभिनव यादव
अभी राउंड 9 में हो
And I think what you're seeing, at least at the beginning of this game,
ते बोलतोय हा सांगतोय नाही तो ना तरी ऐकत नाही
अभी उसको कैसे भूल गए बे अपन बहुत सही बंदा
अरे नहीं रे एक्सिस्टेंट दिला हाय हाय ब्लाइंडेड
टेंस बाय इज विलिंग इट बाबा
जो घुमाते वो लोग माउस पट से ऐसा बॉट है जॉन क्यूटी बेटर है
And Sentinels were forced to accelerate there
चांद अपने बोलता
dying because they don't have information about what's happening on the inside of the map. But if you want to talk about info as it relates to these compositions, Loud constantly need to be jiggle peeking corners.
भारी होता तो
for those proactive explorations.
सांगतो मी तो नाही तरी वरडते तोच
Try to punish
भोर आदमी नहीं है इधर
get damage or kills that way. To try to punish the info pushes.
तू ही बोला बॉडी वाला एडी वाला कर रहा था
बॉडी वाला नाही बोललो तो स्ट्रीम वर ओरडतो पण हिल गेलं की असं तसं गेलं की स्ट्रेस मारला ते तुला बॉट बोलते मी हां हम तो है हां दरवाजा लाव ना
Better teams here at this event when it comes to their split.
लाव ना
Partially due to their retakes.
उडत नाही भाई उड सगळं उडून जाते दरवाजे वगैरे
Standard. Being thrown out.
क्या देख रहे इसको अरे
Anchor in position.
सड़क से उठा के मारूंगा
Safe and really just buying time for the rest of his team where
बच गया टेंज में मार दिया अच्छा
damage has been done. Vulnerable up. Sets it up for an easy one for Celsius. 3 versus 3.
Bit of a blunder there for Loud, offering Sen another opportunity to get back into it. Not planted for Evan.
सेक्सी होता अपन थोड़ा सा पिछला राउंड हल्टा है
अबे थर्ड राउंड पे
सब और लेके आया क्या भाई
Holding. Usually going to be the bread and butter of a team like Sentinels, just trying to fight scale forward.
सेशन पे से जॉर्डन क्यूटी मस्त है जेले पिछले साल का जो भी था वो अच्छा था हैं
Taken out now, just 2 will stand, and it could be just a bit of random.
यार कोना दिख जा रहे हो
Saves the day for themselves. Traded, Pip going down.
भाई बच गया हेंस में मारोगे नहीं मारोगे हाँ
अबे छोड़ा ही नहीं ना वो
ना छोड़ लो देना pros don't fake
Enormous round for Sen to be able to pick up. The momentum piling forwards for Sentinels as they win the bonus and knock Loud's economy down. And what a fumble after Sadak's able to get a 2k at the beginning. And it's a 5v3. The stun just comes through a little too late for Sadak to be able to follow up.
बुल्लोक पर भारी साल होता
The flood that comes out is late too. And they've taken a huge player advantage situation.
हाय फुल जोन भी ना करना लाई
Tossed it away.
Glimpses of the comms there as well. Keep playing together. Fundy's on show for Sen. Winning that bonus round is amazing.
साला दूसरे लोगों को बकता मेरे पूर्ण छोड़ दे ये भाई मेरे पे बैठे 3 जन
ये छोड़ दिया रे पूरा
फिर भी जॉन भाई जा रहे हैं
ये फायदा है देख अभी इन्फो का मेनली कब का
chances, no gaps, and they're playing against that. I mean,
Eco mode is
like Loud had a relatively easy path into playoffs, only beating out the Chinese representatives at Madrid.
Neither of whom played that well.
Timing
Against Loud, put up a fight, really, did they?
But having said that, we know that Loud are an
भागो दो जन खड़े
when they're on.
क्या बोलना
Sassy feeling.
मैं कहना तो और होता म्हणून तुझं रिप्लेस हो जाऊन कुठे घेतला रिप्लेस केलं फरक काय बोलू नो वन कॅन मॅच आय जस्ट सरकास्टिक सरकास्टिक वाइज जॉड है सरकास्टिक वाइज नखरे करते आने के लिए बस इधर बोलेंगे सरकास्टिक भाई उधर करो भाई पट से अरे फेंक दे हाथ में फूट जाएगा
through with a snake bite exchanging, the handshake dropping down. Sadak was alone there. There wasn't really much to do with in terms of follow-up. They have to face it wide though with the aftershock being played for.
1v4 2v4 हो गया भला
done to these Loud players.
मारो तो चुप क्या है अविनाश गुमे सेंटर स्नैप हाथ पे स्नैप पाठवत नव्हता हरामी
That showstopper is going to be putting in some work if he manages to earn it.
Yeah, and this is the problem once you start snowballing forwards. Loud are going to be one away from having a broken economy again, and Sen are starting to get up to key ults. Look how nice as well the Sentinels' utility usages.
अभी मैं बैठे आज Valentine's.
Seconds holding nade to try to deny
some.
But he's also ready to throw counter utility with that nade as soon as the retake starts happening. They know how Loud are going to play, and they've already prepped the counter to stop them.
एक मिनट अब भी आया मैं.
One-sided affair. Want to see some bite back from Loud, really.
Oh, this is interesting. Celsius went for an orb that's all the way into mid there. You see how there's 2 Viper orbs layered on top of each other.
On top of each other.
Disincentivize what Loud have been going for. This is Sentinel's Viper orb in mid.
मैं उसको भी खोल रहा ये भी खोल रहा.
Take a lot of damage if you want to try and fight mid. If you're Loud. And that's broadly speaking what Loud have been doing on this defense side so far. Only 4 rounds in though.
वो नीचे ग्रिल है क्या उसके
dog right on cue there at the minute
उसके अंदर कैमरा छुपा है
going to be broken for a bit of that background information but only shown by the one player so
कचरा दिख रहा वो गटर में कितना है
heads ever so slightly in terms of wondering where this might land but they are starting to guess now correctly with the Seekers as a point them directly into the right target
Sassy's going to pick up the ult orb and get Seekers himself.
Seconds left. Which direction is this going to go into? They've still got 2 players planted into mid here for Sen, but the spike over towards A, they are struggling to get themselves in. Push and pull, ebb and flow of the map, not really working out in Sen's favour, and they need openings and they need options right now, maybe to be granted to them. A bit of damage and bullets going wide, but this is such a difficult setup to break.
Left.
What are they even going for here?
अबे टाइम ही नहीं है, घुस जाओ।
घुस जाओ। ओमेन आपला सोमेन झाला।
अरे नाइस।
ओ ढूंढ के मार हे लोग। हे पहिले मारला असं बरं आहे। भाई क्या क्रॉस किया इसने भी।
He's managed to pick up his orb and reposition it too, so he's got more control over towards heaven. So he's set to try to blind somebody playing elbow. Tenz's already.
Tenz में हमेशा गुटी पकड़ के खेलते, कुछ भी हो जाए।
with the stun finally now to try and at least attempt that reclear, but you're gonna have to be giving this one up. They don't have positioning at all.
अबे लाउड कर आउट दे
Playing a really passive position. 10 spots
I
it.
go.
Backside off favor for that fight.
I go.
And they've won out the these critical ones. Now no mollies for Celsius. Let's have
Molly भी नहीं है।
Let's holding for it and watching for it.
That was really nicely done there by Loud.
Loud का round था। Loud ने लिया।
Things that they needed to navigate. You saw that there was no follow-up on the
इसने गाई किया उधर फ्री फायर में मतलब।
expecting some utility in response or aggression in response.
काय दिला दो का। हाँ ना।
Deal with Zekan flying over the top of him too. Unless, as usual, the backbone when it comes to fragging, winning duels against.
Left side name लागतो पण left hand ने। आई बोल।
अभी उसने हाथ पे क्या नहीं निकाला है?
कौन सा?
तू थोड़ा पीछे रह स्ट्रीम थोड़ा सा।
Sorry, we are on Twitch.
सादक का देखा
अच्छा,
क्या तू?
मेरा ये देखना।
Success with the executes at the end of the day.
नको मजा।
अच्छा हाँ तो ओम साई काहीतरी होतं हैं?
हाँ तो वही तो बोल रहे हैं।
हेल्ली? आणि त्रिशूल होता।
The other thing that's amazing about that Viper Orb though too is it keeps people in mid.
मैं तेरे बोल रहा हूँ ओम से इरम लिया सर।
बोलो ओम से इरम।
मैं भी शॉक हो गया।
दोनों वॉट का मिलन।
QCK and Kalan's really close to huge ultimates too. So Loud being able to put that previous round.
हमें बोले ऐसा क्यों ऊपर दिख रहे हैं? सलामी क्यों दे रहे हैं?
The bleeding. Everything was red.
It's a lot that could happen right here now with 50 seconds left. QCK.
एक कम मिल गया।
Body checks the dog, breaks it down. Now he's one away from a large hold of his own. Onto heaven control, but now here it is. Showstopper. Fault line to stop this one. Zekan was blind.
जो अंधे में आई बाय।
Just evades capture. Still low enough though. Tens now with a TP into the back of the side. That was not punished.
सीधा TP.
Retake protocol, but already ram control game for Loud. Look at them clearing that so damn proactively.
Meanwhile, Celsius is so far away from.
उनको मालूम नहीं पिछवाड़े भी कोई तो आया है। कोई देख रहा नहीं। खोल दिया। हाँ टेंस बाय है। इधर भी देख ले। हाँ। गेला।
Celsius is here. Finally. Arriving to the party though,
Very good.
adjusts it and watching for it. Tens now 1v2. The double face is there. Terrific together. It's 2 years. His partner in crime, Mr. Sadak himself. So with that defuse online, that's going to be that second round on the board. And Loud starting to get.
टाइमिंग जरा से थोड़ा डाला हुआ था। थोड़ा सा।
Finding the timing there to re-push ramp.
तेरे अलावा एक्सपेक्ट नहीं करा ना डालेगा सही ला।
Anywhere near set up for it.
सीधा मुंह पे मार रहा है।
General game plan is we're going to get to site, we're going to have some kind of post-plan idea for aggression or a backup plan. Celsius go for that late look. But if you can find a timing between them going to site and setting up the next play, which Loud did, you can be very disruptive. And also, one of the big crucial factors in round 5 and 6 to Loud winning is that they just had players able to take.
अरे तो हिंदू मानते जो बिलीव करता अच्छा मैं तो बोले इन्हें बगैर था मैं बगैर बोला है
But Loud is shooting back.
ये मॉली याद रखना जाता किधर है
Here's that same orb lineup, but this time
वो उधर टच करके जाता है ना अच्छा सीधा पकड़ जाता है
that's going to have the value that Celsius was hoping for. Kind of risky to go and retrieve it too.
Yeah. But it's lost, isn't it? Can't really be reclaiming it unless you have a plan to reach.
साइरामन त्रिशूल है बराबर वही बोला
Don't get me wrong, just hoping that a few stray bullets might land into the cranium of less, but he's tucked to safety, making sure the pit will stay up.
If SEN get a read that Loud are playing heavy over mid at the start of these rounds, which they generally are, there's normally 2, sometimes 3 players there, SEN might be able to make an adjustment.
कम गोली है रे मत मार इतना
But all of this is so based on having a read of what
अरे
your
खाली का
opponent's
लास्ट
match, and they will be changing it up compared to the last time they faced off.
Pretty clear call. That looks like was the dog John QT. He's been pushed forwards now.
उसको मालूम नहीं उसका मालूम है
kill claimed. QCK fault line definitely there. eventually, laboured enough, but still, the trade online. The call's being made to try and speed up the play now into B, but already that Yuto, look at it. I mean, the paranoia, the smoke drops down, cuts on the side, and with that lurk into mid, Sassy not rewarded for it. Tens has the spike here, looking eager potentially to take some fights here, but has to stick the plan now towards D4, but his team do not
Disturb किया
look at that.
भाई साहब घुसून दिलाय
Creeping and crawling, he managed to weave his way into the side there while all that chaos was going on, but not enough to get too much more done.
And that was a tricky round for SEN to be able to convert. When John Cutie goes down over towards A, SEN are forced. Their hand has to go B. And Tui's knew it was happening. The Loud players were there, and yet SEN come out on top anyway. Destroys that attempt to flood retake. Dodge the flash, pick up both players. Good job. SEN, they are running away with this a little now. Getting to dangerous territory. Loud put 2 on the board with some slow, nice retakes, but now the economy's broken again.
Yeah, strange, isn't it? How that ends up working out, but
Eco.
Salvage will keep any of the money running. Keep smoke. Going to be disrespected apparently. At least with the flash, they know that nobody's close, tucked to the corner. A lot of players now punish on the John QT. He's been noted that he plays here a lot, solo play. They're just going to posture and pick up the orb.
And if they can find a
यार रस्सर कैसा ऊपर मारता है तेरे चल हमने ट्राई किया ऐसा उड़ी मुड़ी मार के जाता पूरा ऐसा ऐसा गोली पत्थर जाता पूरा सेंटिनल वर्सेस जेनजी हां तुम अभी से पत्थर है वैसा 2 भाग के और बात बाकी है
Loud have found a decent timing here to make a little bit of danger in the round. And the more the time ticks, the more you start to get worried in situations like this.
Absolutely.
Especially when we saw one of the rounds go down to only 15 seconds on the clock.
I think you can get really punished.
And Brent, the spike is going towards A, which is where Loud are going for their gamble stack. There are only 30 seconds left on the clock. SEN are quiet, but so far
30
away.
seconds left.
They're faking like it could be going towards B, blocking off Les's sight lines, but no one's budging.
हम लोग को भी नहीं मालूम उनको भी नहीं मालूम सब इधर ही बैठे हो भाई भाई नाइस वन नाइस वन
What a swing and great dodging movement by John as well. Can Les pick this up?
V3.
He's been a monster.
He's got the rifle to do it still. There's going to be no gaps there, not with Sentinels, they know.
रैंडम सीखा ना विच आया है सर की
Another round.
हमारा रैंडम पूरा जी हो जाता है
You see them walking into the trap. UCK even manages to get one. But everyone on SEN is playing really tight together. Making sure that they can trade, making sure the spacing's excellent.
तो 8 को ज़्यादा जीता भरती
Absolute sentiment. And they're running away with it. If you wanted to have an expectation coming into Split, I think it's a little difficult. Because the 2 times we've seen these teams play before, one was an extremely close split. The Loud ended up winning, with ZOTAC just popping off at the end of the game to drag them over the line. And the other was a flattening. It was Sentinels just utterly, tactically dominating the game. And this is looking to me to be more like the latter. Obviously, the scoreline would suggest that, but the approach, the way that SEN is so patient around the map, dealing with everything that Loud throw at them. I think that time, having been the first team to qualify for playoffs, has been used very wisely.
Oh yeah, rest and rejuvenation. I mean, listen, I've seen these players wandering around the hotel and the coaches, Kaplan and Drew. They had very dark bags under their eyes, but now they've finally been able to get some sleep.
And you saw there in that shot of the stage, actually, ZOTAC popping off, making sure he's communicating what he wants to be adjusted heading into this. Tack timeout taken for Loud. Are they going to be able to find the adjustment that gets them a little bit of a cushion to work with? Because the economy has just never been in a good spot.
No. Really quite vital round coming up here, just because of what you mentioned, the economy situation. Fault line, that's just off the rip from Kawazine. To market, but there wasn't really much to follow through with it. It looks like maybe it was just to set up B main control for 2 years.
Now look how difficult this is from Kawazine's point of view. You know, when this orb goes up, it's very difficult to know if someone on SEN is just quietly taking the timing through.
सेंटिनल वर्सेस लूसी भाई हां हां देखते भाई वही बात पीछे चले गए क्या देखते भाई Oh, okay, this is the
Little portion of the round though.
बोला किधर गया?
A minute 10 onto the clock. You can see those seekers.
Sentinel वैसे दूसरी बाई नहीं.
Various different directions, but it doesn't really.
Loud वैसे दूसरी बाई से करो.
Do know that Male is going to be free or not Male, but Ropes itself.
Yeah.
Ma,
Seeker went a long way before it hit Cowanzine over in A heaven. So Sen have a pretty good idea that
दोन glass पकड़, तीन glass पकड़.
really uncontested.
Minimum.
The
Ma.
dog here actually might give such bad information.
Broken.
It didn't see the second player of John QT. We'll see what Sen end up going for. Certainly relying a lot on the mid-rounding here from John rather than having set game plans going into the round.
Seekers of his own now, spotting all the way through into mid. Everybody bursting through. Not a snake bite.
कितना what 2-6 हुआ? अच्छा वही है overround जीता ना.
Where's the follow through now from the rest of the team? B main lost control of this one. There's going to be questions asked now of a lot of these loud anchoring players. They want to give it up entirely. Don't want anything to do.
Yeah. That paranoia thrown from Tense is lovely. Would have caught anybody over towards rafters and.
Tense भाई को plant करना देते.
But look how devastating this looks to retake.
How do you do this now? You'd have a rolling thunder, but it's going to be utilized hopefully now to clear through into the bit. They've got this late lurk, the flying from Sassy, and yet he's caused all the distraction in the world. Gets out with his life, close to the corner, cut him up. Still John QT. Quality tactics, quality time now with the whole family as he's sat back into the spectator. CQCK forward.
उसको लग रहा है वो तेरे को बाहर.
Leading it with the team, but it's already wrapped around, so they got to expect the Sassy there. No, it's a half clearance. Not enough 2 years TP adjustment. From that high ground position, just propped up, but Les now needs to get more done, and he can't do it.
Plant ऐसा कोने में दिया है plant भी. उसका आर्ट किधर तक गया है वैसा पीछे. अपनी.
And it's another situation, Bren, where Loud cannot get any level of economic cushionry going. They're going to be knocked straight back down onto a low buy. And that adjustment, whatever it was that Sadak came into the round trying to inform the rest of his team. It did not work. They weren't ready for
दूसरा देना चाहिए था बस smoke की वजह से रह गया.
They weren't ready for Sassy again once he repositioned into B main. It completely disrupted what Loud were going for there with the retake. The timing could not have been more perfect.
The way Sen are working this map, I mean, it's a masterclass.
Yeah.
Speed running it.
It really is. There was a lot of talk coming in based on their regional split that they might have the best split in the world. And you know, I was saying, be cautious. We haven't seen them play up against all the other teams in the world, but man, is it looking clean? I think the believers in the Sentinel split are getting their beliefs confirmed every time we watch.
Yeah, now heavy group up. Weak by here. That Trailblazer trying to be fast onto the approach. Chance here. Zekin tries to adjust the spray, expecting players to swing from that left side. Tens. Evacuating, has a paranoia still left to play for, but the mollies are really clearing him out of position.
तीनों साथ में घूम रहे हाथ पकड़ के.
It looks like a pivot.
Yeah, very mobile though. They've made it feel like it's ramp and they're already pressuring screens. There's still a trip here for John. And Stens is in their spawn where they buy guns.
They don't have a clue. I mean, they've just caused them to all just be looking backwards as well.
Those
Les didn't have any sort of idea. Mid 2 years. One with a rifle, but no longer. Drop to the floor, drop to the deck. Les quite able to do it.
It's not really Tens that makes the round-winning play, but I think it was that Cypher trip coming from John. He'd popped it over towards screens, and I believe that's how Cowanzine ended up falling off screen. Zels has got a double spray down. Have a look here. Blinded up. Yep, hits the trip.
Oh, yeah.
And also gets QCK killed because he's right behind him. So it just gives the perfect timing and positioning for Zelsis to go for that spray. I mean, everything is working here for Sen. It must be devastating for the Loud morale. Bear in mind, you have a full BO3 ahead of you, and you knew that you wouldn't be favored here, but it is still going to be mentally difficult to bring your spirits back up.
Hopefully off that experience in spades. Oh my, showstopper. Let loose there. There is the trade online from Kawazini. Followed up with the stun at least, but his high ground angle of Tens drops down, gives him the cues. Kawazini just taking a white peek by himself, man. Taking a fight by himself. Yeah, there's back up there, but heads have fallen, heads have rolled, and now maybe exactly what Loud ordered.
Yeah, player advantage situation, looking lovely for them. One away from a showstopper too. Sen, they're going to be able to get a plant down here. They're pretty certain that A is completely clear. They saw so many people fighting over mid. But this one is going to be tough, and Loud cannot afford to throw it away.
Yeah, just watching for it. Look at that. Loud, great awareness, knowing that Sen are going to have to be playing a bit more proactively, making the moves into the post-plan situation. Sassy is the lone survivor, gets shut down by his former squad.
And so Sen, for about the first time in this half, tried to do something fast at the start of the round. and that actually results in Loud getting the round win. Every other round, we've seen Sentinels with a tortoise-like pace to the beginning of these. Making sure that they are cautious, diligent about everything. As soon as they step forward to try to take the fight, Loud are so happy. These players behind Zekken just got wide swung and mid.
Crucially as well, final round of this first half, the money's looking good, the ult's even better. The showstopper for QCK can play really much more aggressively now that he's got that one.
And the silver lining, if they can get to 4, if they can win a pistol, maybe it's doable. But they've got to be securing those wins.
Yeah, clean with the rounds that are available to them now. Viprorp does throw a lot of just chaos into the mix. I mean, look at the amount of Loud players. It's just gathered all the way into mid to watch it. They've got 3 players checked and ready.
Yeah. And Tense is still holding counter utility over towards B main. That timing was looking pretty good. Just.
Now that they've spotted the up though, the call's been made to contact in through B main. So SEN have just got themselves a freebie there. Can now utilize this. Now no Valley to be found there. Out wide once more. Still
ये क्या डॉस था? मेरे क्या मैं तो ऑलरेडी से मारूंगा दला तो
collection of the kill. Now there's 45 seconds left. Chances to slow this one down, but it looks like SEN have no intention of it.
उनकर भाई होता है उनकर भाई क्या करें?
Hamazin drops down from the ropes here, spraying down, but Tui's is disjointed on the rest of his team.
नीचे देख लो हेलो खोल दिया 9-3 sorry 4-8
towards the back as a crossfire setup, but the aftershock is elite. Kawazin
भाई पगला गया है.
An ace on the cards. Less to stick. This one comes down to the spam, but John is stunned. A tap. He's going to be out wide. He's going to be forced wide. Knows it. Info gathered now, but another stick now. Less finally to trust. Maintained in his teammate. Maintained in him. Might be punished. A tap. Out. Force with a jiggle. John QT. Balls of steel.
क्राउड निकला है.
Was forced to reload
Seriously, dude.
And John took the timing as
ओबे हाँ कि लेके जा रहे थे
निको. Unbelievable timing from John.
काय दिले तेरे 2-3 उसको कोई देख रहा नहीं था ऐसा. Patience ने आला टपली मारन गेला. बोलने लो भाई अरे उसको डर भी नहीं था कि उसका एस हो जाएगा. नहीं भाई मैं प्यार से मारेगा मैं टपली. 9-3 कर्स.
Hello, I'm John Curie and I'm the IGL for Sentinels. We definitely did a lot of mistakes and we looked rough. We've had 2 rough days, but we made sure to rally the team, everyone stay focused on the goal, and we won 2-0. I watched all of their VODs. I even came here and just spent all my time watching Split and Lotus. I've noticed their patterns and what they like to do. So it wasn't that hard to like kind of like guess what they were doing.
तेरा वो तो कवर करूँ पर ऐसा होता.
The devil is in the details.
झाला
Small
असता.
things that adds up and create that big thing that will make.
ये सोते रह गया हाँ ना.
This man is terrifying.
फिर भाई ये फैंटम से सेक्सी मारते कुछ भी बोले.
Judge in hand, Shin. It's away with it. Still, reinforcements arriving. Narrate can't withstand it though. The pressure. It's too much. It's immense.
ये इन लोग का ऐसा देख के ना ऐसा इच्छा होता है ना खेलने का. फिर एक मैच चालू करते और बाद में तुमको मालूम है. जोकर भाई फुल ग्राइंड कर रहे हैं. हाँ जोकर भाई ग्राइंड करके मतलब क्या जोकर भाई.
So it hasn't been all rainbow and sunshine.
प्लस 20 करेंगे माइनस 20 करेंगे वापस उधर आ जाएंगे.
Since I joined, I mean I'm lucky to say we've only had high highs. We've won all of our off-season and CT so far. So I mean everything is going great right now, but we're still process-oriented and like goal-oriented. Even if we lose, we still make sure that we keep it like consistent and not really like worry about the comments.
बाद में गेम आउट कर दिक्कत है. Game नहीं रे teammates.
Is key at the end of the day. It's clearly working out for Sentinels. I mean, he was talking about it. Time in the off-season, they've been winning a lot, but you know, with that comes a lot.
Third खेलना है पर नहीं पता चांगला ऐकणार आहे वाला.
Coming into the entirety of this year.
तो बोलेगा ये कर तो वो वही करेगा दूसरा कुछ करेगा नहीं. टीममेट ने आई दे तो खुद खेलेगा ढंग से. पर मिलती नहीं है.
The reality is, it's a middle ground map for most teams.
ठीक है पुश आउट का
Loud have come into this perma-banning
कोई नहीं
Lotus, and
ये लोग भी पीआर जैसा चार पूरे पुश करेंगे क्या 4 जन पुश करेंगे अभी सांप जैसा आ रहे वो लोग ऐसा लग रहा है
pistol round. Loud decided to take a ramp control at the start. Sen wanted to fight over mid, but there was nobody there. Loud has still got some people really far away from the action.
Real fast
भाई के नहीं उन लोग के पास डोंट वरी
connection there, so Les is able to just
वो
skip
भाई
it up away, but
जॉन क्यूटी भाई क्या दे रहे
fly onto it. There's a gap into the smoke. Maybe a bit unintentional there, maybe just a bit rushed from 2 years.
Sen are also expecting there to be more players on site right now. Like, okay,
ये
well,
क्या
where
नाम है
are the other two
who's
players for Loud?
वाइस
They lost track a little bit of where Kalanzine and Tui's could be, and now they've lost a lot of map info too. There are still chances here for the Loud players to turn things around, but this silent jump spot, not going to be punished.
Comes down to a couple of obstacles, really.
And look at the rest of Sen.
Keep
Re-clearing areas of the
in
map,
mind.
trying to regain some information, making sure that they don't offer any 1v1s.
Yeah, methodical. You know the win conditions of Loud right now. And against it, slowly creeping forwards, making sure to regain some of that map control. No kill found onto Kawazine. Less a chance really
इधर देख लो
for him to bite back and fight back.
हाँ
Here it is. Return of the fire, 10s from the wraparound. 2 years running all the way through, knows the time against him. So, pistol round. Does not go the way of Loud there. Sentinels, again, looking like just a map of pure domination.
Yeah, this could be extremely similar to the last time we saw these teams face on Split. As pure Sen
तो
domination.
बेचारा मार गया बहुत था
ZOTAC caught off guard by that one. John picking up the 2K. It's just enormous. That paranoia, by the way, too, lovely from Tens. They didn't know, as far as I'm aware, that Les was in that position, and Tens just sensed that.
Hi.
Small windows, but
now Loud have got to. They've got to force. Right, you're down.
आप तो वो फुल कैरी करते हैं
win the
कितना
pistol,
कैरी
you need
करेगा
some momentum.
अभी नहीं होता कैरी मेरे से भी हम भी बुड्ढे हो गए
relying on this one. That full investment. No
अभी
money left
टिल्ट होते हैं
standing.
हम
Trips though to stop them in their tracks as they try and take control of this. The dog broken before it even triggered into it. They do find it. Reface Celsius, that is incredible.
4 जिंदगी सेल्सियस भाई को
Second, following through with the bullets as well as thinking that's just a wide bit of a gap there still. Sentinel's fully aware
फुल कैरी
of
क्या
the
फुल कैरी
possibilities right now. ZOTAC has been pushed forwards into this deep angle and approach. With that trip broken, there was a chance of a timing.
Sassy's going to re-explore. He's very favoured in a fight against 2Es unless 2Es gets the jump on him.
Oh.
No way, just supposed to work.
That's bonkers.
हमारा
Yeah, it's got the one pick, but there's no real follow-up there with the players. I mean, they can't
स्पेक्टर
really
चिपकाया था उसने मुंह पे
He sends the util flying.
और टुसु टुसु करके चला गया
Is making the A site weaker here.
मानता नहीं मैं ये हेलो
Second and John QT though. Cam back online. It's going to be spotting the crossover.
30 seconds left.
There it is. Camera taken out. Going to be calling out now that they could have been compromised towards spawn. but
प्रोसेसर
now
लेना
time
चाहिए मेरे को
really
उसके बाद FPS आएगा तो देखना पड़ेगा
on cages.
और थोड़ा सा FPS आएगा ना
Pushed up behind it. John QT can't follow through after that trip. There's a smoke in his face.
Oh,
Does
भाई
make it
साहब
quite dangerous, quite difficult
ओहो
still.
ओहो
It's been
ओहो
a run and gun in action. Only a
Ooh.
few seconds remaining. Pull out the side.
जॉन क्यूटी तो है
And it gets the job done.
जॉन भाई क्यूटी
Really excellent teamwork and anchoring again there from Sen. Didn't have a cage for himself to be able to play inside of, but has a smoke there from a teammate. Somebody inside the smoke that he can spam off. Just really solid setup. Beautiful little team plays happening all over the place for Sen on this map. They've refined it so well. And Loud, that force smacked of desperation. Down 3 to 11 with only sheriffs to work with.
क्यूटी को लाओ तो माहिती है LGBT
Go next.
That's brutal. Really brutal.
And the other two maps here are going to be, even if Loud were to win them, very hotly contested.
ये TQ है क्यूटी नहीं है
Themselves that they are guaranteed to dominate on.
No, they got a Sisyphus level fight ahead
if
of
you
them,
know
honestly. Uphill battle.
क्यूटी नहीं है TQ है
Icebox, both of these teams quite favoured on their attack side. Sunset, I would give the edge to Sentinels.
Yeah.
So even if you do win on that second map to extend the series,
माहिती है हाँ
still anything
something
can happen. Team like Loud, being around the block, they might be down and out right now, but
मैं क्यों आग
have
बंद कर
that
रहा
experience to maybe rally themselves here. They need a few more though. Openings not going to be given to them.
एक मारा तो दूसरा भी मरना ही है उनका
Defensive setup for Sentinels just a little bit too strong, too well honed.
ओके भाई 312
Yeah, everything looks... They've crossed every T, dotted every I. You heard John talk about it too when he said the devil's in the details, right? What makes a team excellent is not just the macro, not just the shooting, but it's all the small things, the little interplays between players.
होता है पहले गेम में होता है एक घंटा निकल गया हेलो
Knowing to always smoke this spot or knowing to always
असली बोलता है मीक बोलता है
and on split here, Sen approaching some levels of perfection on this map in the current meta.
ये वोल्ड डालना
They
चाहिए
are ahead of the game here.
True flattening.
And it's going to strike fear into the hearts of anybody else, because if you have a perma, you have to let this through.
सेंसर वन पहला गेम आया था
Sen, I mean, almost guarantees.
दूसरा आइस बॉक्स वाटत नहीं जिंकते
They lost it a few handful of times. One of them to this team that they're playing against now, Loud, but
साला आजकल सनसेट रखने लगे मतलब क्या बोला सो डिसाइडर मध्ये
was the kind of team getting knocked by their losses. Re-clearance called here with a flash and a paranoid.
Sexy
Well,
man.
good counter, good one, yeah, from
Counter
Counter.
flash.
Yeah, very important counter flash there. Sen are trying to set up plays like this because they have looser weaponry to work with. The two Spectres, the Bulldog. So we get to see a slightly more aggressive version
तो
of
हाँ
this,
एक इंस्टॉल लॉक कर रहा है पर इंस्टॉल लॉक करने का है मतलब है
Goes the ebb and flow of the map.
वैसे भी कोई लेता तो है नहीं वाइपर
but there are still chances for Sen to win this round and just dominate.
वाइपर कैसे है रे दूसरा को डुअलिस्ट वाले लोग सकते हैं घुसत में
Bloody hell,
तुम
that's
तो
a
रोज
lot of
देखते हो
damage
स्ट्रीम
to
तुमको तो
retreat.
कुछ बताने की
Heaven
जरूरत नहीं है
once
मेरे को
more. Celsius just swinging wide, a bit of run and gun in the reaction. Called now from Loud.
नेक्स्ट करा
Into
नेक्स्ट
the
क्या
site. Will they be able to get the plant down? Looks like
इंस्टॉल लॉक
do
फर्स्ट
so.
इसके बाद
So those push back.
There isn't very much retake utility here for Sen. Normally their retakes are amazing, but there's really only a boombot to work with.
Waiting for the
भाई
right time.
थोड़े
I mean, it's smoke
बात
up.
सुने एक साइड लाइन
1 second here for 10. He's going to be using it probably.
एक इज रेस कार्ड
One of the
अच्छा मार
angles, just
सकता है
struggling for
पर
now.
है नहीं
There it is, actually dividing up the site. Paranoia flying with the fault line. Time.
12-6 12-4
A crucial kill. Celsius falling on top heaven. TP forwards. Backside control, at least partitioning in it and trying to take it wide. Still with that util online. The aftershock does push him away. In time from John QT, but forcing the fight out into the open. The snake bites, plenty of util here. So Loud, really well played into that one. Just understanding how to play that fully. Just using the util.
कवर तो कौन देता है वैसे भी कौन देता है
Was during the grand final, where Sen won 13.
आइजिल भाई है पर आइजिल भाई आ रहे
Doesn't
नहीं
feel much closer.
सागर भाई है पर सागर भाई एक गेम के लिए छोड़ देते हैं
I mean, this round almost a, say a givey. But
ओ भाई ये भी
it's a
मस्त मारा
bonus. It's a bonus, you know. Yeah, Sen didn't have as much util available to them, but still, you know, Loud.
प्रेमिका
All of the
को
time, it's all the way. You got to take it.
Yeah, and we've seen them pull off big comebacks before. And we've seen them lose leads before as well, but listen, we won't talk about that one.
We won't talk about it. We'll mention it a few times.
Look at the timing. Just
second Mia
beautiful. Great read that Les was going to go for an aggro lurk.
Less dropped. I mean, this is your star player. This is a guy you're expecting to put up massive numbers, who's going to offset that mechanical advantage that a team like Sentinels might have with players like Second, like Tens. The desk was talking about it. When he's shut down here, your chances begin to dwindle.
Thursday Friday
In their phase,
भांडो
there's
को
no
ओ
protocols
भाई
at all to really deal with that
सेक्सी
one.
है भी बाहर है
Should have known it was there, surely, if they were walking all the way up. TP
ये
forward,
क्या था
it
टीपी
is just being toppled and
अंदर तो देख लो
crumbled.
मियां
All the opportunities in this round here for Loud. QCK with a
चलो
nade.
उड़े मारत जायचं
Does
आहे
get the one onto Celsius.
I mean, this spike is down in such an open position, though. It sends to close out.
मोबाईलवर रेट करा कमेंट नाही आले वाटतं तुला कोणता आला नेक्स्ट एक इंस्टालॉक वायपर सस्ता VCT वायपर सगळं तो वाचलं आणि तू एकटा घुसून पण काय करतोस ना ये नहीं पढ़ ये मेरे को पढ़ने का नहीं था इसलिए मैं पढ़ता नहीं मैं तुमको मालूम नहीं क्या समझ जाने का मैं पढ़ता नहीं तो अकेला उसका भी कुछ होता भी नहीं बराबर क्यों तकित भाई लेकिन भाई बैठे पर पुते बात भी कर रहे कुछ
क्या ही बात करें
बराबर
वाच पार्टी देखो चुपचाप
अकेले उसके भी कुछ कर नहीं सकते अपन ये किस दिन चालू होगा मेरा शिट
क्या चीज
एडसेंस बहुत टाइम है उसको और
आप है प्रो आदमी
धोनी के अपने स्टूडियो रेट कहा था उसने अरे मुझे सो देखने का है कि ये आज ये कैसा अपने लिए है तो नहीं पढ़ने का वो तुम समझ जाने का
लूसी भाई फाइव मैन खेल रहा
फायरमैन क्या बस नहीं आ सकता फायरमैन खेल के भी देख लिया, फायरमैन में उल्टा हम घुस के मारेंगे तो दूसरे को मारते नहीं, वाइपर लिया तो हमको मारने मिलता नहीं, फिर कोई घुसता नहीं। इतना सेक्सी वाइपर का वॉल चलता ना, मैं क्या बोलूं।
कुछ मत बोलो
प्यार के
सागर भैया,
सागर भाई को वॉलरेंट पसंद नहीं ना। मैं ऐसा बहुत बार सोचा मैं भी जाऊंगा कुछ तो आगे, पर एक मैच खेलने के बाद मेरा खुद का मन उड़ जाता है, ये बोलते क्या करने इतना करके।
कहाँ आगे जाने का सोचे हैं?
हाँ
कहाँ आगे जाने का
अरे
सोचे
मतलब
हैं?
प्लैटिनम डायमंड ऐसा रैंक आएगा, थोड़े बहुत क्यूटीज भी मिलेंगे फिर
क्यूटीज
तो
नहीं,
कैसे।
क्यूटास मिलते हैं वो भी
अरे कोई भी मिले, कोई अच्छा तो मिले।
फुल टॉक्सिक क्यूटास।
बरोबर रीड केल्याचं तुला ते कॉम्प्लिमेंट दिसेल, ते खूप पहिले से पडतात.
मैं स्ट्रीम करूँ क्या?
आप भी ऐसा ऑन करो, ऐसा भरा बोले ना आप. नंतर वाचणार आहे ते. घुसो भी तो कवर मिलता नहीं था, बहुत दुख है जीवन में. इधर के मैं बोला पीआरएक्स कैसे आ गया, लाइव ही किया नहीं था. क्या बोल रहे, मैं भी मैसेज भेज सकता. लूल ओ भाई, हे गाइस चैट वेरीफाई अकाउंट नोट दिया, वेरीफाइड है ना भाई, फोन नंबर मेरा भी नहीं करेगा बाद में. मैं आधे से क्लियरली लगा था तो प्रॉपर रीडिंग होता है कुछ कुछ होता है. ओके अरे हाँ ना, कट कर रहा ना मैं भाई, नहीं जाना, नहीं भेजना मेरे को वेरीफाइड अकाउंट जान दो.
ये कहाँ चलेगा? 20.5 मिनट करने चलेगा क्या?
पता नहीं. अरे तेज है, सॉरी सॉरी, बंद करने के चक्कर में कट कर दे. हाँ बीच में प्लेइंग वैलोरेंट, जो कर प्लेइंग वैलोरेंट, गोल्ड प्लेइंग वैलोरेंट.
इट्स फुल ग्राइंड चालू है,
फुल ग्राइंड चालू है. मैं भी देखता, 1 मिनट है ना, देखते हैं अपन. राकेश आजकल शाम को स्ट्रीम नहीं कर रहे. राकेश भाई का 500 है, ये कौन भाई साहब, आपके इसमें शॉर्ट्स का स्ट्रीम डाल के रखे. वैलो या ओनली अच्छे तो स्पेलिंग मिस्टेक हुआ नहीं. प्यार के इन एस्केप गेम प्ले ट्रेलर आएंगे. अरे हर्ष भाई गिव कर रहे हैं, हम भी चलो गिव में जाते हैं. उधर का बैटल पास इधर घुमा दूंगा. कैसा लगा मेरा टेक्टिक्स.
पहले जीतोगे तब ना.
हाँ ऐसा नहीं पता कितना है. चालू रहा 1 सेकेंड. वैलोरेंट किधर है मेरा. हाँ गुड बाय कस्टम में हो बाय कपर 20 स्मोकी +2 जोकर +4 कुठे आला हा. गोल्ड 2 व्यू करियर. अरे भाई ये मैच एमवीपी, हेलो कैसे हमारे टाइम तो नहीं मारते जोकर भाई. आज पता चला एमवीपी एक भी यार था तब कैसा लगता. अच्छा तुम्हाला ही स्क्रीन दिसते का. कुछ नहीं है ये क्या नया बंडल है, फॉर्चून्स हैंड. जी छी 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 375 है, मेरे पास 345 है। हाँ ये बंडल है ना। प्यार के संगीत में
But I mean, to take nothing away, now if there was any discussion ahead of this, I know Josh said on the cast as well, there is no question. Sentinel's split is
banner must है हाँ 375 है banner मैं कर 345 है
along the way in some of these rounds. It's not even coming down to mid-rounding. The decisions of the individuals are automatic. They're firing on all cylinders.
They look so drilled. We talk a lot about this team's defense and how good their retakes are, how good their protocols are, but look at how they're playing their post plans as well. They're setting up forward here. Zelstis has a molly off his teammates' contact, and then they're ping-ponging off each other to take that fight together. This is another round where once they get into post plan, they're going for these executes with the double dive between TenZ and Zekken, which always looks incredible. And again, look, Zekken has a nade primed, ready to go towards heaven. They have so many layers to these post plans, and really it seems to every stage of this map.
Sorry, yeah, sorry, just caught my breath for a second there. I think as well, Loud, yeah, just an inability to really throw them off their game, right? There was no pressure towards the backline.
Second में full घुस के ऐसा घुस के खेलते हैं. Second में बोला full ऐसा घुस के खेलते हैं अंदर.
And with the way SEN have been playing and how well drilled things are, you let this Sentinels execute on you, you're losing time and time again.
ये मैं जीत जा बस हो गया.
To the fragging IGL on the other side too for Sentinels.
100 VP request का राइड में देना है. ऐसा भी होता है. ये पसंद आया मेरे को.
This was after Cow and Zine got a 4K, almost gets the ace in this round, and then John just plays the clutch to perfection. He's not always the flashiest player, but when you put him in a position he needs to step up, he seemingly always does, Mike.
Yeah, he does, and looked absolutely ice cold afterwards as well. Giving him a wave to close out the half. It's heartbreaking to see Loud lose rounds like this. But
उसको मालूम पड़ा भाई गया ये क्या लगा है पर इसका ना.
In scenarios like this, stepping up, this is the plan B. How scary is that for every other team?
I mean, everything is just coming together beautifully for them, but the job is not done. The job is not done just yet. They are one map up, but let's throw it down and hear what Loud's coach STK has to say ahead of Icebox.
Sensational. Well.
Welcome back, Mika Fabs here, now with
लेकिन वो 100 VP फुकट में मिलता मैं सुना मैं. 100 Valorant points वाइड वाले फुकट में दे रहे. कहाँ पे? उनकर पे बोल रहे.
I think that we entered in a game with a game plan. This game plan didn't work. Unfortunately, they adapted themselves, so they have a lot of merit on that. So on Icebox, we have we are more comfortable on the map. Like we have more plays on this map. So I think that's about this.
कुछ सांगते रे माँ. Request करो तो माँ.
Anything went good and go for with our full power right now.
Well, Loud is a team that you can't ever count. So let's see if they're able to bounce back on Icebox.
Yes.
Exactly, Mika. Well put. But the thing is, Mimi, what are Loud's game plans for Icebox? What do they do?
So they play this Harbor Viper comp that they've been playing for a while, but they execute on it really well. Last time they played, the thing that impressed me the most was their protocols in playing style and retakes. They're very good at kind of timing how they're using their mollies to delay their opponent's plant.
3 VP from where?
Flood retakes with the Harbor Viper are really effective. This is a map where I think you get to see the experience, the fundamentals.
Sign in and submit a request in the form of a support ticket over support. Valorant attack. Choose general as a request type, make a proposition as a rant and they are willing to take a submission. Wait for an email to if they are willing to give you a VP.
I don't know. Call me a doubter, whatever. I think obviously this being the anomaly of the grand finals for me is a very, very close fought affair, a 13-11 scoreline regionally, but I don't feel like we're getting the same Loud here. Other than obviously the EG series apart, I don't think really Loud are in a position today to throw SEN off their game that much. Obviously previously this has been the standout individual for Loud on Icebox, but I don't know.
मेरे को भी कोई पानी पिला दो.
See, that's the thing though. I agree with what you said. This is still, I think, a map they are very comfortable on, but Sentinels is also so good at it. They run a very different comp. They're playing this KO.
ये तो option है free VP. अच्छा. ऐसा मैं 1000 VP मांग लो फिर free में.
Fighting through the walls, fighting through the smokes, combining those two pieces of utility. And Zekken just looks unreal whenever he gets to play the Jet on this map.
Well, this is the thing. Last time they faced each other, Mike, Sentinels did come out on top. You think history is repeating itself?
I feel, yeah, we were talking about this before. We were talking about, yeah, it's going to be a long, drawn-out affair here. I think with that start, it's just so hard.
150 भी चलेगा मेरे 150 भी चलेगा ज़्यादा नहीं 150 भी चलेगा.
Not seeing it again today. It's another concerning look at. You know, and inability. I mean, even there with the interview there.
आ गया 2v2 हो गया.
That SEN made, I don't feel like they made an awful lot. Loud had no approach to really disrupt Sentinel's gameplay that they've demonstrated time and time again on Split.
Sentinels, they do look so good, but you guys at home voted and you think that this is going to go the distance, and I have faith in the MasterCard fan poll. But the question is, Bren and Saisho, do you guys have faith in Loud?
I mean, I'm praying. I'm
Yanna kitti maage hinda wala kata sela nusta.
I want a close game. I want
something that's
so lopsided between these two teams. We can certainly hope so. You know, the last time these two teams tackled each other on Icebox, it was Loud who got
Hagamos.
Both of these teams have very, very good fundamentally attack sides with their comps.
They are very well
in that regard, but I want to see some fight back now from Loud.
I actually think the SEN's composition is extraordinarily good against Louds too. It's just that SEN haven't worked on this map as much as some of the others in the pool. And if they've used this time accurately, then maybe they can come out with another incredible map win. That's not going to going down there at the start of the round. He's a really important piece of the puzzle in terms of getting the plans down.
Massive one with less early phase to early peak.
And Loud expect this to be a re-hit. And they won't really know otherwise until the alarm bot takes contact. And at that point, it's too late. ZOTAC doesn't have nanoswarms to deny. So just gambling the wrong way here.
ZOTAC.
गलत कह रहे हैं तो ये क्या है?
There is none. Just rips away to it, and Frenzy in his hands. There's a backside position being played here. Dash fading away, but second still finding his ground that he's earned himself. Dart dodge. The play being set up as well. Tens with a pop flash into the peak. It allows second to recross.
अच्छा
now, but they've got 4 players to deal with. Make it 3.
Tens भाई भी रुकने का नाम नहीं लेता है.
Shot dart. It's good for the damage. Tens going to be forced out wide. Tens. Tens. You can't be getting away with this, son. Surely not need. Doesn't need ZOTAC push forward. That's a 2v4.
That's ridiculous. The push into ZOTAC there to give ZOTAC 2 kills was about the only way that SEN
for the win.
Messed up what was happening. Not that it's their fault. They didn't know where exactly he was positioned. But for Tens to recover that, he has to take as he crosses back.
ये बुढ़ने पे रखा तो भाई Tens में मरते
He's forced to take fights because of their utility, because of how they're
इतना पास लेके खेल रहा है वो मॉनिटर वो देखो. ओह पापा को पिक कर रहे हो लोग.
I mean, the players on
Sovereign Ghost.
And Tens is just owning them.
Man, return to form.
His form has been spectacular.
नंतर तेरे को आस्ते बकते तना कितने वाइट होता था सिल ना. अरे ये कोई सा बोल.
The actual shots that Tens has been hitting, the moments, the multi-kills from.
क्या बोला? Who are the picking? Who are the picking? Daddy.
When he's not forced to be the entry player, to have all of that extra mental bandwidth being taxed, has been superb.
Player's going to be dropping plan online here for Sassy.
Now look at this high tide. It's not going to have an influence in this round, but I do like how Loud are using it. They throw it out from 2Es when he's playing over towards Snowman, and it's going to let them play between the Viper wall and the high tide.
उसको लगता है इधर आया पर नहीं उसको मालूम पड़ा आवाज से भाग गया वापस.
To fight more aggressively. I think that could be crucial once we get onto some of the rifle rounds, but there is no danger here. SEN have just
आ रहा ही नहीं वो लोग.
clean B exec. Yeah. And to be honest with you, Tens, he should be trying to hunt. Yeah, you see him swap the weapon.
Yeah. Offloading it in exchange there.
Tens भाई ऊपर देख लो. अरे Tens भैया.
Top of the bridge brings him down. Still one step closer. That's what matters.
It's a fairly important denial though. If Tens had access to that ult at the start of the round, things would get quite difficult for Loud. The attack side on Icebox can be very potent. And the thing is, Loud's composition doesn't actually have great ways of disrupting you when you go for that. It doesn't have the ability to, you know, flash re-peek from yellow or on pipes on A, that kind of thing. Which teams like Gen.G have done so much work integrating those micro plays.
पैसा तो है ना अगला 2 राउंड भी आ रहा तो 2 या 3.
And I think that's one of the reasons why we saw the attack side be so good for both of these teams. Is that
और इतना बाकी ऊपर इन लोग के पास है तो कोई एक तो अगर निकलेगा इस.
Loud's comp kind of relies on playing retake, which is easier to deny.
The purpose of that Dizzy, just to spot if a player is aggressive up through B, but the Cascade blocks it anyway. Don't know if that's even been noted. I mean, bonus round here for SEN, all grouped up.
Not really an opportunity here for TenZ to be able to get the ult online, I don't think. Instead, looking more like a standard A exec. Now, TenZ is getting in position for this flash Dizzy combo that Gen.G were using. It's so good.
A double flash.
Yeah. Choose to break it, you're going to be staying right into the sun. The flash goes off plan. Now here for Sassy, Util a little bit delayed, so yep, it's down. Quarters down underneath rafters. Kawazin wins his one out versus second.
Second में थोड़ा ज़्यादा आगे चले गए.
TenZ is starting to use his ult now for this, making sure that they can't use any of that post plan. Util,
बुल्लॉक और TenZ कोई ये नहीं कर सकता.
clean off.
और एक फ्लैश के लिए रेडी है.
This is a real dangerous situation. Scenario flash peek. The rest of his team sets them up, but no real casualties. Now UCK finally, abilities back online. Dash backing away, gets the one.
Lefty, lefty.
Here, but he's just really struggling. Waiting out wide here. Having a defuse from Sadek, pushed back and away, and a wide tip tap and a face there on the last player. Remaining just in time.
एक वॉल किसी मार सकता है.
Didn't get caught by the flash re-clear, but I can see that SEN are starting to add more stuff into their playbook. I mean, that flash Dizzy combo is so good. The pathing that the Dizzy takes and the way that the flash pops catches so much of the area. And Loud had to wait a long time to get their high tide and the cove back online, and then played with each other.
Really got
to stop some of this momentum.
Calm the most. We really need to calm the most.
Oh.
Okay, there we go. Zekken looking for a readjustment early. And these players are smart. They understand what the issues are. Kaplan's talked about it so much.
अगर मैं किसी और के स्ट्रीम पे आ गया. Valorant Champions 93K watching?
Yeah, that's going to create a serious threat.
Seriously?
How 2 is using his high tide to make it difficult for SEN to clear out that area, unless he's pushing up on the other wing of the map.
93K? Are you serious?
Waiting for the high tide to now fade. So you're going to be using again. Flash Dizzy. Dash forward from Zekken.
Cleanest bundle Sovereign आणि आता 2.10 चा Sovereign चा तो 2.0 बघितला नाही Sovereign चा. आपने को सिविल की पसंद है. अपन सिविल की गन चला था.
Yeah, I mean, they either needed to hit B quickly there or go back over towards A, because if they wait enough time for 2E's high tide to come back, which it now is, it's much more difficult to get the plan down and get Sassy his ult. Drone is going to confirm. I think that a lot of these players have left the area. Does it catch?
Hello?
Just onto Zekken.
Zekken looking like the fox in the pen, but with him notified now, he's really just caught.
He is, but he's going to be distracting and pulling people away for quite a while.
He's got 3 on him. Here we go. Coming through there.
TenZ भाई सीधा उड़ी मार के जाता है आगे. ये कशाला एवढा.
That's so much damage.
My God, yeah. TenZ lucky to be alive, facing.
TenZ भाई घूम के वैसे पीछे आ जाते बस. मुंडी नीचे करके बैठे थे.
Playing a 4 position here because he is so low. Might be able to get a 1 and done.
And Sassy with that ult plant, Wingman got.
Need somebody to break that dart from though, and there wasn't anybody.
Time पे मारा उसने भी बराबर arrow.
The Thrash is now online. Sassy, let's it loose the movement, clean, jiggling with it.
Jiggle के साथ movement है.
Quite online here.
लगा नहीं पर
A bit of pace injected back into the things.
वापस निकलेगा ऐसा लग रहा है अभी मेरे को.
All available for
time पे.
and they punish that swing and wide face.
Sexy.
Great with the movement. Patience with the aim.
Sexy.
Cooling down the weaponry enough to take out QCK.
भाई जो भाग रहा है.
Over the top the rope. Zelsis, he's hungry for this kill. He's hungry for it. Building up towards it, but okay, less just a better player on the day.
But a sad situation for him to be in. He was the player pushed the furthest forward on A, last to fall. Everybody crumbling around him. I just want to go back a little bit to their communication from the previous round. SEN were coming, or Zekken specifically, and the reason that's so important in this composition is because players need to be able to hide. Players need to be able to hide and not have to face and break cove and fight while the mollies are online. They need to force Loud to bring the fight to them if the spike is safe. And so getting that timing correct is really important against what Loud have.
Money here, QCK. Back looks like he's trying to save the operator, but for now the sheriff will have to do, and it will.
Crispy. तो टपली मारा है. आया है. भले अपने वाले को ही मारा है पर मस्त मारा.
section, vacuuming up the orbs.
क्या करते हैं?
Defenders gun
क्या
as
कहते
well.
हैं? सेंटिनल्स का ये भी शेरिफ भी सेक्सी गन है सेंटिनल्स का
2-0 हो जाएगा.
2-0
Just trying to figure out.
लगता नहीं उन लोग के पास एक बार गन का राउंड गया तो देख के लगा नहीं 2-0 हो सकता है. थोड़ा हार्ड होगा करने के लिए कुछ नहीं.
Keeping players on this site.
Might be some serious danger here. I mean, 2 years just holding on to the high tides wall. There, flash through into the back. Dart, oh my. They knew exactly the position that was coming from, so Kawasi didn't really stand a chance. Draft Darshan away. Second survives. Flank attempt from QCK.
Heard that?
सुना नहीं उसने?
They're gonna get distracted.
They are distracted now. They're pressure.
गया प्रेशर में गया पिछवाड़े से दे दिया.
For the cleanup. GEN.G is there with a trade, but 1 versus 3 now. Diffuse online for 2 years. Not going to be pushed away from this one. There's no more utility left available for them. So a thrifty round for Loud. That's what you want to see.
ड्रिफ्ट निकाल लिया उसने.
Yeah, that is just in time.
अलार्म बॉट को कैसा बराबर उसने जो स्मोक डाला है ना तो उसको जगह भी उसके लिए जगह भी इतना चाहने के लिए था.
They're going to call a timeout after winning this round as well, which is a bit bizarre. Maybe the timeout
probably queued a little bit earlier.
Yeah, probably queued before they won the round. Yeah. But QCK opened this up with a beautiful sheriff shot and then closed the entire thing too.
उधर ही बोलते रहेंगे DMK.
Nobody caught him getting past the alarm bot, and often that kind of thing is going to get heard. But in this situation, gets away with it.
Like John Cuda was mentioning, it's the tiny things, the tiny differences, the minutia. Gotta watch for.
Yeah, and also QCK being able to give them the confidence to stay on B by taking that mid-round timing and taking the risk to re-explore through mid. And it is a risk, you know. He's only one man in that kind of situation. So now, what allowed looking to readjust? Can they take any lessons from winning that round? I think one of them would be, you know, trying to fight before SEN have utility setups, because QCK was able to manage that. And he's looked fairly good in the games of Icebox that they've played, despite people doubting his jet ability. And the other big takeaway, I think, from that is trying to look for mid-round information so your stacks are correct.
Maybe might see some signs of that proactivity from Loud being called.
सारा जो अच्छा वीडियो रहता है ना वही व्यूज में जाता नहीं.
Information, but comp isn't really too suited for it. I mean, you've only got the Sova as your initiator.
Yeah, you really have to.
QC के भैया ने ऑपरेटर ले लिया है.
And again, you don't really have the ability to.
सेंज भाई का पिछला एक राउंड ऑपरेटर मिल दिखने मिला.
So it can be very tough. You kind of have to double up, triple up walk areas. And that's got its own danger. So both teams on opposite sides of the map here to start this next round. 4 players grouped up on defense on A, just pushing QCK into an aggressive angle.
I mean, this is excellent for him.
Yeah, but I mean, SEN are nowhere near.
Still, he's going to be telling his team to over-rotate.
जल्सी से पीछे देखो जल्सी से. जल्सी से नहीं जल्सी से जाना नहीं था जल्सी से अच्छा उधर आगे लग रहा है कुछ.
I mean, they've managed to get into a position where SEN weren't comfortable going for the early round timing, and now Loud have stacked it for the mid-round timing. And on top of that, QCK's watching in case things rotate back towards A.
He's in a really good spot. Drone. Oh, man.
क्या बचे हो लोग? दिखना ही नहीं है मैं उधर हूँ. पर उन लोगों को भी मालूम है ये पे बैठा हुआ आप लगे घंटा आने वाला नहीं है.
Yeah, they have. With QCK pushed up deep like this. Look at it. You can just tell from the stack. Already protocols in play. Molly forward. Zekin just tanks it. Half his HP just removed, but they weren't expecting it. Still.
पीछे देख लो मियाँ.
With all the kills. 2 versus 3. Sassy almost being taken out. Has to back his way to safety here. Fast flank of QCK. Might be causing some issues a little bit later into things. Now he's going to be notifying his presence, at least with the removal of that turret attack from ZOTAC. He's hoping that forces them out wide. Don't know if they could have took a glimpse of that one. Still 10 HP. Leave it just to Zelsis. Kova. There's no real chances here. There's no real chances. Maybe managed to get the second, but no.
इतना आगे तक गया था वो लेफ्ट दिख थोड़ा सा लेफ्ट हो
I think
जाता.
Loud's defense on B looks way better than their defense on A, personally. Especially coming out of the Loud Gen.G game, that was my big takeaway. I think Loud's protocols for dealing with B hits like this are actually real nice. Yeah, they missed Zekin, but they keep good snowman control. They fight from kitchen. They have good crossfires on people. Look at how Sadak, playing around orange, is able to pick up Zekin. I think SEN should be quite cautious if they're sending B hits over and over and over.
अभी इसका टाइम आउट.
The A side of the map does look more of a weakness for Loud. They tend to play it for retake
तो
more
डिटेक्ट क्या कर रहा था एरो मार लेगा देने
Dizzy
पर
combo on A is just more powerful in my opinion, and Sen are going to have opportunities then to fight aggressive in the post plant to stop Loud coming back in for the retake. I think you're definitely seeing that there are many more opportunities for Loud to get wins here on Icebox than we saw on Split. Right? Split from Sen is perfection, but not every map is up to that kind of caliber, and Loud are finding those ways of stopping Sen going for these hits. Now they've knocked the economy in the other direction. Did Sen even have a single eco round on Split? I don't think they did.
Like it.
Vamos,
They
Loud,
got
Loud
pistol both times, and then they just
Duty to
dominated the game. So I think this might be their first one.
Down to it. A couple of decisions to be made here because they do have money for.
टाइम आउट ने पूरा उन लोगों को पॉज ही करके रख दिया
Also, looks like John QT is the one who's bought that one up. Might get sold, but it looks like they should have.
2-0 नहीं होगा इसका जाएगा 1.5 बजे तक जाएगा गेम
Whatever's been called, we're probably not going to be seeing signs of it just yet. Not in this round with the weaker guns, but you know, Sen might start playing towards somebody orbs, try and earn up some big ults. Celsius will probably earn his after he goes down to a player.
ये आगे जाके टुक करके लेके ना आए बस
To post
हाँ
up
आगे थे थोड़ा सा
QCK messed that up actually.
Yeah, I mean, I was going to say to post somebody up really deep so they have good information, and yet that 4-player stack now just has to kind of chill and reset. But Sen are not going for anything too aggressive at the beginning of the round. They're worried. As soon as 2E's puts up this high tide, it makes it feel like there's many players ready to fight B. Even though we can see it was only 2E's fault.
One Dizzy clearing away, Sassy. On away now from the ult. Knife being broken. Loud. Should have the protocols for this, but still Zekken with knives is a very dangerous target. Tagged up by the drone. Has to respect it now. Has to back away. Celsius dropped on the other section of the map. The other side of things. Still with that plant down.
अल्ट मार दिया
They are going to be pitting, committing into this one. This is interesting. I mean, even though the money is
Zekken
a
Mia
bit wild still. Now the lockdown being invested.
Nice
I mean,
Zekken
that
Mia
is absolutely crazy stuff still. Feeling like it's necessary now. John QT getting into this spot and this position on top of it.
नाइफ होने वाला है कोई तो नहीं
Detained and dealt with. They committed with the ultimates here on either side, but it's Loud.
थोड़ा मुश्किल लग रहा है अभी 4-3 हो गया
Yeah, I think both ults
Loud का मैप है ना ये
probably should have been saved for another round, but the problem is the kills came through
12
so quick, so close.
जोकर भाई जीत रहे
being invested.
अभी देखा मैं जोकर भाई हारे थे
I think John
ये
didn't
तो
quite
कुछ भी
realize
दिया है
that he was in
स्पैम में
such a player disadvantaged situation when he decided to pit. And likewise with Sadak just deciding to send that one. Make sure that they get the streak online. So now we go into a rifle round. Celsius ultimate, super powerful. If they can get up onto pipes.
And there should be the round what the timeout was scored for at least. Adjustments there with a deep knife. Now very heavy emphasis and presence being shown by Sen.
पहले अल्ट मार रहा
Thrash movement. Looking elite. Looking to clear out the side as well for the rest of his team. Look at that. Skipping
कुत्ते क्यों गया है तो
the side. Cowazin, he's been caught. Do they want to dive and dash onto this one? Now Sadak is his bodyguard. Doesn't Sentinels
Sadak
over
has a wallbang angle here.
Yeah, it's a wallbang angle with a pit drop down on top of it. Lockdown though. Push him out.
हाँ ना ऊपर के ऊपर उड़ा के गया वो
Potentially it to clear, but Les might just go down with a ship. He might just opt to getting detained.
ये देखो एक इधर आ गया है
He's wrapped all the way behind him, and yeah, he will get detained just so that this pit stays up, but he's spammed.
मालूम उधर आएगा इस
Position, dropping down. Crucial kill.
हाँ
Celsius cleans that
ये
one
चाहिए
up.
था ना एक
Gaps now left into the play. Hunter's Fury offloaded. Really just going to be utilized to try and push
Nice
these
up.
players from Loud into these
Pens
forward
by the
positions.
ultimate चलेगा
They have managed to even it up ever so slightly, but still a player disadvantage. Molly, we're waiting for it to fade with Mosh down now.
शील्ड लेना उन लोग के पास वो एक बहुत बड़ा ये है
All together, post-plant utility should be good enough here for Sentinels. Players realize it. They're the ones who have to make the moves.
There you go.
Cowazin in 2 years. That is
दो जन निकाल रहे पूरा राउंड दो जन
That looked like a checkmate.
5 जन की जरूरत भी नहीं उन लोग को
Sen were running out of post-plant utility, sure, but they still had a crossfire from 3 different areas that they could have set up.
There's no way.
And yet through the high tide, through 2E's util, Cowanzine, the hero for Loud in map 1, though the efforts didn't get him anywhere. This time putting rounds on the board. Yeah, Kaplan's going to be annoyed about that, but I don't really think that Sen misplayed it too much. Cowanzine just hit some really nice counter through the high tide. Got a sick shot on a jump peak.
Sometimes it be like that. for Loud. Only creeping forwards with this lead here.
Yeah, look at how mobile they are with QCK's positioning. He gets another one. That's excellent.
Yeah,
okay. They played him over towards A. Last round he walked down Tube. This time he's over towards B. So difficult to predict.
Middle though with an no command plant. Oh, hello, counter spam. Kawazine dropped. Still have to worry about his operator.
और ना लियो एक अरे दो लिया एक भी नहीं
Dropped to his knees. There's no chance in hell. He's being picked up.
टेंस भैया थोड़ा क्रॉल करके आगे चले जाओ
Time and space brought for the rest of these Loud boys to really get into the action. Auxiliaries.
लाउड वाइज को खूब पावरफुल है वाइपर एंड हार्बर मुझे कॉम्बो रहा वाइपर से वर्ल्ड डोनेट वार अच्छी बात
1 versus 2 position.
उनका भाई ये पहली काफी की थी मेरे को अभी आया ये
Very quick onto the angle with the punish.
What a round from QCK. Very similar to the Thrifty that got them started on this map. Takes an early angle, hits the shot, and then he's there to punish.
काय रे ते वरती दोन कधी टाकलेलस मला आता दिसतात ते दोघं
The gear's going.
मैसेज
Attack side for both of these teams.
ये देने के बाद प्लस ये भी दिया उसको एक उसको पैर को लगा उसको पैर को
That is a disgusting shot. QCK with his op.
Zekan's Achilles heel.
Yeah.
क्या मार रहे सेकंड मिया बोल रहा हूँ कधीच टाकले मला आता आलं मला बँच
QCK's op, and now they've given it to Cowanzine.
Just to mix it up. If QCK gets spotted now, still he's rattled off the shots.
सर वो ले रहा है इधर ये ले रहा
Kill come from. I mean, Les, this is literally the same as what he did in the pistol round. I mean, he went for this aggressive push on that initial round, man. He's taking matters into his own hands. Does not care. Damn! 3 fall.
What a beautiful bait setup from Cowanzine and Les as well. Such an unusual one with the Sova opping.
Yeah.
मैं क्यों से घूम के दिखे जा रहा है
Very, very angry. Hard and poke the bear.
And frankly, it wasn't necessary for Les to go and do that. When they've already won 5 rounds in a row and the game plan's working, does Les need to force those fights and take the 1v1s? No, but he's Les. He's Les. He does just have these moments where he decides to take over a game, and he's been pushing up on A looking for that duel, but Celsius if they're B defaulting, they leave Celsius with the Killjoy utility on A. Celsius plays it really safe. And John just took a jiggle there and decided he liked the idea of stepping up. I don't know why you would. 12 and 3 less.
This guy, I mean, he gets sorely underestimated by a variety of people coming into it. I mean, he doesn't play the most flashy roles, but can't deny his individual talent, his skill.
And now SEN on a weird buy, looking like they want to just set up for that default A hit. Get tens up over on 2 pipes, where he's got that flash angle.
Turret broken in mid.
Oh, the flash. Actually not in the right spot.
Zekan में इधर से उधर जाके उधर से इधर आके पट से.
Shot fired straight into the wall there. Zekan wins it out though.
वाह देख के
Accounted for. Now you're going to see it. The Reckoning pressing forwards with the advantage that they've got. Loud, not giving up any space. They want to take it right back away from them. Already you can see it at deep position. Weaker guns and weaponry still. Maybe SEN could make something of it. Again, the triangle of death set up. This time, Thrash taking that first contact. Celsius winning that flying adjustment and snapped to the side. Retaking now with his operator just becomes a dire situation. And Celsius is running a mockery over them. Taking liberties when he's on low HP. Why not? He can do it. Not planted.
Don't interrupt my work.
Tapping. ZOTAC over and around. Spotted. 1. Sassy dropped. ZOTAC now, but time surely working against in the jump spot. The jiggle. John QT trying to gamble and dice with Dev himself here all the way through. That is immaculately played.
John with another clutch.
John मैं सुन रहा नहीं के टाइम पे.
On split where we saw him play against Cowanzine and Les. Beautifully done there. But I do think overall SEN are giving Loud way too much space in these post plans. If Celsius hadn't been able to get those 2 kills and open things up, I think SEN might have been in trouble again.
Single tap दो रे इसको single tap दो.
Most teams when they play against the Harbor Viper, they're trying to get aggressive in post plant situations and stop them before they get into retake spots.
7-5.
Post plant utility. But if they can secure this round, it's looking good. Double up, QCK and Cowanzine.
Kidding me. You are kidding me.
You
तो हॉपला गया रखिए
Obviously on the other side of the map, just trying to lock down that P angle, but lock down now.
अरे वाह देखिए मैं कौन सा गाड़ी गया है पीछे से
At least it should.
Another problem with this composition, you have no way of dealing with the lockdown. You don't have molly lineups.
Backing out, no detainment. Fast with the high tide. Cuts this one up. Mosh pit into the back now. This time SEN fighting too.
आई गो
But you're up against cowards in John QT.
जॉन क्यूटी भाई जॉन क्यूटी है ओह
The pit has been earned. 88 health to his name. He just needs to survive. The spray down and he's already hunting them down. Less. With him toppling, Ace on the cars. The crowd wants it. The people are chanting.
Ace.
Out wide. Will his team give him anything? Not quite still. Around gained. And Sen will be happy with that.
हमारे चार क्यूटी भाई ने
When his half was looking so damn poor.
And round 11, round 12, the player to salvage it is
10 स्प्रे ट्रांसफर नीचे से ऊपर
beautiful spray transfer there, and then getting the third on the rope too. All coming off the back of winning the 1v1 clutch. To get Sen up to 4, well, he's done it to get him to 5.
That's crazy stuff. Honestly, a really competitive map overall. I believe we've got a special guest down on the floor as well. Let's send it down for an interview.
Hey guys, I am here right now with Coriana. Coriana, what's up? How are you liking Masters Madrid?
कौन सा आना
Masters Madrid is awesome. I mean,
Coriana.
I'm cheering for Loud. I arrived 2 days ago and I'm enjoying the city.
Of course, right? And how do you feel about this rematch? What are you expecting from Loud?
Sentinels is a very strong team. They beat us on VCT America, so I'm hoping for a really close match. We weren't able to show our game on the first map, but we are trying our best on the second one.
Of course, excited for that comeback. Now, what's this I hear that you bought every single VCT bundle? Is that correct?
Yes.
Seriously?
Oh my gosh. Okay, now I have to ask you, what's your top 3? And you can't say Loud.
Okay. I really like Tail.
Rosalia says that na ikatiban kontiban match ki
G2
padwa hai
and also Cloud9 one.
Oh, okay. That's a healthy representation. I like those picks. Now, last but not least, can you give a quick shout out to the fans? Maybe get them to buy some Loud bundles. How about that?
First of all, buy Loud
delicious.
bundle. And thank you guys for cheering for Loud. It's a close match. We are top 4. Last Masters we weren't really great, but I hope this one we can get the title.
All right, you heard it from Coriana. Let's get back into the game and let's get loud.
Bundles, man. I mean, I will say about Loud, they do have one of the only proper green bundles, if you like the color green. So they got that going.
अरे मुंह ना छुपा
Any eco-friendly people out there?
Yeah. I mean, money.
ऐसे लोग सब मुंह क्यों छुपा लेते हैं लोग समझते हैं दिखाओ खुला इतना क्या
If you're a fan of any of that, listen, maybe the Loud bundle, but listen, 7 to 5.
ये इंस्टा पे ऐसा क्यों आ रहा है
Pistol round coming up.
Yeah, a very honestly a huge one, and SEN have won every pistol so far in
use
this
latest step to
so
ये क्या
if
वक्त
they're
है
able to get another one on the board here, that's just been such a phenomenal advantage for them to work with the entire time.
मस्त बंडल ले लो उनका भाई सब मेरे को भी गिफ्ट कर देना मेरे को एक ही कर दो बस चलेगा मेरे को कोई नहीं
Prior rounds, teammates dancing, dicing with death, but with that jiggle.
कौन सा तो एक बस ज़्यादा मेरा इच्छा भी नहीं है
Up to kitchen. The reclear here from Sassy and Zekken. They had a cascade in their face early on, and now they've realized that was fake pressure. A good gamble to take. And they've got a little bait and switch set up here. Kind of blocked by the wall though.
Yeah, I mean there's not going to be any swings.
दोनों का क्लासिक लक कौन देना वो यही बात है
No trade in sight. Zekken.
आके मार के मार चला गया दोस्त
Yeah, that's just wasted. And he was expecting more pace towards that.
बहुत aggressive रहता है मतलब one tap लग गया तो ठीक है नहीं
हाँ वही
Holding for a repush.
Yeah, I mean Zekken's already recleared this area once in a round. Loud are ready for it.
Zekken's now going to be pushing to this one and done angle. Now the dash that we talking about prior.
Die hard fan देना है बस
They have to clear this one. Bodies might do it.
अरे
Goes moment, not getting away with too much more still. 1 for 1. Drop down, Zelsis. Taking up space back towards the backside of Yellow. Might need some supportive util though, and Tens is the one holding it. So, flash repeat timing. Needs it now, needs help right now, and he's got it. The follow through from the rest of them. Those reinforcements. Spot and peek.
How many have I ever done?
He's taking them all out. 7 seconds remaining. Molly has to stick it through here for Sadak with that plan. So he goes down to it. It leaves it just up to less. 1 versus 1.
टपली मार दो जॉन क्यूटी भाई.
They should know that less is this week.
इतने क्लच देखिए एक और. हेडशॉट मत खाना बस.
This Sentinels classic.
सेक्सी बराबर जिधर से उधर ही पॉइजन ऑफ है. इसे आ चुका है ये.
Clear though for John QT. Thankfully, he's got a bit of time on his side. Contacting, spots it. That's now going to be dropping. Orb propped up. How does John choose to play it? Here's those shots. Spots it. Right click business. Done and dusted. Wipe your hands of that one. Pistol round here for Sentinels.
Did not look good for them at the beginning of this round.
Did not.
And Celsius has pulled it back with some great supportive utility coming through from TenZ. SEN really abusing the slower pace of Loud there. Loud had multiple opportunities in the round where they could have gone forwards as a team and cleared out a solo player on B. Because they took so long dealing with Zeka, and I mean this also perfection. Putting pressure on the clock. But yeah, because they took so long dealing with Zeka.
उसको लगा नहीं रहेगा कि मरूंगा मैं. उसको लगा नहीं रहेगा मैं हाँ.
This is 4
Clutcher
out of 4
cutie.
pistols, 1 for Sentinels. And this is going to get them back into this map. It's an enormous advantage, especially because it offers you opportunities to keep that momentum going with a bonus.
Clear ideas. Very clear ideas. I mean, here, Zekken, Outlaw, sees the job. Just baited out for the shot wide, and QCK just didn't really realize he was already pushed up on that left-hand side, so he's earned himself an upgrade.
Yeah, nobody for Zekken to play off. That's a really bold angle. He was expecting
to
Sadak
not willing to give his left to Molly once more for the plan, so...
They're
will die to a one-shot from the Outlaw.
They're not watching for it. Over the top there, that's the ghost gameplay occurring right now. Out wide 10, seeking to reach a bit of that ground. And he has slowed it down enough for the spike to be dropped down, but it is a 2 versus 3. This is the danger zone right now. Getting thriftied. He said a single shot will do it. You've essentially handed over the operator to QCK.
Yeah. Looks like a save, to be honest, but they're still going to try and fight over it. There are still opportunities and danger here.
क्यूटी भाई गलत मारते हैं पर कुछ भी बोलता है सेक्सी मारता है क्यूटी भाई.
TenZ is making an enormous wraparound unless it's gone into Snowman.
TenZ भाई एकदम प्यार से आ रहे.
And John QT's backs to the wall, all about the
right time.
As Lesser finds it, and the gamble, the wraparound here of TenZ has to pay off. It has to pay off massively, but it's not going to be planted out wide. Less does he even.
इधर देख ले.
Reload is heard here, close quarters again, cuts it up into the angle, 1 versus 1, but it really should never have been here in the first place. Knife tags it. That was a wrong positioning as the wall
TenZ वैसे बुलडॉग में कोई जीता नहीं अभी तक.
That is a crucial one for TenZ to win. What a play! I mean, both Les and TenZ getting value out of the play that they went for. But for TenZ to go for that flank all the way through mid, wrapping back around quietly the whole time, and not have clock pressure because of John being able to deny the plant, and the spike went walkabouts into Snowman. Could not have gone better the timing in that round for TenZ.
क्यूटी का रीड मतलब.
Despite SEN winning, that follow-up round, it was really expensive. Yes, they carried a 1 rifle through, but their optics.
क्यूटी का रीड और प्लस उसका ये. एम भी भारी है.
A really bizarre start to this half.
एम तो क्या बोलने का
You
ऐसा है.
expect them to get up the momentum that they have done on every other half that we've watched so far. Instead, they're taking an eco after winning the round.
That needs to be dealt with here. What a snap to the side. QCK
एक मारा मर भी.
deleted off the face of the map. It is responded in kind here. Sadak, but cheeky there with the peaks over the top here. Just trying to play on top of 410. Drops down the Nana Swarms, making sure that nobody can play forwards. He does have the spike. Let's get this plan down.
Little bit of damage done. Not too bad. Love that.
भी डालते हैं लोग नीचे डालते नहीं ऊपर नहीं
Number of
डालते.
positions where it's very helpful. And Lauda looking to try to play a little further forwards than we saw from the post plants of Sentinels.
TenZ वाले राउंड गलती कर
Fighting on top of 410 with 2 E's ready to swing. They got 2 layers to this really.
Oh, deactivated. Knife cooldown. A lot of util offloaded from SEN just to try and clear that back at the side. But again, time is of the essence, and with the Nanoswarm deaded already, it's running out wildly. It's not a luxury they have whatsoever. No one's even forcing a tap onto the spike here. There's a gap into the wall. TenZ out wide and open. This is just madness. Sadak, what are you getting away with?
Shooting fish in a barrel. You can see SEN had no idea there that ZOTAC could see the spike.
छोटू सा wall का gap
ZOTAC knows exactly where it's been diffused from. Bomb. Headshots.
देख नहीं स्प्लिट वाले मैप पे बी साइड पे हम लोग जो स्मोक करते हैं पूरा करते
Given those kills towards the end, and this has been a bit of a stretched out beginning to the half, they're building up to some big ultimates. The Harbor ult is excellent for being able to take more aggressive control of a site. You know, if you're Sen here cooking up a game plan, I think you want to be going for like flash reclears to disrupt this before the big execute comes through. Maybe that's what Sen are planning with both of the flash initiators and Zekken playing A. But at the moment, Tui's heading B for that classic cascade at the start of the round.
Early turret broken. Now Loud regrouping over towards A.
And this is where I'd love to see Zekken posted up on pipes and trying to get
OT भी इसमें हिलते रहते हैं ऊपर नीचे
because I think if you give space to Loud, this execute is going to be difficult to hold on against.
Drone going to be heard. One tag down to Sassy, backs him away. Top belts seen and spotted. Dash to get himself out of there. Reckoning now cleared away through for the rest of Loud to follow. All the way through. Stuns. Not really being respected. I mean, Zekken is just trying to really get the most out of it there, and he is finally punished. So, no command fast off the rip.
Sen bhai ऊपर आ गया Sen bhai.
Expect this QCK is already behind the man. Already behind him playing up for the rest of his team.
क्या मार रही है QCK घूम के दे रहा है.
Just like that dropped to the ground, to your knees, if you are tens in this case, and Celsius, poor Celsius.
चारों साइड पे हो.
Last one left. Decision being made for him really has to be the save.
चक्री घूम के देता हो QCK.
Normal damage doesn't do that much.
No, it doesn't.
जीत जाओ रे नींद आ रहा है अभी मेरे को.
They've got a great game plan, and Sen are not playing disruptively enough. Loud are just getting to play their own tempo, their pace. They could never really get a grapple on that on split. They were always trying to force fights in mid, and Sen were never letting them. That time, the patience and the slow play really rewarded Sen. And on this map, I feel like they need to be getting a little more up in Loud's face, trying to utilize the strengths of this composition, which are the flashes to go for those mid-round re-clear timings. But when Loud are given space, you see how difficult it was. Though Zekken tried for him to get a timing around the Harbor ult there. And then when Loud is set up in these aggressive post-plant spots, their players, they can shoot, man. They can shoot.
किधर जा रहे? सोने?
Buy in this round, very similar to round 15.
ये तो नहीं
Everyone
था.
on pistols apart from one player with a rifle.
So with the money chunked down, theory, you're expecting Loud again to just keep stringing these rounds together. Danger starts building. Hello. Through the wall, just dash to respect.
तालों लेके बस इन्फो निकलने का नहीं इतना चीज़ है ना.
You got to think, going to be probably able to get themselves a plan.
Only Zekken seen both times, even though there's a
तो
stack.
blind हुआ सीधा पीछे.
Flash repeat as well with a dizzy, but the wall in their face as well. It just gives that covering fire for Sadak. Beams him through. Not too sure how that kill was found. Sadak, at least Sassy with this reposition. Close now, tries to face it. Again, there's just too many numbers to overcome. The advantage is Loudy. I mean, they've just picked him apart. It's methodical in nature. As I was saying earlier, I mean, it earns them up to a couple of key ultimates. Lockdown now for Sadak to use for the next.
Yeah. And sometimes it can be such flow
क्या बोलूँ शकत नहीं
on this map. Yeah.
Loud strong है यार कुछ ज़्यादा ही strong है.
To disrupt what you're doing. We saw it from Fnatic.
पर नहीं यहाँ पर ब्रिज था तो over.
You know, in times gone by, but the attack side.
मैंने तो वो QC के बन क्या भीड़ों पे मार दो साला.
To go and take a little bit of space and use big ults like
आए teasing.
To really give yourself a free post plant situation. And that's where you need to see Sen fighting a little more for some space. I think this is another round where the same concept applies.
वाले में ये लोग जीता है सेंट्रल.
Sentinels are going to take a timeout here. And Zekken's
yes from me also कैसा करते मेरे को मालूम नहीं
get rid of it if it doesn't fit the game plan that they want to go.
Decider का है सबका favorite decider.
But I think getting Zekken posted up in some aggressive areas would be decent. But it's also kind of difficult to go for any mid-round re-aggression with an opponent. It's more that you take a line at the start of the round or something like that. It's certainly possible, but you know, there's two key areas. If you
ऐसा लग रहा है पीछे बेड बड़ा हुआ है. बस Sentinels win them.
One is over towards B main and the other is over towards pipes.
हाँ decider sunset है.
Some setups that could deal with those. Might end up being really crucial.
Just trying to think one step ahead, right?
Yeah, yeah. And of course, you know, ZOTAC, he's a good enough IGL that coming out of a timeout like this, he might decide not to use an ult play whatsoever from the strat book. And he might just send it with, like, I don't know, 3 players pushing mid or something. You know, really to just try to mess with what Sen are expecting. So we're going to see Recon deep with the Cascade to try to push away anybody that might be playing aggressive over towards B, and that is where Zeken's got the operator.
Look at how hard this is for Zeken. I mean, he smokes in his face. QCK.
मेरा फेवरेट ऑपरेटर मारेगा क्यूसी भाई सॉरी QC भाई ने किसने ऑपरेटर लिया मेरा फेवरेट Zeken
over towards A
QC
might give Zeken the idea that, you know, only the lurker is here, so he could be a
मारो Zeken भाई तुम्हारा राउंड है.
I believe Sadak was just caught by the knife. No, I don't think he was actually. So he's going to be able to get this lockdown off.
Spike's dropped down in mid, trying to fake presence here, except with 3 players right behind him. It's going to be still Zeken. Will he be dislodged from this forward position? He's the one who's going to be trying to gather this information. Does
allowed
the gamble?
Zeken भाई उधर देखो Zeken भाई.
Using the lockdown for the fake when they have the full A site.
It's if Zeken really, it's on him because the Loud players are now going to be walking and waiting right into that crosshair. Dart forward, misses the shot. Now he has to really just use those smokes to evacuate and escape the ire of Loud. They're already fast onto the approach, but they're going back away.
Confirm उसको right side में कोई नहीं है.
No one here. Look at this guy. Look at the position. You practically
वो किधर गया वो देख लो.
with this spot.
30 seconds
Forwards though with the smokes. Elsis can't adjust it. Can't snap to it. QCK drops him. And this is real chaos and pandemonium.
Tens भाई इधर भी देख लो. Tens भाई.
Into the round. You don't expect this. Patience played all the way through. Thrash out wide. And they're just shooting bullets. It's easy targets all about. Boundless right now for Les. The rest of his crew.
10 seconds left.
Bit of free plants.
Spike planted.
And there's nothing you could do. Not with the retake to the operator.
Yeah,
Second by.
able to get a freebie in a situation like that. It just looks very difficult from Sentinel's perspective for them to get any kind of foothold in a round like this one. So,
बसलेला होता तो अपन साला.
the round was game planned
Viper
like that.
था. Sorry, KJ.
It looked like it was intended to be an A fake that you end up hitting B. But the audible call as ZOTAC just realized that he had all the space in the world.
I can't believe it. I mean, how did he get himself up there?
Yeah, I mean, he just wandered in.
Top left rafters.
He wandered in, takes the rope.
कम के साथ ना घुमा के उड़ के गया वो भी.
But also, Sen unaware that a lurker could have taken that.
Tens ला दे रहे second up हाँ भाई.
Walks through. Sassy's using
Tens को
Thrash.
तो अब.
They don't think about are they ending A here because
Tens
there's a
भाई तो
lurker
ठपा
giving
ठप
them
मारेंगे
that
फिर.
info.
Just let them try to catch me.
And Loud, they are pulling away. Looking better here on Icebox.
ये थोड़ा सा ये हो गया.
Really good to see because
ये एक भी नहीं होता मजा था.
unbelievably one-sided. But of course, you've got to look and frame this in context. This is probably the second worst map that Sen have in their pool.
Yeah, they don't have many of them, do they?
No.
Through the cracks here.
So, you know, for them to still be keeping it somewhat competitive. Not bad.
It's not bad at all. For Loud. Got their sights set though on his next few rounds. Make sure they can lock this map up. Easy peasy. Now for Sentinels, they've had to really be forced into a purchase around the 2 guns that they have saved. So it's just Guardians online. Or at least for Zelsis. Presence now towards it. One more urn towards the Reckoning.
मिड पे वो रखा और तीनों इधर.
He's got the operator over
उसको कंफर्म भी किया उसने टैप टैप दबा के.
Really nothing else behind it. No flash re-clear. Just the one bit of util. It was broken almost immediately with the slow down approach, John.
जो पट से घूमता है ना इन लोग का हाथ.
At least they're trying to find the timings to go for that kind of thing. But just
ना और इधर ना और रखो
have the same impact. It's worse than a single flash from the KO, honestly. And Louder just keeping all of this presence over towards B, and Zekken is still worried about a lurker on A.
एक बार मार खाली दूसरी बार नहीं खाया उसको.
Conditioning here with 40 seconds left. Plan's gonna have to go down to some drone.
Throwing the nade lineup so that they can still fight with the nade.
Oh. Tens by the.
Still alive here. Got his one, but 2 years also returned with the fire.
Tens पे भाग ली.
Feeling the heat, feeling the emphasis that he needs to.
Tens पे chocolate मत खाना बस.
Wide dodge. Side there, away from the shutdown. Mosh pit, dissuading it, pushing back this one, but he doesn't expect the player above him. Oh! What an adjustment! Flicks it aside. Luckily, 2 years still.
घुमा के दिया टेंस ने.
Drop down with only 12 seconds left. There's no plan online. Stun here, up and away. Updraft all round.
Get out. टेंस भाई ने जो घुमा के दिया ना आया है sexy.
That's wild.
14 के साथ माउस पैड है 8 के साथ माउस है.
So Tens throws a nade lineup
तो
as
टेंस
he hears the
घुमाया ना
drone coming
भाई
through,
साहब
which allows him to
तो हम ये थोड़ा सा
denial of the plant pressure at the same time as flashing through the wall.
प्रेशर में थोड़ा सा ये हो गया
Those
उनका
kind of timings, beautiful. It's also then there's a mosh onto the plant position too. Let's go! Let's go, boys! So much utility pressure in that round. A lot better from what we've been seeing. It's stumped Loud.
Yeah. Sentinel's not wanting to go down quietly here. Dart dealt with.
A little bit of miscommunication there. Zekken wasn't sure that it was going to get broken. The Tens could see it.
he suppressed
Knife.
मालूम नहीं उसको टेंस इधर है
Seen someone trying to play an aggressive position on pipes.
Should give the indicator. I mean, Tens has no way to get out of this one. There's too many spots to really account for. And well, for what? It's messy. It's real damn messy. Luckily, Zekken is still here.
हाँ nice one
With two on the board now.
ये ऑपरेटर सेक्सी ऑपरेटर अपना
Up in an advanced position. One of the first times. Yes, Sadak says.
इधर तो जन मारती उधर एक जन मरता है
Let's bring it into a 3v3 now. With that util finally respected. Sadak pushed away once more. And it's about bleeding it out. Another tap. Online this time.
ये भाग के निकला वापस
Dizzy over the top. Second back in.
तो देख ले हेलो नीचे देख लो नीचे ये मारा 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 हाँ मतलब वापस जाएगा वो सेकंड में देखते रहे सिर्फ मारा नहीं उसको ऊपर
Now these last two rounds have been lovely from Sen. If they keep playing like this, there are certainly chances for them here.
ओहो
We'll see this from Zekken's perspective again. They hit two great shots there. But also, the defensive utility is lovely. They're throwing great util to stop the plant going down, and then they're finding a timing to then flash
क्यूटा भी दिखाओ क्यूटे के साथ साथ
to refight Loud.
वो पंपला गई है
Utility available. Sadak anticipated it, fell back, but they didn't win the duels.
हालचा को नहीं मारना आप ले याने जान क्यों थी
Time to show some disrespect, and he does get the value from it.
Sadak playing that spot way more aggressively than Zelsis was too, offering himself up as a pick. Kawanzin gets ult online.
ये एंगल पे पिक लेके मारने का ऐसा मजा आता है ना
I think it's going to be difficult, especially when Tense is holding knife for anything like that.
Yeah, for Loud, I mean, you can feel they're trying to bait out these aggressive reclears.
Yep.
Just why, you know, the pump fake, waiting, throwing out a high tide, seeing if they flash through the wall and try and fight through it, but
और एक ये ऊपर जाके ऐसे क्यों कर सकते हैं मेरे को लग रहा है
so much
हाँ देखा उसने
exposed though. You are right. Many chances for him to be swung from a multitude of angles. It's all about the reactions. Now, yes, he slams a dash, but it's not active. Here he goes. Dart has to cover himself. His own footsteps stay away from it. Go for the reswing now across the swords. Over the rope. Just the aim in time. Zelsis spamming and spraying and a bit of praying. Let's get the job done there with the removal onto 2 years. Kawazin though.
पीछे देख लो मियां
Backing away, and QCK is his time to come alive.
टाइमिंग हो रहा है उन लोग के साथ
Risks necessary in this spot, especially when you're a player down.
The pit invested in a 3v4 here.
That's dirty.
It does cover the spike.
Yeah, look at that. Stretches all the way over.
इधर से मारे वो भी स्पाइक गया उसके पास
Will put the time pressure now onto Sentinels. This could be the 12th round for Loud. It's about how they navigate it. It's about how they sail through. Attack forwards now. What is the next wave of things? QCK traded. Now sticking though already there.
सब डाल दिया उसने
Pressure onto a Hunter's Fury. Skipping a hop over to the top. And well, it's just been stuck in the middle of all of it.
हैं जीत गया कैसे
Wingman does not take additional damage from the
Wingman damage लिया नहीं
हेलो
कभी कभी आइजन वाज रिजल्ट ऑफ कहते एक इंटरव्यू में कोच बोल देता अरे विंगमैन फॉर द विन हेलो टट्टू हिला ही नहीं टट्टू हिला ही नहीं
Sliggy losing his mind.
Oh my goodness.
काश हमारा टट्टू भी ऐसा रहे टट्टू बोला हल्ट विल गया खड्डे में उसका भी हल्ट गया खड्डे में मैं तो बैठा मेरा मेरा क्या मैं तो डिफ्यूज कर रहा हूँ
They found so much more value out of being able to deny the plant and then getting off a good retake there. Perhaps with a little bit of luck involved too, but they got themselves a player advantage beforehand anyway. Zekken's been spotted. What does that do to Sadak's calling here?
Try and speed it up, or do you want to go in a different direction? Looks like they want to just try and...
वाइपर मॉलिन आया जैसा है ये पण होते अल्ट पण होते जैसी
More
त्याला वाटलं हे झालं असेल एक घुमा के दिया
Time still just sees the shoulder but has to finally back away. Doesn't want to get punished for that one, but the count to spam a tap from ZOTAC. Get himself into the cove, locked down.
Love that. Early timing on the lockdown stops Loud from setting up the break-in. And it's also not positioned over towards screens. Yes, it doesn't go as deep, but Zelsis is going to make sure that there aren't people playing these aggressive post-plant positions.
Throws them out and away. They deal with the util, and how do they deal with these players? Zekin just wants to take up the straight-up fight, attack. Baiting it out now, Nade, but short and shy off the mark. Still damage is being done to a multitude of players. Only 3 left standing for Loud, but again, anyone could win it. You just have to just rely on a bit of that RNG. Zek pushing with the operator. ZOTAC still stands. Have on it, they know have it still. John has got to stick it now. And a tap to top of the rifle, all praise.
यार राउंड निकाला है भाई सोने लास्ट ला मारलं तो पण झाला होता हां
2 seconds just over.
They look in control, though, of these retake situations, which is something that we weren't seeing from them.
Loud का टाइम आउट 11-11 हो गया
15 and 18 that Loud got online. The lockdown is so nice from Zelsis. Teams have come up with
QTY भी छोड़ बैठ के खेल लेते मस्त
They have a player up aggressive, or they have some kind of, nade combo. ZOTAC has lineups for it too. But throwing that out in a different position.
रो रहा भाई ये full.
And yeah, it's not optimized, but it's not going to get broken. You know they're not on aggressive positions, so you can start the retake proper. We've seen round 19-20, Sentinels won by dragging the clock down and putting a lot of pressure on
round is ना एक के पीछे
and put Loud in his top spot.
11-9, 11-8 or something.
In round 21 and 22, that their retakes can look really good as well, especially when it's held with ultimates.
Hi cuties.
This is now anybody's game.
वो साइड से कैमरा नो this.
Felt like it was Loud's completely until this streak of 4. Can't count SEN out.
No, you can. We were singing the praises of Louder there. International experience, adjusted on the big stage. Can't count this team out with how they were looking just initially, but you're right. I mean, Sentinels, they've also been slowly building up a repertoire. Their CV's looking long.
Mid operator. सड़क के पास आल्ट है उसका वाइपर का आल्ट है किसी का आल्ट है
and all of this without Zen really finding too much value from the operator in the last couple of rounds, right?
He's trying to take the timing,
finding good openings, but he's not landing the shots.
वो इसे इतना क्यों मार रहे गेटी भाई मकसद पूरा करना है उसको
aiming for less.
Moves down, only sees the turret.
Missed the turret actually.
Yeah. Drone
मकसद वाले ना
utilized by Loud though. It's going to be pushing up and taking this space with a lockdown.
लॉकडाउन तो लगा दिया
Feels like a B hit. Should be a B hit.
Where
are you going? Where are you going? With 4 seconds left, is this being held for? Yes. Look at that awareness. Jump spot, jiggle peek. Holy updraft dash, but he cannot escape it. ZOTAC was hot on the heels, set to punish it.
चला गया
Dart now. Thrash being used just
तो भाग रहे वो लोग उधर साइड खोल दिया पूरा
doesn't really spot anything at all. In fact, no detainments because QCK again lurking up through, spots it out with a nano swarms, broken both of them.
Celsius has a timing to try to disrupt this.
Nice.
Les gets dropped.
So now it's going to be a 4v4.
कीड़ा आ ना भाई नहीं भाई इतना मार रहा हूँ मैं भी 4 सेकंड के पत्ते मार के वापस पीछे आऊँगा
this time Moshpit just a little bit too delayed and late. It's going to be setting themselves up potentially in a favored
इतना तो हम भी नहीं करते
counter here with the retake of Sentinels. Jump spot just seeing, but he does back away. So now with the alarm bot, bit of spam, bit of spray. Spot flash play. Tens
by night tens by.
Had the knife out, wasn't expecting
tens by full.
Especially with 2 years there, but what can he really do in this spot?
वो भी एक
V3.
CV1 है.
Have to find one of the fights. Zelsis isn't keen on giving him it. Now Sassy sticking.
करते रहो.
Options dwindling.
नहीं कुछ हाँ nice. tens ने तो निकाला उसके ऊपर निकलेगी.
Now for Sentinels, this is an absolutely incredible resurgence team on this map in particular. I mean,
करके सोने दो.
seal this one up in 2.
I think Loud played a great round there as well, and the Sen retake was too much for them.
ये sexy
3 rounds in a row now. The flash to be able to catch QCK is lovely, and then Sen players playing high-low positions.
Even if it didn't work, I love that you wanted to.
Yeah, it's great.
Communication, just on point. Every time we get a little sneak peek at the replays.
Yeah, and Sen 5 rounds in a row to be able to get up to match point and set up a date with Gen.G.
Aggressive. Here it
I
is.
didn't.
Adjustment not there in time. He just tried to flick to the side. It was actually Tenz who was the one who went
चले
down
गए
there to a bit of random spam. Updraft
क्या वो उड़ के जा रहा है ये इतना
back in. Got to respect now at a reckoning.
It's incredible that SEN are winning these rounds while the early fights are going so terribly for them.
ZOTAC with the plan. Not going to be pushed back. You got to think now. Loud again, surely set up for success. But I said that last time. It was SEN who ended up taking it, but this time there's a play that's doubled up, shoulder to shoulder, round to the back. 2 years showing presence.
Second.
Jiggle and offset there with a movement, but not going to expect Kawazin, and he's still here,
12 हो रहा है
alive and kicking, weaving in and out, dodging, juking, playing with his team, spraying them all the way through overtime on the cards.
Finally, Loud able to get
Bullet
that round them for so long, and we're treated to an overtime.
Am I very ready though? क्या बोल रहा?
Huge performance from Loud, not allowing their resolve to crumble. A reminder, we've obviously never had that 2-0 between these teams this year. We've had more back and forth occurrences. But that little resurgence from SEN has taken us to a spot where possibility, unless
11 बार तो SEN भाई पीछे से आप तो fail.
Of course, it was Loud. You know, they won that one 2-0 in their initial matchup in 2024. Fought back immediately by SEN in the finals where they took it an absolute bomb burn. I mean, it was a map 5 world-class game from both of these teams. Pushed once more.
Revealing area.
Dart. Broken. QCK forwards position as the sides are switched around. We know he's been getting aggressive. The question is, SEN gonna
Confidence कितना है उसको कि कोई आएगा ही नहीं.
Didn't even really connect him. He was so close to the corner, but he doesn't land the shot, so backs away. Showing presence there with the operator. He wants a second go at things. Sassy, not expecting it. The rest allowed, backing him up still. It's sprayed and messy. It's all over the bloody place.
साला मर की उन लोग को ज़्यादा पिल्ली मर गई.
Stand here from Sentinels.
Gonna be a difficult situation for John and Celsius to recover. Do they know that everybody is here? I'm not sure they've seen ZOTAC. John, though, picking up that ult orb, one away from getting a pit online. If there was an ult that could turn this round, it would be that one. They've got to be concerned about the wall. Les can drop it at any point to try to set up the double face.
Doubled up side by side, top rafters, 2 years. Important one to win was Elsis dropping. John QT sends the nade, flying, the molly there. Just can't quite land the kill. He now has pit. He does have the pit, but does he choose to offload? Of course he does. It's OT.
क्यूटी भाई ये तो मेरे को ऐसा फील आ रहा है. ऊपर देखो क्यूटी भाई.
Angle but over the top of the ropes. Doesn't expect 2 years.
Good try, nice catch by Tui's. John was thinking about just slipping away. But Loud, after getting that recovery in round 24,
इसको भाई मेरे को एक kill चाहिए बस.
QCK going for the force buy. The glass cannon operator ended up getting some of that value. You can see John looks gutted. He wasn't able to pull that one off. So we're going into it. SEN kept at 12. Zekken is going for the same thing, the glass cannon op. They have not found success with this particularly.
Zekken पे op ना छोड़ रहे.
But they've been winning anyway. A lot of those defensive rounds towards the end.
ये लोग push कर देंगे.
Loud, they set their sights over towards B. It's no way. The spam.
Very close.
Nearly tagging him up, draft over the top. That's QCK. Wonderful punish onto the corner. Even more where that came from. As the rest of his team, this is it. Set up for success. Set up for map 3. And you got to think it. It's inevitable on top of the ropes.
Overtime
How is he accurate there? Running and gunning, but Tenz dealt with. Dropped.
और एक मैच देखना पड़ेगा.
It's a fairy tale moment for Zekken. It will have to be.
Left
he doesn't
side.
expect it. The wrap there. So 14 to 12. Loud. We are going all the way.
It deserves a map 3 this series, but for a moment I thought SEN were going to clean it out in 2. The comeback there was difficult for Loud to deal with, but they found the adjustment in the final moment. Huge from ZOTAC and the rest of the crew. And I think QCK played a blinder of the game there on Jet, putting the doubters to bed.
Absolutely. I mean,
set up for a good one.
It is set up for a good one. Sunset will be the decider, and what a map to end on for both of these teams. It's bound to be magical, so do not go anywhere.
प्रेमिका को भी संभालो. तो कैमचं बॅकग्राऊंड ऑफ कर. लॅपटॉप बंद कर आणि मोबाईल बस. कैमचं बॅकग्राउंड ऑफ करो. क्यों? बैकग्राउंड ऑफ हो गया तो वो नीचे करना पड़ेगा कैमरा, फिर वो नाम दिखेगा नहीं. असं होईल ते. म्हणून तो ठेवलाय तसाच. वो भाई ऑटो फ्रेम ऐसा घुमा तो ऐसा घूमता. इधर गया तो इधर जाएगा. ठीक है. ये कुछ तो नया मालूम पड़ा. ये क्या है कांटेक्ट बेटा. वीकनेट ये क्या टट्टी. काय नहीं माहित पडलं. वो घूमता है वो ऑटो फ्रेम. ऐसा करो अपने आप कैमरा घूमेगा. ऐसा करो इधर अपने आप कैमरा इधर आएगा. चालीस सेकेंड. किल बॅनर दिसत नाही. ये लो. अरे तो बॅकग्राऊंड ऑफ केलं की तुला खाली ठेवायला लागतो. तो असा मध्ये चांगला वाटत नाही. कौन मेरे कसम मेरे को नहीं मारला. ये लो ना कैमरा घुमा दिया हमने बस.
What a response that was from Loud. They take things equal, which means we will go the distance and see map 3. I'm your host, Yingson. I'm back here with Mimi and Hypog. Did we maybe believe a little bit the comeback was real?
I really did. Sentinels nearly
comeback was
pushed us
very
all the way,
real.
but Loud, I mean, they started that first half looking incredibly dominant. Their protocols on this map look incredible.
I mean, to be honest, it looked like two different teams. Obviously, Loud being the headliner here, a massive swing back into Icebox, but a couple of concerning rounds there from Sentinels, considering what we've seen them really dial into on Split.
But they started being defined by Loud's retakes on the defense, and that's where this team absolutely thrives. I think, in particular, the way that they're setting up to play these retakes on that B site were really impressive. Here's a few of these rounds to take a look at. Having, I feel like, really good synergy on when they're bouncing between these pieces of utility, right? It's that first stage coming in with the dart, clearing back sight, and then they're really leveraging this harbor utility to set up cover for the planner and fight deep in these post plants and force Sentinels to lose, even when they have a comp that's built to win these post plants with a ton of mollies.
Yeah, and I think actually this is the example we saw where we got a little bit of a react from ZEN afterwards. But I mean, you say Loud retakes, there were a couple here that Sentinels almost just completely forgot the timings on it. Talking about, you know, some of the mollies to buy time, run down the clock a little bit, but the big difference between these two teams is Loud's ability to demonstrate.
Yeah, let's take a look at those post plants in just a moment as well, because I think that's the round you meant, Mike, where I think he was saying something like chill with the mollies.
Yeah, chill with the mollies.
Doing it a bit too early.
I mean, there were two examples that almost felt a little egregious, criminal, that they lose those post plants.
And remember, in a game this close, those were the rounds that were make or break for Sentinels losing the map.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is the one, I think it was round 3 was the one that ZEN did have a little reaction here, but it just felt like everything gets dumped at the same time when they have
Game
everything.
चालू होते बोलोगे तो इसलिए बोला मैं.
Built towards finding clean entries, minimal utility invested on the way in, forcing Loud back into a 5-man retake, which looked fantastic for them. But this one, Sentinels almost just gave this away.
Yeah, and we really build up how good the protocols are, how perfect Sentinels look on a map like Split. But on the other side, I mean, remember, this team has had to play a ton. Captain was saying they've had to show everything. And I think we start to see that a little more on this map, like this reaction from Zekin.
Yeah,
I
mean, it's exactly. You can watch this back. You see another example as well.
थोड़ा आसान आराम से लो.
Was another one where
ज़्यादा ले लो, आराम
in
से.
terms of the plan, the initial plan coming into the round, it's executed to perfection. Loud play into it perfectly. Sentinels are set up for success, and it just seems like, I don't know if people are just jumping the gun a little bit. There's a little bit of misinformation being spread internally within comms, but yeah, a little bizarre to see considering how clean their protocols were on Split.
We went into this hearing that kind of between map interview from Kaplan, where he said the team is really good at kind of finding the right energy, knowing when to calm down, knowing when to heat up. And I think we saw that on display here, because it went from that, you know, Zekin giving some feedback, some of these post-plant rounds that shouldn't have falling apart, to in a second half, Sentinels looking absolutely revived and pushing us all the way to overtime with great retakes of their own.
Yeah, you can't help but feel if it was just one or two of those post-plants that win their way, maybe it wouldn't have even
Different
gone
story.
to overtime. And they won both pistols as well, let's not forget. But let's talk about Les a little bit as we move on to map 3, because again, on that map, he was so impactful, so crucial to keep them in it.
I mean, we said ahead of this coming in, Les is usually the superstar on Icebox, and another one, add this one to the collection, because just individually this time,
gaming mode का है
time again, in the right place, the right time, and he delivers. Back against the wall could be a 1v3.
500 पे चेंज करने आ रहा था मैं. और देखते देखते 1000 हो गए.
Yeah, that's the thing that really stuck
महीने भर
with
में.
me, right?
तो
How
क्या
good he is
चेंज करने का टाइम नहीं मिला.
and always getting away. It's insane
जनवरी में
how much
500,
survivability the man
फरवरी
has,
एंड तक
especially
1000.
when he's holding down towards that beast.
कैसे करेगा फिर आदमी सोच.
Falling back and then using his mom
1 जनवरी को 500 गिव किया था.
to be able to set his
जनवरी फरवरी में पूरा 1000 हो गया. उसको सोचने का टाइम ही मिला नहीं.
And he implements into the team perfectly.
Yeah, well, let's talk about Sunset real quick, because these are the
All right.
agents selects for that. What do you make of this, Mike?
I mean, well, back to the default, basically rerun of the grand finals, to be honest. But obviously, you're going to see this is the map where we see the Phoenix come out once again. I have questions still
मी
about
बोललो आहे पाहता तुला हे मॅप दिसणार आहे. कारण की तो बॅकग्राउंड काढला की इथं खाली आणेल तर तू बोलशील खालचा प्लेयर दिसत नाहीये. हर बार तुम्हाला ऐसा बीच में रुके इधर.
I think the strengths of this comp for Loud on defense is fighting for extremity control.
Yes,
using that breach, using that Omen line control to set the Phoenix up. They also have great ults to cycle through and win out these rounds. But Sentinels, their strength, second half is going to be retake. This first half, their comp is actually really strong at shutting down that extremity control. Expect a lot of early battles. This map's going to be important. Only one of these American squads get that guaranteed spot in the top 3.
Yeah, Loud, they've done so much already to push it to here. Let's see Brandon Saito if they can get their revenge.
Revenge would be fantastic for this Loud squad. I mean, they could be hunting for it off the back of the regional finals, but
last place is just worth it. आने तो दो.
Still heading to Sunset, especially with
अरे इतना उदास क्यों बैठे हो? हाँ हंस दो थोड़ा.
as possible. To get it over that final
दिखाओ क्या है? पढ़ो.
Good OT for Icebox. Chances we could have seen it just end in a 2-0 for Sentinels themselves.
Absolutely possible, but I got to tell you, Brent, out of all 3 maps that we had in the pool today, the one I'm most excited for is this here, Sunset. Because even though SEN won last time they matched up, I think Loud are a dangerous team to go up against, especially in decider maps like this. So here we go into the pistol.
2 minutes है.
From Loud grouped up towards mid.
बस.
Might end up playing out a little.
मरने के बाद किधर आता है मेरे को देखने दे रुको. मुझे सेट करता है फिर.
And bait out Loud
ये इधर.
making the play.
Really in a util, got to be ready though. The dart doesn't reveal.
उसका एम लैप्स वो नहीं हटा सकता मैं अभी.
There must be a bit of geometry maybe.
Yeah. Just a little safe.
मैंने small कर जरा कैम proper.
But that really looks like a preset plan, doesn't it?
Yeah, it
बस
does.
क्या.
To insert Zekin here behind this segment of the Viper wall for him to be able to maneuver later on.
Thanks to the presence of it with the door shut down.
There.
ZOTAC is watching it.
It's actually 2E's really pushed up over towards A that I've got my eyes on at the moment. Just jiggle in this corner, like I said. On Split, the Loud compositions require a lot of jiggling without the Sentinel.
There's the flash being sent flying. To not die, ZOTAC running and waiting away, backwards running and gunning with the frenzy. Only had 4 bullets left, and he still managed to land that shot. So,
best.
advantage.
Abhi kaisa proper hai.
Get themselves the site. Will be the plant on top of it, but what is the call after the fact?
Out of so much utility.
Bhaiya 12-0 kar do.
Deny plants from going down. They don't have as much to work with here.
Barely missing. Flash. Pushing him away there. Paranoia was bad, yet still they face it with the guns. Now ZOTAC all the way behind them. Dizzy. Tap onto it. It's going to be alerting the attention of these Sentinels players back and around, but they have so much to deal with now. The push and the pull of these Loud players, just too elite.
Well handled there on the pistol for Loud. I was
10-10 proper hota.
they dismantled EDG, and one of the big things they were amazing at was watching for the lurks through mid. Sentinels on his pistol tried to do something very similar. They inserted distraction elsewhere and tried to get value with Zekken. ZOTAC is always wary of that kind of stuff. And here, SEN forced to try to fight a bit more aggressive in the post plan. Just couldn't quite find it. Just got squeezed. Having said that though, with the kills that SEN got online, they're looking to try to force into the next.
I feel like the money's good enough.
And they got quite a few kills. I mean, 3 kills plus the plant. It's not a bad buy.
Direction you take it into looks like mid. The initial goal, slow and steady.
This is a real gamble, though. If it doesn't pay off for SEN, they're going to give Loud so much momentum in terms of the economy, the ultimates. You know, QCK might well have the ult online at the end of this. He's gone and picked up the ult orb on A.
Breaking the door with the pistols. Trying to avoid notifying Loud that they have forced up into this. Dizzy wide with the flash. It's all connected together. QCK has to respect that one, just backing for now.
सबसे top right ला बने top left ला बने top right वाला
this spot
live सब काउंट है top left वाला किधर तक जाना है वो सब गोल है.
That's wild.
There's major chances for Zekken to just again creep his way in there.
But like I'm saying, Bren, EDG tried this kind of setup where, you know, they cause the distraction and get a lurk. And ZOTAC or Kawanzi just shut it down every time.
Drifting away here, Boombot. Use the flash, all in conjunction. Now to Dizzy, all the way through market. Nothing to really stand their ground, but Lex is still going to try and do it otherwise. ADS firing them down as well. The bullet tag just slowing them ever so slightly. Enough for Sonic to get that one, but a plan. Now down here for SEN, no pushback from it, so they can start to play this post plan, but do they really want to do this? Just with the stingers. It's like an awkward one to try and play into, especially when Kawazin has almost all of his util. A few more seconds left, and he will have the fault line, but there it is. Wide, forces Celtics, no kill. Paranoia used in response to this one, and a second flash sets them back up with a deep smoke. After really forcing Loud to push forwards into this one, a tap onto it again. Stunned up inside the smoke, damage done. Kawazin still lives on 21 health. Diffusing now, ZOTAC onto half. Has to be dealt with, has to be brought down. Sticking it through, and no damage, not enough. Not with the stingers.
क्या चालू था इधर इधर उधर इधर उधर ये वो
He got headshot by a stinger and he just tanked it.
Yeah.
हाँ.
He just shrugged it off. Look at this.
तुम कुछ भी करो हेडशॉट मारो कुछ भी मारो मैं उठने नहीं वाला.
He's got full confidence in the rest of the team. It is so difficult to cover the diffuser in that situation when there's a flank coming from market and TenZ throws that smoke. You just kind of get stuck inside of it, but wow, Loud now, having navigated that round and all the danger it posed, are going to be set up quite nicely at the beginning of this.
Doesn't really matter about the buy too much. Cam, fast as the call here for Sentinels. Looking for a couple of kills, but out wide a little bit too much. Celsius.
मैच भी जाने वाला है.
The target you really want to be prioritizing these kills onto when
he gets his ult,
which he already does. I mean,
yeah, he already had it.
For it.
John's just looking to do what damage he can, but Loud's economy is going to be looking good. Their ults are starting to come online too. So the gamble that's it's difficult to assess in hindsight, because we're only seeing it having failed, but really there was a lot of danger there in round 2. There were possibilities for them.
भाई मैं 0-12 बोला था 12-0 नहीं.
When it comes to the old cycle, start building them up ahead of them. They have the economy on their side, but
simply not the reality we live in, though. And that's the first time that SEN have gone down early in a half. Remember, they won the pistols every other time across Split and Icebox. So this is a new situation where Loud are the ones able to develop some even footing for themselves. Dizzy just to see whether anybody's trying to contest into mid.
And interestingly enough, I mean, 2 years has opted for the operator. There was a deep dart set up earlier, so he's got this deep line down into A. He's going to be giving a lot of information again to his team.
Bypass हो गया.
Does have to worry about one or two of the angles though.
Swung, but they're not going to expect it. Yeah, look at it. No way.
Walking straight into it.
Leaning on his history as a duelist player there, too. He's absolutely
साला क्या बैठा है ऑफ भी दे दिया.
Maybe a punish in sight here. 2 players left. Will the smoke fade?
ऊपर देख लो. तेज में थोड़ा सा नीचे.
It is bizarre as a flash. Repeat now.
ओ भाई. तेज में आगे फॉर्म में.
Paranoia. Tap from tens with the movement on
एक अरे reload.
QCK drop back to 30 health now.
तू जो टीम से प्लेयर सपोर्ट कर क्या कर यार. गेम में भी खुद को सपोर्ट करो, खुद हारता है. ना देखो वो करो, हम यार जिसको सपोर्ट करो वो भी हारता. PRX को किया, PRX हार गया. उस दिन भी उसको किया, वो भी हार गया. आज सेंटिनल किया, वो भी वैसे हो रहा है. वो तो शॉट. अरे काय करता.
But QCK did not go for the ultimate in that
Real
spot, right? So Loud
penalty
still
ना
have it
बोलो.
available to
ना
them
बोलो.
into the next. They decided not to invest, thought they weren't favored enough, and have kept that. So the bonus round doing a little bit of damage, not too much. A lot of it coming down to that play from Tens.
Oh yeah.
His omen on this map is
टपली
so creative
टपली
and flashy.
4 3 2 1 एक शॉट लग जाता उधर.
I thought there was a good chance he was going to just pick up everybody there.
Yeah, looked like maybe a few more bullets he could have done it, but he's just that guy when it comes to this map on the omen.
So pretty classic defensive setup here for Loud with QCK and Kawanzine holding over towards A. They do have 3 or 4 different defensive setups that they like to cycle through. And Sen trying to figure out which one they're going for is important. Loud also love going to the switch and closing the door in mid.
लोग के पास ब्रीच नहीं है क्या?
Something that they prioritize all the time, whether it's less or 2E's doing it. And you can hear it now. It's just gone down.
Finish का एक खत्म.
Some information.
Fault line.
Yeah, force out the fault line early. Somewhat early in the round.
Yeah. Troubles with the door being
ना क्या हाँ बोलो हाँ
down in
बोलो.
the face. It does force Sen to just go back, double back, break it. Throw it in like they could be defaulting into a different direction.
This pause in the round.
हम इतना देखे सागर ने तो नहीं माइट
really
नहीं.
going to incentivize risks from QCK and Kawanzine.
You can hear it.
ना दोनों तो बोला है ना. और ऐसा उछलो और ऐसा उछलो.
Tens has cleared out the whole of elbow with his ult.
Or Theft as well, give that additional confirmation. Now the smoke's going to be dropped down, lay it down, will be the plant. Sentinels get themselves into it here with a player advantage. Now's the time to shine. They can't loud out too much just yet though. Grouped up together, nade. Ooh, what's under? Can't swing into that one, it was anticipated for it. Paranoia in front of it, ZOTAC, he had to be the playmaker there and he was not. Drop down, now a flash of their own.
इधर किधर इधर. टेंस में आ. Hello.
Goodness me.
Everyone on Loud saving.
Yeah.
Save कर
They
दिया.
just don't even want to get back into
टेंस
this.
में ब्लाइंड में टके.
A blunder from Zelsis, sure. But Tens then anticipated that they would try to follow up on that.
एक का पी लेते तो साला अभी राउंड निकलता.
To isolate the duel onto ZOTAC. Sen have got enough players who understand the rhythm of the game and can make plays like that to try to turn situations in their favor. And that early economical advantage that Loud had to work with, it's getting chipped away at here.
I mean, this is essentially...
और उछल के पिक लो. जॉन क्यों गेम तो सेक्सी है जॉन भाई का.
It's such a large punish onto QCK, and it's all due to that freeze that John Cutie calls into the round. They force out the fault line, and then they freeze everybody, group up A main, and look to try to punish the info peak. It's so similar to how they were approaching their split attack side with the real slow, patient game. At some point, Loud need info on defense.
That's when the punishes come through.
ये ब्लाइंड भी सेक्सी है.
Different combination.
ब्लाइंड करो छुते वाला उधर भागो.
Up in the air, flash through into elbow.
And it's all fake presence. As Sentinels quickly, after going to
360
their
yards.
utility, group up on B. They shouldn't be too worried about B main with the door
इधर
being closed.
144 हर्ट्ज में बुंड लगती है. 360 में तो सामने वाला खुद आके मार के जाएगा इधर बैठ के.
Online will be able to go for the B pop. Or not. Just avoiding it.
It's not as important against the Cyclist comp.
It's true. Now the nades and flashes do go flying though with a satchel play. Sets up second deep into the angle. Decay damage kicking in, almost getting brought down himself. He's on 60 health. He's going to be a thorn in their side though when this retake starts to come online.
Les bhai bahar aao, Les bhai.
Yeah, he's very isolated. Very isolated. Smoke to play in. Wants to try and get in and rule that angle over the top now.
Cutie bhai ko dekho.
From mid, but already
Cutie bhai full pyar se aa
The
rahe.
timing actually here from John looks fairly good.
Yeah, he has
Ekdam
to
ekdam.
actually get a move on, but it's up to the rest of his team, I think, to dissuade and push them back. Yeah.
Cutie bhai ne finish कर लिया कब तक में.
UCK just alive.
उसको मालूम भी नहीं. हेलो. हाँ अभी मालूम पड़ा.
Around the back, Louder left really scrambling, looking for options, and they've decided to take the fight.
नहीं. Oh.
Get out of here. Still no tap onto it. The pressure's mounting, incredibly so. 2 years facing with all the kills. You're joking. The pressure too much.
सबको मार के निकले यार हम लोग.
What a bonkers round.
What is that?
What an absolutely
इस बार पे आगा फिर भी मार दिया बाद में.
Loud did such a good job of putting pressure forwards into B main. That's where most of the post plant on B is going to come from, is this battle about who can dominate B main control. Loud really
Quasi
did
का
a
थोड़ा
great job
quasi no में क्या.
being able to, I mean, they should have been able to catch sense earlier.
Cutie bhai को पहले किसने देखा नहीं था. Cutie bhai चुप निकल जाते ना आगे हो जाता.
And John buying so much time, ending that round in such a weird fashion.
Yeah. Bizarre set of circumstances. We're hitting a bit of a repeat here for Sentinels.
Unless is looking to challenge B main early on.
एक तुक्का Cutie bhai को लेके जा सकता था.
Holding the angle, but actually fuel going to be fading. What is that?
मारना किसको है? मारा कौन?
Pre-aiming, anticipating it for seconds. So tight to the angle there.
क्या अगले होते थे ना?
Necessary kill for him. He's not having a great start to this map, but let's get back onto the board with that one at least.
Kawanzin went and took the ult orb over towards A, so he now has the Rolling Thunder online.
Second, an initial tap, but now going to be sticking it for the plant. Does have his ult online for it. Here's the Rolling Thunder. Back into them. Showstopper to use. There's a bit of a reaction into this one. And second, his whole goal is to really slow this one down. TP dodging out of the way. On top of the box, they're going to expect this one to drone. We'll see it. Tags him up. So eventually, Tens will be spotted into this one and done. Spot the QCK through the wall. Favored for it.
लेते वो लोग पर.
That's the wallbang angle on top of it now. It's an interesting fight to be taken. John QT.
John Cutie bhai cutie है.
2 versus 2. Tagged up by the knife, but just a tap onto the head. Spots it now. Zelsis. So much more in this position. Sadak feeling frantic in nature. Does he have it?
Sadak bhai गलत मार रहे हैं.
I don't know. Did he get
Who's
out of
उसकी
it?
मर रही?
So close.
Timing. Point 3. थोड़ा सा और एक ऐसा कर लेते मियाँ. और एक सेकंड के लिए.
And despite John's best efforts, Sadak's able to win that one.
John Cutie का स्ट्रीम देखना चाहिए. क्या खेलता है?
A little bit more patience from Zelsis would have done it.
Preludes.
Gonna be
Hold on,
kicking
last.
himself. You can't offer Loud opportunities like that. You can see Sadak wasn't even sure.
बेटा अभी तुमको और सीखना है.
With how tightly contested these rounds have been, I mean, the economy's taken a bit of a tumble. Some weird, dodgy buys across the board.
Kanzin and QCK dominate A main to start this round out. That allows them to build up towards the Phoenix ult. Second and Tens are looking to try to explore mid again. They haven't done this in a while.
Hello, ult to try and fake the presence over towards A, maybe even pin to some of these players. And yeah, they're just barreling all the way through into mid. There's a nade! Watched it!
Nice cover.
John QT though, they're just trying to
Cutie bhai
dominate
को cover नहीं मिला. Cutie bhai को बोल दिया.
position. They do control A main. It's throwing a bit of chaos.
थोड़ा आज़ून.
Just watch the elbow. Just watch the elbow. Tens looking this way, that way. Didn't know.
Timing हो रहा है भाई उन लोग की.
Coming from Sassy. Last one left. Could have been granted one extra. Gets the one. Backs out. 50 seconds in the round.
It always gets me listening
Reload कर ले दोस्त.
fans chanting against Sassy. It just seems so wrong. He's in a very difficult situation.
9 bullets. Didn't opt to reload. Didn't want to give away any sound cues.
If he finds
तीनों भाई भाई साथ में चल रहे साले.
individuals, maybe he could get something done. He doesn't have to be anywhere near the plant. Everyone on Loud is so grouped.
They're going to make mistakes. They don't think he's there on the angle in time. He's caught himself into the 1 versus 2. Also online here for Sadak, but he doesn't really find a time to use it, but the the dart reveals all. Sassy has to pull off an absolute miracle.
Jesse bhai, Jesse bhai.
Backing away now, wide and sprayed them through.
क्या किया है? तीनों भाई हाथ पकड़ के घूम रहे थे फिर भी मार के.
Silencing the Brazilian crowd.
Phantom for the win. बस वो खींच दिया लास्ट में.
Unbelievable.
उसमें दर्द होता रहेगा.
I've seen Sassy get these before when he was playing in
टपली भी
America.
पड़ा
It's
ऊपर
all
से.
down to him playing the Gecko. The fact he can be so far away
और
from
हाल
where
तब
the
चिल्लो
puck
को
goes down.
हाँ
His
बस मारा
positioning
मैंने
is just
मारा.
immaculate in that situation.
Out
Lauda
out double.
About it. Sassy as a player, we needed to see a big step up. He was Norden 6 when it comes to those first kills, the first deaths last map.
अरे भाई टकलू ने क्लच किया वही तो.
Pre-fire with a knife, less lucky.
टकलू ने एक क्लच किया सीधा इको.
Relatively unscathed, all things considered there, just backing away from the rifle, being rained down. Massive round though, still left reeling myself. Flash, clearance, snake bite to respond.
क्या चल रहा है आगे पीछे आगे पीछे.
If Sen back off here, thinking that it's a B stack because of all of that utility in their face, they may end up running into danger. John's watching it, and they do still have a trip there. But in terms of anticipating 4 players, tens.
Half cleared, now
There,
crossfire. Set up forward of neural theft, everybody scattered to the winds.
थोड़ी के लिए
I'd
बचे.
realise it. Okay,
So डर लगता है तो.
found out, gotta back away now, just try and flood back into this. Do some economic damage. So, util flying forwards here.
ना जाओ आगे ना जाओ आगे ना जाओ.
Still, spike down and out. Oh. Hello, Juicy K. Turn on the fire. He's still alive.
कोने में से एकदम.
I think there's too much danger.
It shouldn't be dangerous, but when the loud players hit shots,
पड़ा है वो.
Just never know. Tap. QCK, hello. It's rattling their heads now. Already 2 taken, stricken off the list. Thrash has to be used. He popped the ult.
मार के तोड़
He popped
दिया.
the ult, man. He got caught by it though. Just trying to time it. Yeah, detained up into the corner here. Potentially winnable though. Now, man, it's looking more likely. Finally fades away and he's back into it. But here it is. The
ना मरो. अरे.
rifles online.
he doesn't have the time.
My God.
क्या फील रहा है?
It's unbelievable
किसकी
how
वजह से बच
close
रहे?
these rounds are
Spike
getting
की
though.
सेक्सी शॉट मार रही है
Team's
भी.
got an enormous advantage. They've got rifles. They're in a post-plant position, and yet it still feels like any team can take it. We've had some rounds go down to defuses with a fraction of a second left on the clock.
कोई और एक बचा रहता ना भाई खत्म कर देता वो. Don't care, we got it.
That is going to harm the economy, but not in a way that has immediate effect. But it's going to keep a lid on Sen's economy getting out of control and going to allow Loud some opportunities to maybe play some anti-ecos later on. But 5 out of 6 of the most recent rounds have all gone the way of Sentinels after Loud got off to that hot start. And to be honest with you, I'm not mad at all at the way that Loud are playing, because think back to Sassy's 1v3. Okay, in order to get into a 1v3 situation, Loud had to play that really well, and they did. They collected on the mid-play, they got themselves into a player advantage. They just lost out because there's beasts on the other side of the stage.
Sheriff ने एक round काट ला ना.
There's no player on either of these rosters that doesn't
मार
deserve
लो.
to be here. Everybody capable of stepping the hell up.
6-6 होगा.
Speaking about that, when you look
Close
at
जाने वाला एकदम.
QCK is the player in
Timeout तक ना जाए बस.
the most of that. It's less actually who we haven't seen as much from. Usually, we're expecting less to just be hyper consistent, finding his moments to have value, even though he's playing the Viper. With this composition, he does end up being pretty stuck over towards B. And Sen have been playing so grouped up, he hasn't really found those opportunities. Different defensive setup, though, again, being run here from Loud. As Kawanzin and QCK move their way over the B.
Just calling up from the back of this. Now 2 years. This time, standing strong, just trying to brave.
हाथ पटापट ये वो वैसा. Overtime में time out नहीं हाथ इस overtime जाए ना बस.
Oh, they just rip it anyway.
Okay.
इतना नींद में मैं समझ जाता हूँ मैं क्या किसको क्या बोलता.
Second in position, breaking. This for the dart. Now plans.
अटके बस sexy character है.
Next layer of this one, Sentinels. Do they have anything cooked up to try and fight this one further?
Normally, Loud are going to throw in a lot of utility early for plant denial.
Hunter's Fury. Molly's going to be used towards the back of the Side Hunter's Fury.
हाँ भाई हमको मार
There's the
देते
connection. Second falls. Couple of beams of that one, but still not being dislodged from these positions. 10 up top.
10 by sexy position में बैठते हैं.
Angle has the ult now for a classic reposition. Ult into the back of the site could be anyone's game.
Yes, sir.
Knife's edge. Every single instance. 10's sticking the plan, or not quite already with the ult into the back, but he has been cleaned up. 2 years there. It's a 1v2.
Now.
Gets sassy, doesn't give him anything. Still bides his time. Waits
Cutie भाई.
and now it has been
कुछ नहीं cutie भाई knife कर दो.
to the final moments. All the kills going Loud's way, but not the round.
Same again. Same thing again. The retakes, they are effective, but just not enough to be able to get over the line for Loud. It's 10's position, I think, here that is the magic.
उधर से साइड पे अल्ट मार दे 10 भाई ने 10 भाई.
He's able to wiggle out and avoid being traded because he's got the pillar to dance around. It looks lovely. The way the center setting up these post plants is dealing with a lot of what Loud are going for. And you saw Loud demolish EDG here. One of the things they were doing on the AoE takes was throwing in a lot of plant denial, making it uncomfortable for EDG to get into good post plant spots. Well, they can't do that when Zelsis is ulting them.
Possible. Util cut away.
इसके अंदर उसने मारा
All
उसको.
these close rounds just going down straight to the wire. Again, economy. It's not good.
No. And how many times have we said that? It's just been a running theme. Normally, because SEN get out to such a hot start in every half, this time they actually have to grind their way back.
Retake मस्त कर दे टाइम वेस्ट कर टाइम वेस्ट तो होगा ही ना उसका. वो लोग टाइम वेस्ट करवा ही रहे हैं वैसा.
Ridiculous recovery. There's danger there though with these Loud players. They're opting for a stack over towards B. 2 years again. Same spot he's been playing in time and time again. Really disrespecting them though. Just holding the angle for some util. Needs to. Is this a paranoia?
Yeah, I mean, what is the timing of this?
I mean, काय होतं पण त्यांचं त्यांना माहिती इथं आएगा तो इधर ही आएगा वो.
Another flash is connecting. Gives up the space. Just seeking to delay as long as possible. Sentinels though. Looking likely they're going to have an open sight. 2 years is really trying to make this feel like there's lots of players here. Nades forward, so they just spam the box in the common angle.
कौन क्यों भाई इधर भी spam करो मारता तो है.
In time, but can Loud do anything about it? Beautiful dart. Everybody lit up here. Even with the stingers, there's danger.
आज जन बैठे एक जगह पे.
But still with the rifles. Holy.
10 भाई बचे बस हो गया.
It's 10's again, man. You can't get away from him. Playing that post plant position over towards A-Link, swings around, gets 3. And saves the rest of his team.
They needed it.
They were all barreled up in sight. It looked over.
Bunker and down. That's a terrible post.
Tens भाई नहीं किस करता चाहे तो लोग एक जगह बस ले सकते.
Well, you see how much more
मिल बाढ़ के घर चार जन एक जगह पे.
Loud are close by, able to flood defend and throw that utility to put pressure on them before they can get into post plant positions. And Tens bails them out, top of the scoreboard, doing things fantastically, playing from similar spots.
सब आसमान से.
Deep cross map knife. Be landing over towards market.
And that's going to give them a good idea about what the defensive setup looks like, because often QCK is going to be on A.
थोड़ा वॉइस कर.
So a good indicator now. Just waiting for the right time to strike. Thrash. Regenerated util. They cut up the side actually through the back here. There's a detainment into mid, but won't be any follow-up. At least onto that one. QCK should be alive as well. From the rest of the plan. Now down, and it looks like this might be another funny round.
Loud are playing really heavily for backside B control, which is going to allow them to get players in, flooded.
Hit it as well. Just to play for it. QCK does have his own ult now. Run it back. Finally initiated. He was suppressed in time, but just let it loose. He's seeing if he can hunt down a few of these kills. And yep, Zelsis caught. Util out in his hands. Wasn't really quite aware of that one, is he? Attacking away. Zek and spam. Here we go. Only 3 players left now. Loud. Fast on the approach. Aftershock there, but a quick TP into the corner. Order Util layered on top of each other. And they just cannot do anything. Scintillating, sizzling away. Spraying them down with the rifles gained. And that is Loud. 7-5, you can't fault it. Plenty of chances.
It's an awesome half. So many of the rounds could have gone either way and were decided on the tiniest of margins. But I think Loud really figured something out there in that final round. The pit to be able to flood into back B site and the way that they dealt with the aggressive players forwards was lovely. It was anybody's game though. And I think Loud need really another pistol to be able to get back into this.
क्या बचा इधर?
It's hard to say, but so tightly contested. Big exception of being our first map, but it has just been back and forth we go between these two teams. Absolutely incredible stuff.
7-5. That's right.
Sou o Cauãzinho, sou iniciador da Loud. Senti muito bem, a REDGEAR é um time que, pra mim, tem um dos melhores players individuais e acredito que o deles não estava no 100% deles. O Kankan é um player, é um star player e acho que ele não performou tão bem, então acho que o principal motivo disso foi a nossa individualidade hoje, que estava muito boa. Então, acho que depois que a gente corrigiu os erros contra a GEN.G, a gente estava bastante confiante já. Acho que a partida contra a FPX deu uma confiança muito boa pra gente, então acho que a gente esperaria que ia ganhar assim deles, mas ninguém esperaria esse stomp, né? Cara, a gente não esperava isso, mas acho que nós tivemos um plano de jogo muito bem executado pela nossa parte.
30 seconds. They have no map control. They are just looking to take it to the elbow, the flash. Perfect. He hasn't killed anyone yet, but QCK, he just slaughtered every member remaining of EDG.
Eu acho que a Sentinels é um dos melhores, ou se não, o melhor time aqui do campeonato de Madrid. Cara, acho que o diferencial deles é que eles jogam muito bem como equipe. Quer dizer, tem o star player que é o Ziken, mas eles jogam muito bem como um time e acredito que todo mundo pode performar muito bem lá e ganhar um clutch ou talvez levar a partida sozinho. Rapaziada, muito obrigado pela torcida, quero agradecer muito principalmente a minha família, meus amigos que me mandam mensagem aí no WhatsApp, que me ligam. Estou muito feliz que a gente conseguiu fazer isso e classificar para o playoff. Só quero pedir vocês fãs que continuem confiando na gente, a gente vai dar o nosso melhor e vamos conquistar esse título para casa. É isso, tamo junto.
Praise for his opponents. I mean, talking all the talk there about Sentinel's team play, and it goes to show as well. I mean, even praising Zekken as their star player. Zekken's at the bottom of the scoreboard right now for his team.
Yeah.
And yet still, Sentinels are holding a lead 7-5 when they had an absolutely horrific start to the entirety of that half.
Yeah, and actually, I think the story over the last couple of maps has been not so much SEN getting the advantage at the beginning of the round, but just having really strong ways of being able to close things out. TenZ has been amazing in those spots. And so we go into a pistol, which is insanely important, especially for Loud, I think, to be able to get online. Complete contacting up. Zelsis picks a mid-round timing. Knife destroyed. Could be anybody there.
TenZ back and out. Still open towards his back.
Okay. So close to getting punished there.
Very close. I mean, Les was quick onto the angle. Onto that avenue of opportunity. They want to flood out now, facing with the bodies. Paranoia backing away, QCK! Blind as the fadeaway. Damage has been done definitely to Zelsis here. Single shot will do it. Touch close. There it is, straight to the chest. Brings him down. John can't do much. So Loud with that pistol round, you got to think. Back in charge.
Yeah, looking good for it. To have not won a pistol round the entire series and then get both of them in the decider map could end up being crucial. No way of knowing yet. But SEN are certainly not going to force into this one again. On the defense side, not as many kills. That's a ridiculous kill, though. That is a ridiculous one. But the fact that QCK was the tip of the spear is going to start building his way up to the Phoenix ult. And Loud started that with such a contacting approach.
Willing to give anything away. Main benefit of it being that Loud, they have tons of util left saved for the big site hit, especially over towards A. Difficult one to try and get through. Play through elbow, lots of corners.
I think Loud have got the read now.
SEN versus PRX this day.
They are just charging their way forwards. Yeah. As soon as they don't meet people early, they realize that they've essentially got a free plant off.
It's a good post-plant position as well, just for the spike to be dropped down, laid down.
It looks like SEN are going to save utility rather than trying to save it.
See if they can take an early fight, and you're right. I mean, could get costly. Normally you want to be saving these pieces of util, but clearly Sentinels thinking, feeling like it could be winnable, but not with the gun disadvantage.
No, I mean, keep an eye on the SEN retakes on A once we have rifles online, but that was very easy.
Clear this thing. It
could end up being important against the Bulldog and the Stinger. You know, the fact that they ended up investing there in the utility to go for the retake. But I think SEN are going to be confident in those kind of rounds once guns are online. Their comp can just util dump spots on A. It's very difficult to hold on to post plants. That was most of the metagame actually that we saw in the last time that these teams faced on Sunset, was how they approached the A
Bonus round now to be cooked up for Loud.
Loud.
Plenty of danger in it. I mean, that ran it back earned. 2CK, this guy is frying. I mean, he's 20 and 10 currently. In the top. Another score. At the top here, though. Tap and a face. That contact play style. Finally, punishment in place.
Yeah, but I mean, what a spray from Celsius. Yeah. They're trying to punish the orb pick up there, and they both get sprayed down. Targeted, the paranoia. The 10s is often like into play, but it's second up there this time. In market. The trip not broken, though. They know it's fake market pressure. Yeah, this is a weird one. No way. Did they spot a hint of 2Es? Was there that question mark on the minimap?
Maybe.
Yeah, pinged out, I think.
Yep, it is. Leaning this way. Celsius. He is a low player, but he decides to take the fight anyway, not set up onto that angle with any form of util. Sassy now, he's in a one and done. Dart has to be broken, and he's revealed his position now. This is problematic. Still util now. 10's right behind them. Sent out the paranoia. There is that swing, and that's a spike going to be dropped down. Most of his team nowhere near here. Less
standing.
This flank from SEN has worked
beautifully.
The Loud players barely reacted. I think they knew where that paranoia was coming from. Has left less in a 1v3 in a much worse position than Sassy was when he was able to get the plant down.
Yeah, I mean, 15 seconds left in the round. It's an impossible scenario.
10 seconds left.
And Les will just be trying to win this one while the rest of the team in silence scratches their head, wondering where it all went wrong here. That pick onto Celsius puts Sassy in such a difficult position, and the flank from B bailed him out.
This might be Sentinels just getting a bit of a read, I think, in terms of how Loud going to play and set up into this one, of how many risks they were taking on this round against the bonus round, right? You think about it, pushing through into B main, hard flanking through the back,
30 seconds left.
giving them all that information.
But I think going for flank plays like that just plays really nicely into Loud's position, which lacks the cypher. Anytime you can get aggressive like that, yeah, go for it. Why not? Loud are not going to have that information, and they're going to find it difficult.
Not to be dislodged from this spot. His face, though, won't be punished and dropped down. Paranoia now, TP, phone line, everything. The kitchen sink being tossed and turned and shucked at them. Out through market, flash over the way, ring around a Rosie. Zekken can't escape.
So now we get to see Loud in a post plan. We saw a lot of it from SEN. Here it comes.
Paranoia, yeah. Thrash as well. It's all being laid out on top of one another. Fast. Cover play. Shock into the corner was utilized a little bit earlier, but everybody do have the orb for this one. Actually, some mollies as well. Util reigns supreme into it. Dizzy over the top. Anything to try and latch onto this spike and get the defusal started.
Is there time for the thrash?
I don't even know. I mean, listen, it's going to be 1 second left. He wants to use it, but again, somebody needs to get onto this one. Already detained. Into the side, into the corner. Where is the time pressure? Hello! Finally, wingman down, and the rifle's there. Has to be bodyguard duty. Spraying them all down. Wingman! He's been stopped in his tracks. Half tapped. Sassy. No more to room. No more to work with.
मीमैन का गंदा ही है साला उसको वरा उसको दिखना चाहिए उसको प्लान दिखना चाहिए तब भी जाके मारता है नहीं मारता है डिफेंस करता है सही 21-12 पे साला कवर पर नहोता है ऐसे ले आए थे तब भी उसने झूल रहा है भाई वो कब से लास्ट तक क्लिक बसता था विंगमैन ला
If Wingman had not gone down there, we could have had a very similar situation to Icebox, where little bro's just sat inside the pit, just tinkering away, cutting the red wire.
Yeah, it's a good heads up from Loud, though. They get the 3-kill spray and down. I think most teams might just end up stopping the spray. Thinking that they got everybody. All the targets are going to be on it, but no, Diligent.
I wonder, does this knife incentivize Sentinels to go for the B push again? Is there going to be some kind of trigger that gets SEN going aggressive on the map? You see that John is moving around his Cypher setups. This time he's got a cam in mid, so they don't have to play that particularly. You can just rely on the camera. A trip for market because SEN were playing B main kind of aggressively to start the round.
Smells like a B retake.
It does. And obviously you don't want to be hard anchoring the site against Kawanzin's Rolling Thunder. But also, Loud would love to save it if they get the info that it's a B retake setup.
Hello, where's that orb going? Straight up into the sky.
Not where it's supposed to.
Oh, rolling thunder now though. They feel the presence. Now they're going to be using it. Tens. Peas. And away. Back to the corner actually. He's
not away.
Even deeper angle. He wants to try and take the fight to them. Flash.
Nice one.
Force to set it up. That's Zelsis. The dynamic duo just weaving in and out of the flood defense. This time, reigns supreme.
I love it. I think this map is set up so
क्या
nicely
निकला मालूम
to
नहीं
be
पर अच्छा
flood
निकला.
defending. And the way that Tens just eats the breach ult and still is able to survive and get a kill. Yeah, they just assumed, okay, nobody would be silly enough, nobody would be whimsical enough to take a teleport into the corner while stunned up. You're dealing with Tens. He's taken the brain of Angel and REDGEAR and combined it with the skill and impeccable timing of... Dude, I don't even know.
I mean, himself.
Yeah, yeah. Who's got it like he does?
Yeah.
stylish,
stylish, but on a knife's edge. One of the only rounds really that just goes entirely the way of SEN. We see them now just having that lead.
इधर से ये मारा, उधर से वो मारा, इधर से उल्टा मारा, उसने वो मारा.
This is devastating. Once SEN start building up a little bit of momentum like this, you could see them pulling away.
Right here. See you on the other side.
Loud would love a thrifty here.
Seen him do it. Sharp with the sheriffs. Busy dealt with a flash to follow up. As soon as the knife gets the confirmation. No one peeking off of it though. All the noise in the world being made really out towards Alba. Now Zek
इसको ना pick दियो भैया.
should be able to get himself out of there with a satchel. In fact,
लेकिन मैं उसको ना pick दियो. बोला मैं उसको ना pick दियो.
That's nasty. All up, taking a pause into the round here off that initial kill. Just seeing if they can pull any of the SEN players around the map.
It would be a little difficult to retrieve this rifle. Might not be something that is possible to do. The smoke though.
It's just Sassy who's holding the corner. Like you said, there's a smoke now.
Yeah, now it is possible to go and get that.
SEN are calling for a reclear potentially of their own. Wingman. Rue gets the acknowledgement.
Yeah, somebody's in elbow and also pushed up close. That gives you a good idea. It's going to be a re-hit. Tens takes the fight.
Tens, there's a fault line follow through there. Zelsis close to the corner. Got to get the punish. Through those shots now. They're worried about the TP close to the corner. Zelsis heard that sound cue, but it's all just feigns and fakes on top of each other. There's only 25 seconds left. What do you go for here? I mean, a pause into the play. Going for a re-hit.
20 seconds.
Going for a re-hit.
Zelsis is in a committed position.
Really committed. It's the first face coming through. It's just the players of the Sheriffs, and they're all going to be falling now.
Loud में कितना save करेंगे? Less by sorry.
Rifle makes a decent job, a decent go of it, but now 2 more rounds for the lead here.
निकाल दो रे please.
Loud look a little lost in that spot though, man. That was a bit of a disappointing round.
Loud
I wouldn't be surprised to see them take the timeout, and I think they have actually. But they call a pause in the round there, right? On their attack side. But there isn't really a threat that they could be going for the hard rotate. Because John's still got up all of his Cypher utility. He's got a cam deep in B main. He's got a trip for market. And the players over in A-Link know that there's nobody lurking mid. So what exactly are SEN going to be afraid of? Especially when the wingman catches contact, right? This is...
Loud support kar. Loud bachao.
Don't be scared. Let's go.
QC भाई मारो QC भाई.
Yeah, and on the other side of things, SEN building up that confidence, making sure that everybody's on the same page.
50 kill मारो QC के भाई बस.
Vibes Merchant laying it down.
Yeah. So this next rifle round, it's a perfectly timed tactical timeout. Because this next rifle round is going to be extraordinarily important, pivotal in how this map goes. If Loud lose it, after investing ults, which I'm sure they're going to go for, they'll be dropped back down to an eco, and SEN are basically, at that point...
Fake support ना अच्छा कहाँ पे क्या अभी बोला QC मारा भाई.
Right, they're going
QC का tens को जाके टपली मार के बस.
The upper round 2 of the playoffs.
So this is a must win for Loud.
QC भाई 22 के लिए इतना कम किसे? ज़्यादा मारो ना. थोड़ा. Loud जीतेगा, Loud जाएगा सीधा final.
Never without it. And then
और कुछ तो
frequency, all the kills he's been getting, the plants, the orbs funneled into him.
But has he been able to find value with it?
Yeah, that's the thing. Seems quite offhanded in terms of the way that they do approach to use it, but every now and then you might see it still. Sassy holding the dizzy.
Okay, this time they wait out the knife for the start of the round from Celsius. Right, so Loud have to start a little further
Direct final नहीं है मेरे को final में पहुंचाने का ना अभी Loud को.
Stun for them to try to take a little bit of space.
Support करने का तो ऐसा कि जितना final जाए.
Cam for the mid lurk.
और
Trip
कुछ
for
नहीं.
market. Loud have not been breaking these.
ये सब सीखना चाहिए.
Again, acknowledgement there from Dizzy. Stray shots missed him. Fired off the warning shots, and I noticed somebody, at least one player lurking out towards A.
But they're not scared of mid, and they're not scared of market, because John's utility is still there.
Right inside the smoke. I mean, they're setting up for a pop flash play here. Yep, they can hear it.
एक HP सीधा.
Broken down. They're going to try and fight Tooth and Nail for control of it. The nade down. How does it get
नेड से कैसे मार सकते हैं तू?
That is ridiculous. QCK forced to bodyguard his own spot there, surviving.
And it goes down to a 3v3 in a really weird fashion. SEN have committed pretty heavily to the B side of the map. And so Loud have actually managed to find an opening here to go for a post plan.
30 seconds left.
The smoke was in the way at the top section of mid. Reckon might already be just close with the rocket, but no, has to respect it, wondering if they could be lurking.
इसमें भी नींद आने लगा भाई, please हार जाओ.
So a free plan
Ten,
here.
yes.
Loud.
And some players in
Tens भाई हार मानो टेस्ट में.
potential
हमको
positions
नहीं.
to play a nice post plan too. You don't have to be worried about the initiator utility from SEN, which is the main part of it. But obviously there's still danger with the paranoia, with the showstopper. Loud get info that there's nobody on the flank.
Yeah, exactly, with that dart.
Around
Around now, and that's a Hunter's Fury to add even more time pressure. Ult committed and stuck.
Yeah.
Turns his forwards, he wins his fight. That
Yeah,
is ridiculous.
yeah.
Still with a paranoia, now to showstopper. Seeking to commit this one. I don't know where these players might be, but the first tap at least forces out the ult. Rocket flying. Gen clears the one, but on top of this corner, on top of the box, 2 years, has to reveal his hand, spraying it through, guarding, blocking, all the bullets, second, sticking,
Loud, hello.
and he's won the round for his
Hello,
team.
ULTRAGEAR आ गया.
Despite the heroics of ZOTAC, not enough.
दिल से सपोर्ट किया देख Loud को अभी तो.
Look at that, 0.37.
It's wild how close these rounds are getting.
Oh my god.
But also, how on earth are SEN even in position to do that? Tens sticks the ultimate, gets caught by a player. QCK is shooting for like a second before Tens even realizes where he's positioned. Still flicks straight to his head and opens things up. Even when Loud have openings,
Good job, Zach.
SEN are still finding their way through. And
Loud
I said
for
that
the
was
win.
going to be the important round.
Exactly.
Loud for the win. One of the certified.
Dire Straits.
पहले Loud को सपोर्ट करो Loud आ रहा.
Bank if they'll even give you one here. After
भाई
shot at the top.
QCK इतना सैसी शॉट मारा तभी मारने हुआ नहीं उसको.
That's just a trio. I mean, clear out John QT, who's had that cam at the top section of mid.
QCK भाई मारो. कुछ तो मारो. कोई नहीं साइड पे जाओ.
Control of market.
भाग के
Control
जाओ.
of mid now.
Yeah, this is a very different flavor to the round.
अरे मैं बोल रहा हूँ कोई नहीं जाओ तो सही.
Weaponry is just so advantageous.
Tens भैया बैठे बाहर.
Loud have finally got a better macro idea.
Still might be some danger.
Might be too late.
2 players spotted, 1 tagged up here. Shock darts now, and the squeeze is online. QCK is wrapping around. Molly there. Oh, hello. Trip. Tens lit up entirely. Let's loose that paranoia, but that one way, less than ideal.
ये भी ना Loud दी से बात.
Great crunch in B main though from Loud.
Yeah.
SEN couldn't figure out how, you know, which direction to go in, I guess. And Tuiz is here ready to pick up Celsius. All good.
All good.
And what a recovery.
अभी भी Loud को
The
सपोर्ट किया
Masterclass
दोस्त.
Thrifty
जीत
coming
गया.
through could not have been a better
Certified नहीं
timing
मतलब
for it.
certification cancel कर दो.
By all rights, that should have been Sentinel's favoured to go up to series point. And instead, they're going to take a tactical timeout here to discuss what went wrong. And to me, it's very clear. They finally lost market control. Loud eventually went and took that space on the map that otherwise John's just been watching with a trip.
क्या हमारे पता नहीं.
B main control, the pivot from SEN. Yeah, you are right. Losing control of
आता
that
दिल
one.
से
So
नहीं
Sentinel's
किया.
going to be using this timeout now to discuss precisely
ये भी ठीक है
what
दोस्त.
went wrong. Potentially putting more of an emphasis onto mid. But again, ZOTAC, world-class caller this guy is. No slouch as well with the aiming department, at least for this map. He's going to be potentially even expecting that.
Yes, it is the stream.
Yeah. I think from Loud though, this timeout is also going to serve them. Because they've been struggling to deal with what SEN have been throwing at them. And I think it is possible that that eco round has given them a serious clue of how to adapt in the game. ZOTAC is normally so good at coming up with those adjustments late on in a map, late in a half, late in a series. He's not
दिल
one of
से
the
लाउड
guys to run
जीतेगा
out
मैं
of
ऐसा लिख
ideas.
के देता हूँ लाउड जीतेगा सेंटिनल विंटर ने पीआर के साथ खेल लेंगे
So let's see what he's brought to the table coming out the back of this timeout. Looks like Sen want to try to take the game to them, perhaps. We can see them pinging out the mini-map over towards A.
ऑफ ले quick
And Zek set up for an earlier fight, something he hasn't done a ton of.
टेंस पे ऑफ लो टेंस पे ऑफ लेके हक
Waiting
टेंस
for the
पे
acknowledgement of the knife to go for a bit of a flash play to Dizzy, all combined. Dart broken.
One suppressed.
One player tagged there.
And it was Sadak, who does sometimes play alone on the opposite side of the map. Just to make it feel like there's presence where there isn't any. Sassy gets ult online.
It's a big one. Pre-firing, hoping on the shot there onto the market trip, but no dice, still remains up.
And so John continues to provide great info to his team.
Hello. Oh, second go for the repick there, but the thrash is punished.
Yeah.
हमको pick देगा
Second's been neutralized, to be honest. As much as Kalanzin was bigging him up at the halftime,
जाओ वेट भी जाओ
you know, in the segment talking about Loud's, Sentinel's strengths,
नहीं इधर
they
मत
have
सब आगे
managed to neutralize the star player of Sen. But they need more. They dodge the knife again. This is going to give Loud the perfect timing to go into Sassy. Can he pull out some magic?
Drone hears it, has to respect it now. It's running away just to get the hell out of there. Doesn't break the drone either, so it clears out the site entirely. No command. Let loose, let rip. Zelsis spreads it wide now. Cross onto the site, not going to be letting them use that util plant. Stuck here by Cowards Intense onto that high ground approach. That's found value with less being removed. That's one of the star players going pound for pound, just removing this one, and a call is made to try and fight this one. Sassy taking it straight to them. Man in tow, and he's just caught the backside. Clips Sadak out towards the back of the head. Flash through, running, go for the Spectre. Ult denied. 2 years, he's miles away. Gives them every single bit of information they could want. Skipping a hop, dodging round. Surely! No way! 12. Oh my!
लाउड ट्विस्ट अभी क्या मतलब मार के हाँ क्योंकि घान मार तो मैं सपोर्ट कर रहा है ना मेरे शॉट से क्या उसने तो टाइम में लेट जाएगा ऐसा लग रहा है मेरे को अभी
going round the world and he was way out of time.
I believe that spray didn't catch.
मेरे को लगे थे शॉट
It definitely looked like bullets were headed in Ten's direction.
Can't believe it.
But it's better to be lucky than good, and damn if Tens isn't both.
3 राउंड निकलना है और
And this is it potentially.
लाउड के लिए इजी है रे
Precipice of defeat for Loud. QCG.
अरे QC का ये नहीं मार पाया
तुम. Just holding it ADS, but he does not get.
आधा दिल से गया सपोर्ट लाउड.
Running away, less.
बीच पे बहुत आ गया है.
Matters into his own hands. Look at this.
कितना पे आगे जाना नहीं था.
These are the rounds where Les just decides, all right, my team's struggling to come up with an idea. I am going to make the play to win.
नहीं मैं कुछ ही बोल रहा हूँ अभी. हाँ ये हुई ना बात.
Wasn't ready for it. Peeking it wide like that, just slowly.
और एक.
Did manage to vacuum up that space now. It's going to be that repick. Sassy just trying to tuck himself into the corner here. Needs some help from the rest of his team. Hunter's Fury trying to collect these kills as well. They're trying to face from spawn. Run it back there. Actually brought him down with the ult, and Sassy in this entire time somehow has stayed alive. Tucked to the corner. Got a smoke at his back to try and help him out, and everybody's going to be facing him here. Flash in his face, spraying through. It's all praying.
हाँ अभी ऐसा 10 हो गया. इको पे वो लोग 11 तुम्हारा 12 हुआ तुम्हारा. Easy.
QT might not be long for this world either.
Probably just going to save. I mean, look at the economy of Sen.
It
feels like Sen are in control. And yet you look, because they've died so many times while winning these rounds, they don't have an economic cushion to rely on.
Yeah.
So John keeping this weapon online, it does end up being really important.
He's commenting the entire time. You can see it in the scam.
Yeah, it's like a mini timeout for him, right?
Yeah.
To discuss what's going on. And really, the big difference that round is that Les just found an opening up through elbow. I'm not sure exactly how he's managed to find that read, that Sen had nobody playing there. Perhaps, even if people were playing there, he was happy to take the fights, just believing in himself. Does John save this?
He needs the rifle. And 2 years, I mean, he's just making a mockery of him. Jumping through, knowing he's low enough.
आता मैं पढ़ लो कहाँ तुम्हें भी मैं. हे भाई, कितना भी
दे. Oh my God.
हमने तुम्हारा टीम कॉम्बो देखा नहीं, कूद देखा नहीं. ऐसे थोड़ी हम ये कर देंगे.
With Loud favored to bring it to the final round. And maybe even some OT afterwards. kidding. It's crazy the adaptations that these teams are willing to make. And even if it isn't a team-based thing, these players are willing to make. Look at this gamble. SEN gambling over towards A because that's where Les found the success previously. ZOTAC's already sorted it out. They're headed in the opposite direction. Trying to keep it safe, keep everybody together, make sure they can trade out low ecos.
Stampede there, hearing him across the floorboards. Util in the world as well, pointing into that direction, and a fast follow through from SEN. They're going to be chasing the noise cues. Hoping to try and flood in time, but there's nothing to push back.
Easy plan,
So
easy clutch. 11 round tomorrow.
In the autumn line if he chooses to expend it, but probably not even necessary.
I mean, a win here for SEN is forcing out those ults, I think.
Yeah.
I'll say that. They could close it out here.
Team owner में तुम्हें support करता हूँ समझ.
Break, no one to deal with it, but there's a flash using, running and gunning.
They could close it out
ये
here.
क्या RNG करके मार रहे हो लो?
One player falls, a tap now forces out the snake
टट्टू को मार दियो बस. भाई कुछ मत करना.
Here, Kawazin still has the ult, surely. There's no danger.
हाँ, 10 को मार दिया, nice one.
Doesn't just TP, but he does straight into them, into their
टट्टू को मार दो,
faces.
टट्टू को मार दो, टट्टू को मार दो, टट्टू को मार दो.
Rifles. Save the day.
Agent कुछ कर नहीं सकता ना इतना वाला पर. Nice one.
Potentially like to get away with this one, but it's going to the final round of regular time anyway. Might as well go down with the ship.
I believe for a moment there, when SEN had their weapons, and were just running into backside, overwhelming people. That's pretty good awareness from ZOTAC as well. Difficult to see in that spot. And this time, the rifles are able to find their mark, and the spot is good.
Loud को support
They used the pit. A timeout taken. A timeout taken. Right before the last round of regulation, Kaplan hits the red button.
Tension could never be high, could it?
Both teams just set to simmer. Kawazin has a huge ultimate online, and Sentinels are wary of that. I'm not sure what kind of adjustment Kaplan wants to make towards the end of this. I would imagine that they use that little elbow passage that Les was able to find for them in round 22. But to be honest, a lot of the game plan has still been working here for SEN on the defense side. John's been able to find so much value from this Cypher setup. You know, if you hit an unbreakable, there aren't actually that many tools with Loud's composition to be able to get through it. There's obviously the trips or the shocks or an after shock, something like that. But Loud have not been meticulous in making sure all of that is eroded away. Tui's has brought the up again.
Sexy.
On the attack side this time. Yeah, just trying to slow it down, and why not? You have the money, you have the cash.
6,500 है उसमें ये लोग 4 गन लेंगे
Kind of adjustment from Sentinels here, but it's
ऑफ लेने के बाद 6,500
into the mix.
Sorry, 1,500
One round to decide it. Does the series end? Does it get totaled, or will there be that continuation of play? Loud have a chance to fight back.
Very early dominance with their utility over towards B main. Paranoia used off the rip from Tui's to make it feel like they're taking early B main control. I think trying to prompt out some kind of aggression in A main and see if they could punish it. Maybe even hoping that Zekken or Sassy would play for the ult orb and they could get that. It really feels like they're trying to trap them going for the A ult orb. Zekken and Sassy are not taking a risk like that to throw away their chance of winning the match and going to meet Gen.G in the uppers. So no dice on that early trap.
The deep drone not broken.
क्या करेंगे?
You can feel it. Palpable in the air.
Angle लेके बैठे.
Thick with tension. Tens. Tiniest of angles, tiniest of chances.
एक काम था
He
इसका.
gets it. Altered up, stunned up, will be brought down in the end. So the trade is online here.
वो भी मारने पाए ठीक से.
To scatter. Backing away, playing for the retake.
OT होना breachelt नहीं होता
Over the plan, but he's ended up just throwing it to the side. He's
oh sorry मैं Loud की तरफ से होता OT होगा. OT होगा 13-14 Loud जीतेगा.
Opportunity to throw in some util early on. They're not going to go for the flood defend though.
Yeah, suppression fading. When is the time to strike? Here it is. QCK lets it rip, breaking the util. Izzy. Gets caught into the wall there. Unfortunate with it. Still watching, holding for the flash. Anti-positions played. Spam into the box, but it does buy them critical time.
प्रेमिका को.
Way past this one. Are they going to anticipate?
क्या बोला मैं? नहीं होता OT. Sorry OT होता.
The upper second shot goes flying wide. Smoke and disengaging. Back and away. Celsius seeking to clear this one out, but again the time running against them. The rifles have to sing true. They have to ring true, but it will not happen. Overtime once more, and Loud.
Full night home कर रहे.
Desperate for it, man.
crawling. These late adjustments on Icebox and now on Sunset to be able to get into overtime have just been marvelous. And this with TenZ being able to get the first kill onto Les to start with. But that punish at the back of the rolling thunder was so important. Remember what TenZ was able to do to them over towards B as he teleported into a corner, didn't get away with any shenanigans like that this time. No ops being so no craziness just yet as Loud swap to the defense side.
That's right.
Remember SEN were trying to set up these mid lurks quite a lot and threaten it.
मारो भाई मारो जल्दी मारो वो देखा
Too much threat behind it though. Now that dart's going to be fading away. SEN happy to wait it out for the initial 10 seconds. Smokes are propped up.
Yeah, and going for their defensive setup where 2Es is the player holding aggressive over towards A, so they frequently leave 2Es alone.
हाय लाल मरा अपने ज़ोप पे तेरे योटी ज़ोप पे तेरे ना आया है.
This time though, he's got backup from Kalanzin.
तुम क्या तुम घर पे ही हो हमको सुबह ऑफिस जाना
Dizzy off the cam contact.
पौने दोनों वहाँ से ला ले.
He's trying to find a timing to re-paranoia and take position on the A line. Doesn't catch anybody. It's the same kind of thing again.
Double
here,
OD ना जाए
trying
बस.
to set up this mid lurk of A main.
तुम तो मस्त सोओगे 10 बजे तक.
But I swear,
हम सुबह 8 बजे उठना पड़ता है.
Super aware of stuff like this.
Deep Smoke did pull Kawazin away. He might be able to react in time though to help 2Es out with a couple of pieces of util. Now time is going to become an issue and a problem. Flash through over the top. 2Es just bumbling into the walls there. Lucky he didn't pay for it with his life, but he backs away and now the call is being made. Rotations abound here for Loud.
And now they're going to be in position to try to send util to stop this.
Satchel.
Over
to the top. Plant. Going down here, but sort of util after shot. Breaks it. 12 seconds. Time really against them. Snake bite drop down Loud. This is them with a chance to really gain some ground here. Swinging wide to punish. Kawazin. You understood it as a wing con. Take the risk anyway. 2Es fake the TP back, and now they want to fight this one into the back of the site. Double face though. Util Sentinels barreling through, finding their own timings. Gifted with it. Spamming through. Sadak left in a 1v2.
Second making the wrap around to A-Link.
Sadak sticking this one half onto it, half onto the defuse. He's bought himself a little bit of time, a window potentially, but he just needs a kill, and he's not being given it. He's not being given it. No one will give him an easy one. And face together.
पानी वर तो 5 आउट परत 7 ला सोतो पर 10 आउट हां तो 5 बजे तक सोते हो फिर उठ के वापस सोते हो वापस सोते हो तुम नींद पूरा करते हो बीच-बीच में हम वैसा नहीं कर पाते ना ये हमारा वो बस है
to stop and put pressure on the plant. That almost won them the round. You saw Kalanzin just barreling over the top of the mosh, trying to end the round instantly by denying the plant. But not everybody on the same page. It gave SEN an opportunity. They're up on match series point.
The tiniest of differences can snowball out of control with these rounds, and you're right. Match point. Map point, series point, whatever you want to call it here, it's Sentinels in that driving seat.
This time, John Cutie hasn't put a setup for mid control as well, or mid information. So he's got the cam in market, but he is going to need to rely on other people watching the top of mid. So that's going to weaken potentially the A side of the map. So they're kind of cheating here, going for a very aggressive strong B hold, but a weak A, playing retake A. We haven't really seen SEN in this match pull off the retake A superbly, but it does exist.
TenZ at this angle, man. I mean,
थोड़ा सा नीचे हो जाता तो
can't account for the 2 spots that he could be peeked from. The flash in his face was not turned in time.
Doesn't make a footstep though, so they don't know exactly where he's positioned to punish him.
Moves his way out. Cam broken there from the shutdown, I believe.
They're going into the heavy B setup.
Into it indeed. Potentially into the jaws of defeat. Zekken, he's found his slice. Sadak removed, and now confusion. It's a frantic play from Loud. Which direction did it go into? The one-way stopping them. Ults, and the util has to be used now to clear it back through. But the spike's been dropped down, and time against them entirely. Pop flash play. 4-2 to stand. And 2 potentially to fall. 2 years and less together now, tapping it out, but there is no chance, there is no hope. Sentinels, inevitable.
भाग दिया लास्ट में उधर. अरे क्यूटीज.
Sen look incredible here. Dominating on the first map and squeezing through in overtimes to take their appointment with Gen.G.
जॉन क्यूटी ने बहुत निकाला है भाई, बहुत निकाला है.
Loud push them.
Oh, they did.
सर्टिफाइड नमक ऐसा लग रहा है मेरे को थोड़ा बहुत.
With huge performances coming out.
लग रहा है.
Instantly thinking of is TenZ v Karon.
Oh yeah,
because both of them with outrageous aim. TenZ the more flashy, I guess, mobile version of the Smokes player, but yeah,
that guy is he's just skilled through and through, picked up straight from the rank queues. That's going to be one hell of a head-to-head.
It really is. And Sen, all of that time being able to, you know, get 2 playoffs as the #1 squad after taking a really difficult route through the Swiss system, paid off in this game. You really do need to prep for these regional matchups because the teams know each other so well. And I think what we saw with them being able to capitalize on split.
ये क्या चिल्ला रही है? टाइसन. अरे ये इधर ही है.
The casters are giving us hella dirty looks. I'm not gonna lie.
थोड़ी वरड़ थी.
You can't anticipate this in production.
बाप रे.
Barely able to get it over the
तेरे
line.
बोलना ना certified तो नहीं. और 2 मैच बाकी है.
I thought map 1.
2 मैच में देखते हैं.
I mean, we might have just been chalks, man. Yeah, early finish for the day.
बस हो गया, चलो चट को. सो जाओ. बाय बाय. अरे ये नहीं.